Chapter 530. Ling Zhao's ambition was undoubtedly great, so great that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua could only look up to him. However, neither of them felt that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would brag without thinking about the cost. Because Ling Xiao had the strength and qualifications to do so. They already knew that the people around Ling Xiao were unimaginably powerful, especially the tower-like brawny man in the interspatial ring, who was an existence that even the sixth-order flood dragon was afraid of. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself did not know what kind of force he wanted to establish in line with his character. He was a person who did not like to be restrained by others, and at the same time, he was not a person who was good at management. He only liked to do things as he pleased, and as long as others did not provoke him, he would be satisfied. This request seemed very simple, but it was extremely difficult to achieve. For example, if Ling Xiao took a few of his beauties around the city, there would definitely be lecherous people looking for trouble. Another example was if Ling Xiao found some kind of rare treasure and it was known by others, then there would definitely be people coming to rob it. Another example was if high-rank alchemists knew that he had a rare pearl, then there would definitely be many alchemists coming to find trouble with him. There would definitely be too many things like this to deal with. Therefore, in order to prevent such things from happening, Ling Xiao must establish his own force. Not only for himself, but also for his family and friends around him. He hoped that one day, he could casually announce the name of his force and everyone would have to give way. Therefore, Ling Zhao's ambition was still very great. Because to reach that level, he had to become an existence like the most powerful 18 great forces in the central region. In the central region, these 18 great forces were the pinnacle of existence, and other forces basically did not dare to provoke them. The reason why Ling Xiao confided in Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua was entirely because he hoped to rely on their strength to achieve what he wanted. Hua Xiaogui had always been firm with his words, and Tang Guogua still needed further communication to make foolproof preparations. Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao valued the two of them so much was naturally because of their professional relationship. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua were respectively an alchemist and a weapon refiner. Both professions were the most respectable professions on the continent. Once they grew up, their rallying power would definitely be terrifying. In this way, they would definitely gather many experts to follow them in the future, and it would be hard for their forces not to grow stronger. This was the real reason why Ling Xiao had abducted Tang Guogua from the Tang family to the central region. As for Ling Xiao himself, of course, he was also an apothecary. Before Hua Xiaogui matured, he naturally had to take on more work. However, he didn't have so much time to spend on alchemy, so he could only train Hua Xiaogui to replace his position. He just wanted to be a small leader who didn't care about anything. After listening to Ling Zhao's words, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua felt that it was a little unbelievable. At the same time, the blood in their bodies seemed to be a little boiling. They were all young people, and they were all outstanding young people with ideals and ambitions. Ling Zhao's words had undoubtedly given them a definite goal. As for this goal, it seemed a little out of reach, but it seemed that as long as Ling Xiao existed, it would be possible. Therefore, they had already secretly decided to work hard to follow Ling Xiao and achieve their grand dream. For the next few days, Ling Xiao and the others spent their time in Shatterhill City. They had just arrived in the central region, so there was a lot of information they needed to understand. Otherwise, there would be no point in acting blindly. In addition, Ling Xiao had also asked around about the Dragon Water sect, but unfortunately, no one had heard of this sect. Ling Xiao was extremely puzzled. Had they been tricked by that old woman? Of course, that old woman had praised their Dragon Water sect for being a fifth-rank sect with a great reputation in the central region. Now that this situation had occurred, Ling Xiao couldn't be at ease with Yun Mingqi's safety. He had to find the Dragon Water sect as soon as possible. Looks like we can only go to the Yi family city. Ling Xiao frowned and sighed. Feng Xianyun hugged Ling Zhao's waist from behind and said, "Are you thinking about big sister Mingqi again?" Ling Xiao had never hidden anything about Yun Mingqi from Feng Xianyun. Feng Xianyun also knew that they only had one goal, and that was to find Yun Mingqi as soon as possible. Even though she was a little jealous, she could see that Ling Xiao was an absolutely responsible man. Ling Xiao patted the back of Feng Xianyan's delicate hand and said, "You just want to find her as soon as possible. When the time comes, we'll be together and find a place to live. We won't be apart for the rest of our lives." Feng Xianyan rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "I knew you were greedy. Now that you have so many sisters, you're not allowed to find other women. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao laughed dryly, "Of course not. It's already hard for my husband to deal with all of you. You're so annoying." Feng Xianyan lightly punched Ling Xiao. The next day, Ling Xiao and the others began to rush towards Yiclan City. It would take half a month to fly from Shatterhill City to Yiclan City, and there were several cities and many mountain ranges between them. Originally, Ling Xiao and the others could also use the teleportation formation to reach Yiclan City. However, everyone wanted to see the scenery of the central region, so they chose to fly. In the sky above the central region, many martial artists could be seen riding on flying spirit beasts. However, when those carefree martial artists saw Ling Xiao and the others flying over, they were so scared that they almost fell from the sky. Their mounts didn't even need to be ordered to hide far away. The 9 blood-winged eagles were powerful existences, and they were also very bloodthirsty. Once they were targeted, they would definitely not have a good ending. They all muttered in their hearts, "Who is so terrifying to actually subdue a blood-winged eagle?" On the 11th day, Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at Yiclan City. Originally, the journey was estimated to take half a month, but the speed of the blood-winged eagle was so fast that it had shortened the time by a few days. Yiclan City was much larger than Shatterhill City, and its degree of prosperity was also not something that Shatterhill City could compare to. This was because the Yi clan was considered to be a famous family in the vicinity. If one were to compare the Yi clan's influence, it would at least be comparable to a 7th-grade sect. It was said that the Yi clan's ancestor had been a heavenly venerable 500 years ago, and the Yi clan also had another heavenly venerable. At the same time, the Yi clan also had a 6th-grade high-grade spirit beast that guarded the clan. This was also the reason why the Yi clan had been prosperous for so long. Although the Yi clan's strength was not bad, it could only be considered a 3rd-rate clan in the central region. Compared to many other forces, it was still very far away. In the vicinity, the Zhang clan of the Zhang clan city could be compared to the Yi clan. The two cities were neighbors, and the ancestors of the two families were good friends. Therefore, the relationship between the two families had always been very good. However, this relationship could not be maintained forever. Now, the Yi clan and the Zhang clan had become irreconcilable enemies. The reason was very simple. 20 years ago, the Yi clan's people had discovered a crystal mine in a mountain range. A crystal mine, no matter where it was, would be extremely desirable for any force to obtain it. However, not long after the Yi clan discovered this crystal mine, the Zhang clan also learned of this news. Of course, the Zhang clan was envious that the Yi clan had found such an enviable crystal mine. If the Yi clan completely mined this crystal mine, they would greatly surpass the Zhang clan in terms of resources. Between the two families, there would definitely be a situation where one was stronger and the other was weaker. The Zhang clan naturally did not wish for this situation to occur. In the end, they could not hold back and made their request to the Yi clan. This request was hoping that the Zhang clan could mine the crystal mine together with the Yi clan and split the glazed crystals in the crystal mine equally. One had to admit that the Zhang clan's request was very excessive. However, they boldly and confidently said that the two families had always been as close as brothers and that good things naturally had to be shared. Of course, the Yi clan immediately rejected the Zhang clan's unreasonable request. What a joke! Would you let others eat half of the fat meat that was already in your mouth? This was obviously impossible. Therefore, the Zhang clan was not reconciled and actually chose to split the two parties. Since their own family could not get a share of the pie, then the Yi clan could also forget about getting a share. Therefore, the Zhang clan sent people to spread the news that the Yi clan had found the crystal mine. This was great. The crystal mine was something that any force coveted. This news was quickly spread to the ears of some of the nearby forces. The Yi clan's crystal mine did not have much to mine before it was jointly divided by these forces. The Yi clan was filled with hatred. These days, it was not easy to find a crystal mine, but it was actually gone just like that. Facing these forces that were similar to the Yi clan, they also had no way to resist all of them. Therefore, the Yi clan transferred this hatred to the Zhang clan, who spread the news. The Yi clan went to the Zhang clan to reason with them, but the Zhang clan flatly denied that they were the ones who spread the news. Therefore, the two clans fought. Although the two clans did not cause too many casualties, the relationship between the two clans was severed because of this. Today, 20 years later, the two clans were still in a situation where they were opposing each other. However, it seemed that the Zhang clan did not want this opposing relationship to continue. The Zhang clan actually had the cheek to propose marriage to the Yi clan. If it was someone else, they would definitely think that the Zhang clan was crazy, but in fact, the Zhang clan was not crazy. Because as early as 20 years ago, before the Zhang clan and Yi clan formed a hostile relationship, the Zhang clan's clan head and the Yi clan's clan head had already arranged for their children to be married before they were born. In fact, the Zhang clan and the Yi clan had many marriages in the past. But the problem was that the relationship between the two clans was so tense now, and the Zhang clan actually dared to propose marriage. This really made the people of the Yi clan furious. However, after learning a piece of news, everyone in the Yi clan did not dare to make a sound, and the Yi clan's clan head finally agreed to the marriage. And this news was that the Zhang clan's clan head's son, who was also the main character of this marriage, had become a true disciple of the 6th grade sect, Golden Fist sect. His position in the Golden Fist sect was quite high, and he was very liked by the elders. The Golden Fist sect was the most powerful sect within tens of thousands of miles of the Zhang clan and Yi clan. They were famous for their fist techniques, and there were many experts in the sect. It was not something that ordinary families could compare to. The Zhang clan had the backing of the Golden Fist sect, so they had the confidence to go to the sect again for a marriage alliance. Of course, this marriage was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, before the Zhang clan and Yi clan were about to hold the marriage alliance, the Yi clan's clan head's daughter disappeared. This forced the two clans to terminate the marriage alliance. Who knew that the Zhang clan would use this as a pretext, saying that the Yi clan did not keep their promise, and demanded an explanation from the Yi clan. If they did not comply, then the Yi clan would just wait to be removed. Chapter 531. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Lingchong, was in his 60s and was already a low-level earth sovereign. He had a son and a daughter, Yi Yunfeng and Yi Shuiqing. Both of them were outstanding cultivators of the younger generation in Tenbin. Yi Yunfeng was only 27 years old but was already a high-level king. His daughter was also very powerful. She was only 21 years old but was already a mid-level king. This pair of children was Yi Lingchong's greatest pride and hope for the future of the Yi family. However, Yi Lingchong was extremely angry about the Zhang family's marriage, but under great pressure, he chose to compromise. Of course, this compromise was only an expedient measure. He just wanted to stabilize the Zhang family's position and then send his daughter away from the Yi family. Yi Lingchong didn't want to marry his most beloved daughter to the Zhang family. He had already guessed that the Zhang family's sudden marriage proposal was just an excuse. Although he didn't know what their goal was, Yi Lingchong still took precautions. He thought that with his daughter's disappearance, the Zhang family would give up on the marriage. Who knew that this would force the Zhang family to reveal their true purpose of the marriage? The Zhang family wanted to obtain the Yi family's exclusive secret technique, the Spirit Ascension technique. The Spirit Ascension technique wasn't a mystical skill. It was a secret technique and a rare cultivation technique. The person who mastered the Spirit Ascension technique could increase his combat power by 3 times in a fight for 2 hours. After that, the user's combat power would disappear temporarily and they wouldn't be able to use spiritual power for 7 days. The effect of the Spirit Ascension technique seemed to be similar to some kind of medicinal pill that could increase combat power. However, the user could recover their combat power after 7 days and there wouldn't be any side effects like medicinal pills. This kind of secret technique was very rare in the continent, and it was what the Yi family had been relying on for a long time. Think about it, if two martial artists of the same level were to fight and one of them could suddenly increase his combat power by 3 times, it would be obvious who would win and who would lose. The Zhang family and the Yi family had been on good terms for generations and naturally knew about the existence of the spirit ascension technique. However, they had never seen the mnemonic chant. The Zhang family had always been jealous of the Yi family's spirit ascension technique. However, the Yi family wasn't any weaker than the Zhang family. It was impossible to snatch it by force. Therefore, they came up with the idea of a marriage alliance. Because in the Yi family, only a few direct descendants of the Yi family could cultivate the spirit ascension chant. Yi Shuiqing was Yi Lingchong's daughter, so she would definitely cultivate the spirit ascension chant. Therefore, the Zhang family wanted to marry Yi Shuiqing into their Zhang family, so wouldn't it be easy for them to obtain the spirit ascension art from her? However, they did not expect the Yi family to play a game of disappearance with them. As a last resort, the Zhang family could only shed all pretense of cordiality and use the name of the Golden Fist sect to force the Yi family to hand over the spirit ascension technique. Otherwise, the Yi family would be eliminated. If the Zhang family wanted to deal with the Yi family, it could only be said to be a 50-50 chance. In the end, it was not certain who would be the winner. However, the Zhang family had the backing of the Golden Fist sect, so the Yi family had no choice but to worry. Once the Golden Fist sect went all out to help the Zhang family, then the Yi family would not be able to escape. Just as the Yi clan was in distress, Yi Shuiqing, who had escaped, returned to the clan. After Yi Shuiqing was rescued by Ling Xiao, he was handed over to Wei Linlin. Wei Linlin immediately rushed to the exit of the Blood Devil territory with Yi Shuiqing and returned to Yi family city as fast as possible. However, the two of them rushed out of the Blood Devil territory half a month later than Ling Xiao and the others. This was because Ling Xiao and the others had flown over on the Blood-Winged Eagle. In other words, when Ling Xiao and the others were in Shatterhill City, the two of them were still hurrying through the Blood Devil territory. However, in the end, the two of them returned to Yi family city one step ahead of Ling Xiao and the others. This was because the two of them did not fly from Shatterhill City to Yi family city like Ling Xiao and the others did. Instead, they directly returned to Yi family city through the transmission array in Shatterhill City. Yi Lingchong's son and daughter were both in Yi Lingchong's study. Yi Lingchong was in his 50s, but he looked to be in his early 40s. He had a refined and extraordinary appearance, and his energy was restrained. Ordinary people would not be able to tell that his cultivation was already at the earthly sovereign realm. Yi Yinfeng was 27 years old and full of heroic spirit. His figure was like a mountain, and his aura was like a peak. He looked like an extremely brave and battle-hungry young man. Yi Shuiqing was dressed in light and elegant satin. Her body was exquisite, and her temperament was excellent. She was a rare beauty. "You two must leave Yi family city as soon as possible," Yi Lingchong said with his hands behind his back. His brows revealed deep worry. Yi Yinfeng refused. "Father, we don't need to be afraid of the Zhang family. At worst, we'll just break the net. It's good that things are so easily resolved. Now that they've brought up the Golden Fist sect, it's clear that they want to use their power to suppress us. We're not afraid of the Zhang family, but the Golden Fist sect is not so easy to deal with. If you two leave, we won't have to worry about anything. Moreover, with your talents, you two will definitely be able to shake the Yi family's reputation in the future. At that time, we'll seek justice for our Yi family," Yi Lingchong said. Yi Shuiqing gritted her teeth and said, "How about I marry into the Zhang family? That way, they won't have an excuse to threaten us." Seeing Yi Shuiqing's awkward expression, it was clear that she did not want to marry into the Zhang family. Yi Lingchong sighed, "Don't you understand? The Zhang family's target is our Yi family's spirit ascension art. Now that we've shed all pretense of cordiality, it doesn't matter whether you marry into the Zhang family or not." "Father, then let's flee," Yi Shuiqing said in fear. Although she was a mid-rank king rank expert, she didn't want all the members of her family to die here. "Impossible," how can the son of the Yi family run away without a fight? Yi Yinfeng shouted before Yi Lingchong could speak. Yi Lingchong looked at his son with satisfaction, then said faintly, yes, unless it's absolutely necessary, the Zhang family will not fight us to the death. But you two must leave. No, father, we will never leave. Yi Yinfeng and Yi Shuiqing replied in unison. Their eyes were filled with determination. Yi Lingchong shook his head and sighed heavily. He did not know how to persuade his children. As a father, how could he bear to let his children die at such an early age? At this moment, the guard's voice came from outside the door. Patriarch, the Zhang family's people are here again. Yi Lingchong's expression changed slightly, and then he said indifferently, it seems that they are already impatient. After saying that, he hurriedly walked out of the house. Yi Yinfeng and Yi Shuiqing looked at each other and immediately followed him out. In the main hall of the Yi clan, there were 3 lodgers, 1 young man and 2 old men. The young man's name was Zhang Ji, and he was Yi Shuiqing's designated fiancé. At the same time, he was also a proud disciple of the Golden Fist sect. The blue-robed old man was an elder of the Zhang family, with the strength of a mid-stage Earth Emperor. The other golden-robed old man was an elder of the Golden Fist sect, with the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor. Both of them had a dignified expression, but the eyes of the Golden Fist sect's elder were filled with contempt and arrogance. The 3 of them had come here to give the Yi family a final blow to get them to hand over the Spirit Ascension art. When Yi Lingchong walked out of the hall, Zhang Ji tactfully stood up and cupped his hands towards Yi Lingchong. Greetings, Uncle Yi. Yi Lingchong waved his hand and said, I am not worthy of being your uncle. If the 3 of you have come for my Yi family's Spirit Ascension art, then please leave. My Yi family will never hand it over. Yi Lingchong made it clear as soon as he opened his mouth. In any case, the Yi family had already prepared for the worst. Uncle Yi, why are you so insistent? In fact, it's not like we have to take the Spirit Ascension art. We just want to borrow it to take a look. After we finish, we will naturally return it to Uncle Yi. Zhang Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Zhang Ji's words were pleasant to hear. He only wanted to borrow it to take a look, but after this look, it was equivalent to the Yi family's Spirit Ascension art being spread out. Yi Lingchong slammed the table and said, Don't go too far. Patriarch Yi, why are you so angry? Our Zhang and Yi families have been friends for thousands of years. Why do you have to get angry over such a small matter? Our patriarch has said that as long as you are willing to borrow the Spirit Ascension art to take a look, our patriarch is willing to offer a red stare fragment in exchange, the Zhang family elder said faintly. You should give up on this idea. The Spirit Ascension art is a secret passed down in the Yi family. It has never been passed on to outsiders. Don't even think about getting it. Our Yi family will definitely not hand it over, Yi Lingchong said decisively. Father, why are you talking nonsense with them? I have already sent someone to inform the patriarch. If they don't leave, then they will all stay. Yi Yinfeng walked out from behind and said. Zhang Ji and the other 2 stood up emotionally. If the Yi family's patriarch really got angry and killed them, then they would have died unjustly. However, Yi Yinfeng's words were just to scare them. The Golden Fist sect elder quickly calmed down and said, This old man is Golden Fist sect's Fan Zheng. Does the Yi family really want to become enemies with our Golden Fist sect? The Golden Fist sect was the strongest 6th grade sect within 10,000 miles. Their name was not just for show. It was precisely because the Yi family knew that Zhang Ji had become a true disciple of the Golden Fist sect that they had no choice but to agree to the marriage. Now that the people of the Golden Fist sect had appeared in their Yi family, Yi Lingchong felt that there was no room for negotiation. Either hand over the Spirit Ascension art, or the Yi family would fight it out with them. Yi Lingchong's expression was ugly as he said, So it's an elder of the Golden Fist sect. I have been disrespectful. Fan Zheng coldly snorted and said, Stop pretending. Today, your Yi family must hand over the Spirit Ascension art. Otherwise, in less than 3 days, my Golden Fist sect's previous elder will personally come to ask for it. However, when that time comes, it won't be so easy to talk. When Yi Lingchong heard this, his body and mind trembled. He thought to himself, the Zhang family has already revealed their Yi family's secret to the Golden Fist sect. It seems that if I don't hand over the Spirit Ascension art, my Yi family will not be able to escape this calamity. Uncle Yi, I am now a true disciple of the sect. If you marry Shuiqing to me and then hand over the Spirit Ascension art, both our Zhang and Yi families will follow the sect's lead. In the future, our two families will still be kings in this land, and we can also extend the friendship between our two families for 1,000 years. This is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Zhang Ji smiled proudly from the side. Dream on. Even if I die, I won't marry a villain like you. Yi Shuiqing coldly snorted. In that case, martial uncle, let's go. They will regret it. Zhang Ji said resolutely and then called the other two to leave. It was at this time that Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Yi family. Chapter 532. Ling Xiao's group landed in Yi Clan's city, but they didn't stroll around. Instead, they asked for directions to the Yi clan. Thus, Ling Xiao's group walked for more than 2 hours before they finally arrived at the Yi clan's courtyard. Very few people in Yi Clan's city didn't know where the Yi clan was, because the Yi clan was the ruler and the landlord here. The Yi clan's courtyard wasn't located in the center of the city. Instead, it was located on the outskirts of the city. The courtyard occupied a large area, and from afar, it looked like a small village. Numerous pavilions stood tall and majestic. It was obvious that the Yi clan's influence in the Yi clan city was immense. Ling Xiao's group arrived at the Yi clan's courtyard. As expected of a large clan, occupying such a large area. Ling Xiao sighed. The Yi clan is comparable to a 7th-rank sect, of course they have a strong background. Poison Scorpion replied. On the way here, they had already learned about the Yi clan's basic situation. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yi Shuiqing and Wei Linlin to be from such a large clan. Of course, in the eyes of Ling Xiao's group, it was indeed a large clan. Compared to the central region, it was naturally only a slightly larger clan. There was still a huge gap between it and a true ancient clan. Solitary Eagle, take this token and ask around. Tell them you're looking for Miss Yi Shuiqing. Ling Xiao threw the token that Wei Linlin had given him to Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle accepted the token and immediately walked up to the gate. At this time, Zhang Ji and the other two happened to be rushing out of the Yi clan. Solitary Eagle thought that Zhang Ji and the other two were from the Yi clan, so he went up to them and asked, "May I ask?" Before he could finish his words, Zhang Ji pushed Lone Eagle away and said, "Where did this blind thing come from? How dare you block this young master's path?" Zhang Ji had just been rejected by Yi Lingchong in the Yi clan, so he was holding back his anger. Now that someone had come out to block his way, he thought it was a lackey from the Yi clan, so he used a lot of force in his attack. Solitary Eagle didn't expect to be punished for asking someone, and was pushed back a few steps by Zhang Ji. "Why are you like this?" Lone Eagle frowned. Although Lone Eagle was just a servant of Ling Xiao, he was once a freelance mercenary. His temper wasn't small, especially now that his strength had greatly increased. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Zhang Ji and the other two stopped in their tracks. They had just suffered a setback, and now there were actually nobodies jumping around in front of them. Could it be that the Yi clan really regarded them as nothing? Are you blind? I'm like this, and you think you can eat me? I'm still going to hit you. Young Master Zhang Ji's temper flared. He had not expected that a servant would dare to talk back to him. He had always been a high and mighty young master in the Zhang family. After arriving at the Golden Fist sect, he became a true disciple. His temper was getting worse and worse. After he shouted, he actually swung a slap at Lone Eagle. Solitary Eagle and Zhang Ji were both at the mid-stage of the king rank, so it was naturally impossible for them to be enveloped by Zhang Ji. He instantly took 2 steps back and frowned. "Don't blame me for being impolite if you attack again." Zhang Ji instantly became even more furious and immediately cursed. "Who do you think you are, you dog servant. How dare you talk back? You're courting death. After Zhang Ji shouted, his figure flashed and a golden light shot towards Lone Eagle's chest. Lone Eagle did not fight head-on with his opponent. Instead, he took a few more steps back and looked at Ling Xiao. He really wanted to fight back, but he had to know what his young master was thinking. While he was distracted, Zhang Ji sent another punch at him. Lone Eagle's reaction was still a bit slow, and his shoulder was hit. Zhang Ji did not let him off. He shouted and his fists glowed with dazzling golden light as he punched towards Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle was already prepared, so he naturally could not let Zhang Ji have his way. His wind attribute was constantly changing, and Zhang Ji was not able to gain any advantage. Zhang Ji was slightly surprised, but this did not make him feel defeated, because he had not used his full strength. Just as he was about to use his full strength, Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Lone Eagle, don't lose this young master's face. Lone Eagle's body trembled, and he released his aura. Zhang Ji revealed a look of disdain. Come, watch as this young master turns you into a pile of mud. Although Zhang Ji could see that his opponent was also at the mid-stage king stage, he was confident that he could defeat any opponent at the same level. With him as the center, an intense golden light bloomed, and a layer of golden armor covered his entire body, making him look extremely majestic. Lone Eagle took the initiative to attack first, and his palms turned into claws. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a terrifying eagle beast, and his claws were filled with a strong desire to kill. Eagle Track 9 Forms, a red rank wind attribute profound skill. This was a high rank profound skill that Ling Xiao had obtained from the heaven suppressing sect, and Ling Xiao had later given it to Lone Eagle. This Eagle Track 9 forms seemed to have been created for Lone Eagle, and he had already mastered the first 5 forms after cultivating for a period of time. A red rank profound skill was a very high rank profound skill, and even in the central region, it was extremely precious. Lone Eagle's cultivation of the Eagle Track 9 forms meant that his combat strength had greatly increased, and he also cultivated 2 attributes at the same time, so it didn't seem difficult for him to fight above his level. Lone Eagle and Zhang Ji began to fight in front of the Yi family's door. Lone Eagle was like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, sometimes up and sometimes down, sometimes left and sometimes right, and his pair of claws carried a sharp killing intent. Zhang Ji was also not an ordinary person, and his fist technique was only slightly inferior to Lone Eagle's. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not lose for a while. The Zhang family elder frowned and said to Fan Seng, "Elder Fan, Zhang Ji might not be able to defeat him." Fan Seng nodded and said, "The opponent's claw technique is very powerful, but it doesn't look like he's from the Yi family. I've never heard of anyone from the Yi family who knows claw techniques. Could it be that the Yi family invited a helper?" The Zhang family elder guessed. Fan Seng's expression was somewhat arrogant as he said, "It's useless here, my senior brother has already arrived. In 3 days, the Yi family will hand over the spirit ascension technique, otherwise, At this time, the Yi family had already been alerted. How could they not notice that a battle had broken out in front of their own home? Who dares to cause trouble in the Yi family? A loud shout rang out. Yi Yunfeng, with a long spear in hand, instantly appeared in front of Lone Eagle and Zhang Ji. Lone Eagle's figure flashed strangely, and he dodged Yi Yunfeng's attack. Zhang Ji was not slow either, and his body quickly bounced to the other side. However, Lone Eagle did not stop because of this. Instead, he increased his speed to the maximum, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zhang Ji, and his claws landed on his shoulders. Zhang Ji did not expect Lone Eagle to attack again, and was caught off guard. Lone Eagle ruthlessly scratched his shoulder, and 2 long scratches appeared on both of his shoulders, causing him to retreat in pain. "How dare you injure someone from the Zhang family? You're simply courting death." The Zhang family elder saw that Zhang Ji was injured, and immediately became furious. He ignored the Yi family elder's presence and leaped forward, directly slapping Lone Eagle. At this time, a royal stage elder beside Yi Lingchong wanted to stop the Zhang family elder, but he was stopped by Yi Lingchong. "Let's wait and see," Yi Lingchong said indifferently. However, Yi Lingchong did not notice that his daughter was covering her mouth in shock. Lone Eagle might have the strength to fight a high-level king, but he had no chance against an Earth sovereign. He could only retreat with all his might. However, the speed of an Earth sovereign was not something a mid-level king could compare to. In the blink of an eye, the Zhang family elder appeared above Lone Eagle's head, and a golden palm quietly smashed down on him. Just as Lone Eagle was about to be injured by the Zhang family elder, a black-green light quickly attacked the Zhang family elder from behind. If the Zhang family elder wanted to injure Lone Eagle, then he would have to take the sneak attack from behind. However, the Zhang family elder clearly did not want to suffer such a loss. He withdrew his palm and quickly fled into the sky. Who ambushed this emperor? The Zhang family elder lowered his head and shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. Poison Scorpion quietly stood up and said, "This emperor ambushed you. If you have the guts, then let's have a little fun." The Zhang family elder glanced at Poison Scorpion and realized that he could not see through the other party's cultivation, but he could clearly feel that the other party's aura was stronger than his. Who exactly are you? The Zhang family elder did not dare to act rashly, but he was puzzled in his heart. Could it really be a helper invited by the Yi family? We have to get to the bottom of this. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Poison Scorpion said forcefully. He had no choice but to be forceful. He had followed a powerful young master, and as a servant, he had no choice but to work hard to avoid being looked down upon by the young master. I am the Golden Fist Sect's Fan Seng. May I know where you are from? Fan Seng stood up and shouted. He could see that Poison Scorpion's cultivation was at the peak of the Earth's sovereign realm, which was even stronger than him. Moreover, the other group of people were all quite strong, so he naturally did not want to provoke them at this time. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer, so he brought up his sect's name, hoping that the other party would retreat. After all, their Golden Fist sect was also a large sect in the southwest. Poison Scorpion was stunned for a moment, then he returned to Ling Zhao's side and bowed. Young master, they are from the Zhang family and the Golden Fist sect. Zhang family? Isn't this the Yi family? And what rank is the Golden Fist sect? Rank 10 or rank 9? Ling Xiao asked a few questions in a row, looking very puzzled, as if he really did not know what kind of power the Zhang family and the Golden Fist sect were. Poison Scorpion understood Ling Zhao's meaning and asked the Zhang family elder and the people from the Golden Fist sect, "Did you hear what my young master said? We don't know what the Zhang family or the Golden Fist sect are. Please explain." This time, other than Ling Xiao and the others, everyone could hear the disdain and provocation in Ling Zhao's words. Yi Lingchong, on the other hand, was puzzled. Just who are these people? They don't even put the Golden Fist sect in their eyes? In this area, it was rare to not know of the existence of the Golden Fist sect. Fan Seng naturally did not believe that Ling Xiao and the others did not know of the existence of the Golden Fist sect. All right. If you have the guts, then leave your names. In the future, my Golden Fist sect will definitely treat you well. Fan Seng clenched his fists and said angrily. Savage Leopard, you tell him. Ling Xiao picked his ears and said indifferently. Fan Seng looked at the young man's disdainful actions and became even angrier. My young master is called Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard said faintly. At the same time, a black palm print slapped Fan Seng's face without any warning. Pow! Chapter 533. Pow! The heavy slap sent Fan Seng crashing into the ground. Fan Seng's body even smashed into the ground, forming a small pit. Apart from Ling Xiao and the others, everyone else was dumbfounded. A high-level Earth Emperor was slapped down just like that. Even a blind person could guess what kind of strength Savage Leopard had. Zhang Ji and the Zhang clan elder were all shocked. How could they have thought that they would provoke such an enemy for no reason? Zhang Ji was afraid. If that slap landed on his face, he was afraid that his head would be gone. Seventh uncle, what should we do? Zhang Ji retreated to the Zhang clan elder and asked timidly. You ask me, but who should I ask? The Zhang clan elder said snappily, but in his heart, he was cursing Zhang Ji 100 times. After all, this matter was caused by Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji's face was pale, and his heart was extremely afraid. The three of them coming to the Yi clan was not afraid that the Yi clan would kill them because the Yi clan knew the strength of the Zhang clan and the Golden Fist sect. However, the person in front of them did not seem to care about the Zhang clan and the Golden Fist sect. If the other party were to kill them in a rage, then they would have no place to complain. Fan Xing crawled out of the pit. His face was distorted from the slap, and a lot of teeth had fallen out of his mouth. Blood was constantly oozing out, and he looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Good, good, Ling Xiao, I will remember you. Fan Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted a few times. His eyes were filled with resentment, and then he flew and disappeared in front of the Yi clan's gate. Zhang Ji, let's go. The Zhang clan elder grabbed Zhang Ji's hand and hurriedly followed Fan Xing's figure. Young master, are you going to let them go just like that? Savage Leopard asked from the side. Clowns, let them go. We can't kill people so easily. That will make us look like evil people. You should know that this young master is a kind person. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the people around Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Yi Lingchong and the Yi family quickly walked over and greeted Ling Xiao. I am Yi Lingchong from the Yi family. May I know who this young master is? Before Ling Xiao could speak, a clear and melodious voice rang out, followed by the shadow of a whip sweeping towards Ling Xiao. Pervert, I'll kill you today. The people of the Yi family did not expect that their young miss would dare to make a move against this unfathomable young master. Everyone wanted to stop her, but it was too late. However, before her whip shadow could reach Ling Xiao, the Hong Fu in Kai Shui's hand swept it aside. Sister Shui Qing, if you continue to cause trouble like this, then we will no longer treat you as a sister, Kai Shui said seriously. Ling Xiao was the man that Kai Shui loved the most in her life. No matter what kind of person Ling Xiao was, she would follow Ling Xiao unswervingly. Ling Xiao had seen her body in order to save Yi Shui Qing, and later Ling Xiao had saved her life. In any case, Ling Xiao should be regarded as Yi Shui Qing's benefactor. Now that she had insulted Ling Xiao in public, Kai Shui was also annoyed. Yi Shui Qing was stunned for a moment. She looked at Kai Shui with a little stage fright and said, Sister I'm sorry. Yi Shui Qing compromised because she also knew that this matter could not be blamed on Ling Xiao. Just now, she was just angry and wanted to vent her anger. Her pure and clean body had not been seen by others, but Ling Xiao not only saw it, but also hugged and touched it. If this matter were to spread, how would she face others? She could only hope that the damned pervert would not publicize this matter. Well, it's good that you know you were wrong. He did this to save you, Kai Shui replied in a slow tone. At this time, Yi Lingchong wanted to interrupt, but his son Yi Yunfeng heard some clues from his sister's words. Sister, did he bully you? Yi Yunfeng shouted at Ling Xiao with a long spear in his hand. Impudent. How can you treat a guest like this? Go back. Yi Lingchong slapped his son's spear aside and shouted. The scene of Fan Xing being slapped was still vivid in Yi Lingchong's mind. Although their Yi family also had an Empyrean, now was the time when they needed help. The other party even dared to offend the Golden Fist sect. Perhaps they could help their Yi family through this calamity. Yi Yunfeng said unwillingly, Father, he must have bullied my sister. I want to vent my anger for her. Yunfeng, didn't you see your sister talking to them? If they bullied your sister, would she be so good to them? Yi Lingchong said with a look of disappointment. Yi Yunfeng's cultivation of Tenbin was very high, but his wisdom was somewhat lacking and he was easily impulsive. Yi Lingchong no longer paid attention to his son and went to greet Ling Xiao. He said very enthusiastically, This must be young Master Ling Xiao. I am the head of the Yi family, Yi Lingchong. I heard my family's consecrator, Elder Wei, mention you. My daughter is still thanks to young Master Ling for saving her twice. When Wei Linlin brought Yi Shuiqing back to Yi family city, he reported the journey to Yi Lingchong. When Cruel Leopard called out Ling Zhao's name, Yi Lingchong knew that Ling Zhao's group was the people Wei Linlin mentioned. However, Wei Linlin only said that Ling Zhao's group was strong and had a high-level Earth Emperor. However, it seemed that Wei Linya's knowledge was not comprehensive. Not only was there a high-level Earth Emperor, but there was also a Empyrean. Yi family head is too polite. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time, Ling Xiao responded politely. Subsequently, Yi Lingchong warmly welcomed Ling Xiao and others into the family courtyard. At this time, Yi Shuiqing came to her brother and said, "Big brother, what do you think of these sisters?" In fact, Yi Shuiqing didn't need to say it. Yi Yinfeng had already noticed the existence of Kai Xiayue and the other women. Although they covered most of their faces with a light veil, their charming figures, as well as their different temperaments of elegance, still attracted the eyes of any man. Yi Yinfeng pretended not to notice and said, "You mean them?" "Yes, these sisters are as beautiful as fairies. Even I am jealous. If brother can make them my sister-in-law, I will definitely be happy," Yi Shuiqing encouraged in a low voice. For some reason, Yi Shuiqing didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao from the beginning. She felt that he was a ruthless, indifferent, lustful, and despicable man. Kai Xiayue and the other women were all stunning women. She felt that Ling Xiao was not worthy of Kai Xiayue and the other women, so she hoped that her brother could keep Kai Xiayue and the other women. It had to be said that Yi Shuiqing's idea was very evil. If Ling Xiao knew what Yi Shuiqing was thinking, he would probably regret saving such a woman. After arriving at the Yi family hall, Wei Linlin also rushed over. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon," Wei Linlin said with a smile from afar. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "I have something to ask of you, so I came to trouble you. I hope I didn't disturb your family." "How could that be?" "Little brother, what do you need?" "My Yi family head is here. As long as we can help, we will do our best to help," Wei Linya said. Yi Lingchong also replied, "That's right, if young Master Ling has something to say, just say it." This time, Yi Lingchong was very happy. They were most afraid that Ling Xiao and the others were just passing by. That way, the Yi family would have no reason to ask them for help. Now that Ling Xiao had something to ask of them, would Ling Xiao and the others just sit back and do nothing if the Yi family was in trouble? This was obviously not possible, right? Ling Xiao said, "If that's the case, then I'll be straightforward. I want to ask your family if you know where the 5th grade sect, the Blackwater sect, is. So it's this small matter. I can let the patriarch look through the ancient books. He should be able to find information about the Blackwater sect, and then we will know where it is," Wei Linya replied. When he was in the Blood Demon realm, he had heard Ling Xiao ask about this matter. He had also promised Ling Xiao to help him find information about the Blackwater sect. Blackwater sect? It sounds a little familiar, Yi Lingchong said doubtfully. "Have you heard of it, Patriarchy?" Ling Xiao asked happily. Yi Lingchong shook his head and said, "I think I've heard of it somewhere, but I can't remember right now. Let's look through the ancient books." Ling Xiao revealed a disappointed expression, then nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Just as Yi Lingchong was about to instruct Wei Linlin to enter the Yi family scripture pavilion to search for information about the Blackwater sect, a stooped old woman walked out from the back of the hall. "Why are you looking for the Blackwater sect?" the old woman asked in a hoarse voice. Ling Xiao looked at the old woman and found that she looked like an ordinary old granny. However, with Ling Zhao's current spiritual force, he could see that this old woman was not ordinary. He could conclude that this old woman was at least at the Sky's sovereign level. When the Yi family saw the old woman, they stood up and bowed to her. "Greetings, great-grandmother." Yi Shuiqing immediately greeted her with a smile. "Great-grandmother, why did you come out?" "Huh, how can an old man like me not come out when there's an esteemed guest?" The old woman looked kindly at Yi Shuiqing, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked again, "Why are you looking for the Blackwater sect?" Ling Xiao stood up in excitement. From her tone, he could tell that this old woman definitely knew about the Blackwater sect's existence. A good friend of mine was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Blackwater sect, so I want to go find her. However, I don't know where the Blackwater sect is. Please tell me, Granny. Ling Xiao will be very grateful, Ling Xiao explained. When the old woman heard Ling Xiao's words, her eyes flashed with a strange light, then she said indifferently, "Your friend is a woman?" Ling Xiao immediately nodded and said, "Yes." When Yi Shuiqing heard Ling Xiao's answer, he despised him in his heart. What a perverted thief. Does your friend have a water attribute constitution? Yes. Then you don't need to find her. The old woman waved her hand. Ling Xiao cried out involuntarily, "Why?" The old woman glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Because your friend might already be dead." What? Ling Xiao exclaimed, then he hurriedly asked, "Granny, can you explain it more clearly?" If I'm not wrong, your friend should have a rare pure water attribute constitution. Otherwise, the Blackwater sect's demon wouldn't have accepted her as a disciple, the old woman said indifferently. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't wrap his head around it. This was because the old woman was right. Did something really happen to Yunqi? Chapter 534. Back then, it was Ling Xiao who had agreed to Yun Mingqi becoming a disciple of Venerable Yin of the Roaring Water sect. He had originally thought that he would come to the central region in the future to develop, so it would be good to let Yun Mingqi come here first to understand the central region. Moreover, at that time, Venerable Yin was a high-level Empyrean, a peak existence in the northwest. Venerable Yin had also told Ling Xiao that they were from a 5th-grade sect, so Ling Xiao was at ease to let Yun Mingqi become his disciple. But now that he heard the words of the Yi family's great-grandmother, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. "Old Granny, why are you so sure?" Ling Xiao asked as he clenched his fists. Before he could figure out the truth of the matter, Ling Xiao would not believe that Yun Mingqi was really dead. Because the Roaring Water sect is a very evil sect. They all cultivate some evil techniques, such as absorbing the qi of a baby or absorbing the pure yin energy of a woman. They all use these despicable and insidious methods to improve their own strength. Since your friend was able to catch the eye of the Roaring Water sect's monster, her physique must be extremely outstanding. Your friend must have a very slim chance of survival, the old woman said faintly. After listening to the old woman's words, Ling Xiao's expression became incomparably pale, and he directly sat down powerlessly. He never would have thought that Venerable Yin would be such a sinister and vicious woman. Even more so, he never would have thought that he would let Yun Mingqi become her disciple. Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, tightly held on to Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Perhaps big sister Mingqi is blessed by the heavens and won't die so easily." At this time, the old woman asked, "When was your friend taken in by the Roaring Water sect's monster? How strong was she at that time? Tell me, maybe she didn't die so quickly." Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "About 2 years ago. At that time, she was at the middle stage of the king stage." "Then it seems that there is still a chance," the old woman said lightly. Ling Xiao instantly became excited again. He looked at the old woman and said, "Granny, please speak frankly. Since your friend is of the pure water attribute, then the other party will definitely raise her strength to the high-level Earth Emperor. Only then will she die," the old woman said. She paused for a moment before continuing. "If a pure water attribute mid-level king wants to reach the high-level Earth Emperor, then she will be able to do so in less than 10 years. Based on this situation, she might still have a few more years to live." "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao asked again. Ling Xiao was very anxious when he heard the old woman's words, because she had only said half of it, and not once did she directly talk about sex, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "If I'm not wrong, that old monster from the Dark Water sect wants to use your friend's pure yin body to break through the bottleneck of the exalt rank and become an emperor rank expert." The old woman's eyes blossomed with a fierce light. "He broke through to the emperor rank." Everyone exclaimed. If the king stage was a deep threshold on the road to strength, then the emperor rank was a heavenly stepping stone to eternal life. Anyone who broke through to the emperor rank would have their life will change, and living for thousands or even tens of thousands of years wouldn't be a problem. Eternal life was something that all martial artists yearned for, but it was also out of reach. There were hundreds of billions of martial artists on the continent, but those who could break through to the emperor rank were very few. It was not easy for anyone to reach the exalt rank, and it was even more difficult to break through to the emperor rank. Without a strong tenbin and comprehension, it was almost impossible to reach that step. However, the Dark Water sect had a way to reach that step. According to the old woman, Venerable Een had taken Yunmingshi away because she wanted to use her as a cauldron. She wanted her to first cultivate to the high-level Earth Emperor rank, then absorb all the spiritual energy in her dantian and turn it into her own. That way, she could break through to the Emperor rank in one go. How could she reach the Emperor rank in this way? The prerequisite was that Venerable Een had to be at the peak of the heavenly Venerable rank, and her cultivation physique was the same as the cauldron's physique. The cauldron's physique had to be of the pure water attribute, which was 1 in 10,000. The pure water attribute could also be called the pure Een physique. As long as Yunmingshi reached the high-level Earth Emperor rank and her strength was considerable, Venerable Een could absorb her dantian. Not only would she become a pure Een physique, but she could also use this opportunity to break through to the Emperor rank. 2 years ago, Yunmingshi was at the mid-level King rank. The old woman guessed that with Yunmingshi's physique, it would take her 10 years to reach the high-level Earth Emperor rank. Therefore, she felt that Yunmingshi should still be alive. As for why she said that Yunmingshi might be dead, it was just to scare Ling Xiao. This was because she wanted to see how nervous Ling Xiao was. Now that she had taken a roundabout route to explain, her purpose was to make Ling Xiao owe the Yi family a favor. It had to be said that the Yi family's grandmother's thoughts were more brilliant than anyone present. Even if Ling Xiao was smart for a moment, he was too anxious about Yunmingshi and had unknowingly fallen into the old woman's trap. After listening to the old woman's explanation, Ling Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, fortunately, there's still hope. Oh right, old granny, since you know about the Dark Water sect, then you should know where they are, right? Feng Xianyun asked. The old woman kept him in suspense. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Old granny, please help us no matter what. Ling Xiao asked anxiously. An evil sect like the Dark Water sect is something that everyone has the right to punish. I really don't know where they are. I only know that they often appear in the North Water boundary, the old woman said. North Water boundary. Ling Xiao immediately memorized the name of the area. A trace of doubt flashed across the savage leopard's face. It seemed that he also knew that place. Many thanks for telling me all of this, old granny. Then Ling Xiao won't bother you any longer. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands. Right now, he couldn't wait to rush to the North Water boundary and save Yunmingshi. He didn't want to waste even a moment here. At this time, Yi Ling Chong was anxious and immediately gave Wei Linlin a look. However, before Wei Linlin could speak, the old woman spoke again. Do you know where the North Water boundary is? Your friend won't be in danger for a while. On the contrary, that old monster will definitely protect her and won't let her suffer any harm. So you don't need to worry. Stay here and rest for a few days. Let our Yi family do our duty as a host. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then I'll have to trouble you. The old woman's words were correct. He really didn't know how to get to the North Water boundary, so he decided to stay and understand the situation first. Dark Water sect, just you wait. This young master will definitely let you know the consequences of deceiving this young master, Ling Xiao said to himself. Ling Xiao and the others temporarily settled down in the Yi family's residence. Yi Ling Chong was overjoyed. Right now, the Yi family was in danger. With the addition of Ling Xiao and the others, it was equivalent to having an Empyrean. Even the Zhang family and the Golden Fist sect wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others settled down, Yi Shuiqing pulled away the women beside Ling Xiao. Young master, I know where the North Water boundary is, the savage leopard said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately asked, hurry up and tell me." Thus, the savage leopard simply told him the approximate location of the North Water boundary. It turned out that the North Water boundary was still very far away from the current southwest boundary. If they chose to fly over, they might not even be able to reach it in 10 years. Even if they used a transmission formation, it would take them at least half a year to reach it. "It seems that we need to leave as soon as possible." Ling Xiao felt that time was pressing even more. "Young master, don't worry. Young madam is indeed as that old woman said. She should be safe for the time being," the savage leopard comforted. "Could it be that you know something?" Ling Xiao was surprised. The savage leopard faintly said, "If I'm not wrong, the Blackwater sect should be a sect founded 5,000 years ago. It has a bit of a relationship with the Black Demon sect that I founded." "What, you founded the Black Demon sect?" Ling Xiao was shocked. The savage leopard nodded. "Back then, I was at the peak of the emperor stage and sat on a vast territory. I was the demon emperor who was below 1 and above 10,000 people. But at that time, the Black Demon sect was only a third-grade sect. If it wasn't for that traitor, forget it. Let's talk about the Blackwater sect now. It should be considered a branch of the Black Demon sect. It's just that the Blackwater sect was too weak at that time, so I didn't take it seriously. Just now, when I heard that old woman talking about the Blackwater sect's cultivation method, I remembered." "Humph, you really taught a good subordinate," Ling Xiao said snappily. He didn't expect the Blackwater sect to have a relationship with the savage leopard. "Don't worry, young master. I will definitely find a way to rescue the young madam. But, with my current strength, it might not be enough," the savage leopard said. Ling Xiao raised his eyes. "You can take the soul replenishing pill now. It should be enough for you to break through to the middle stage. This old servant knows, but I'm afraid that there are emperor stage powerhouses in the Blackwater sect. Even if you reach the middle stage, it doesn't seem to be enough," the savage leopard explained. This time, Ling Xiao was in a dilemma. If there really was an emperor stage powerhouse in the Blackwater sect, what could he use to fight with them? Unless he summoned the flaming tiger. However, this was his trump card. He would never use this move until the last moment. Then he would have to raise the blue flood dragon to the 7th rank or let the savage leopard recover his cultivation as soon as possible. Although the savage leopard had displayed enough loyalty, Ling Xiao didn't want to return the other half of his soul to him right now. He had to observe it for a while longer. "Go break through first. I'll have a way then." Ling Xiao waved his hand. The savage leopard didn't say anything else and left Ling Xiao's house. The savage leopard had long since reached the peak of the low-stage Empyrean realm. He only lacked soul force. Once his soul force was replenished, he could smoothly break through. Previously, Ling Xiao had given him 2 soul-replenishing pills, but he hadn't taken them yet. Now was the time to use them to break through. After the savage leopard left, Ling Xiao sank into deep thought. In order to deal with the Blackwater sect, besides borrowing the strength of others, he also had to make a breakthrough. The other side was a 5th-rank sect. It was easy to imagine how terrifying their strength was. The Devil Emperor flower appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. This was a high-rank spirit flower that could allow someone to directly enter the Emperor realm. He hesitated for a moment before putting it away again. "Munchi, just you wait. I'll save you soon," Ling Xiao said resolutely in his heart. At this time, Ling Xiao didn't know that before he went to save Yun Mingqi, the Yi family had welcomed a new crisis. Chapter 535. The Zhang family was a neighboring city to the Yi family. It would only take a day to arrive on a flying spirit beast. The Zhang family had the same status as the Yi family in the Yi family. In the Zhang family's cabinet, the 7th elder who went to the Yi family with Zhang Ji and Fan Seng were there. In addition to the 2 of them, there were also a few other elders of the Zhang family. "We must destroy the Yi family and those foreign bastards," Fan Seng said fiercely. His face was wrapped into a tan, which made him look very funny. The Zhang family's Zhang Anming said, "That's for sure, but when will the venerable arrive?" Ask Zhang Ji. Fan Xing didn't want to talk much, so he let Zhang Ji answer on his behalf. Zhang Ji said, "Father, my master will arrive in a day or two." That's good. The Yi family has 2 venerables, and our Zhang family also has 2 venerables. As long as your master arrives, the Yi family will not be a threat, Zhang Anming said with a smile. He had wanted the Yi family's spirit ascension art for a long time. 20 years ago, if not for the crystal mine incident, he might not have fallen out with the Yi family. He would have made the Yi family obediently marry Yi Shuiqing to his son, Zhang Ji, and then let his son think of a way to get the spirit ascension art. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Because of the crystal mine, the 2 families broke off. He didn't expect to be married to the Yi family. However, his son was favored by the Golden Fist sect's elder and became a disciple of the Golden Fist sect. In the end, he even stood out and became a true disciple of the Golden Fist sect. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Anming shamelessly proposed marriage to the Yi clan. He even brought up the Golden Fist sect to threaten the Yi clan into submission. But Zhang Ming didn't expect the Yi family to play this trick. Without an excuse, Zhang Ming could only use force. The Zhang family and the Yi family were equal in strength, but if they really fought, they might not be the Yi family's match. Who told the Yi family to have the spirit ascension art? If the Yi family's 2 venerables used the spirit ascension art at the same time to increase their strength by 3 times, then the Zhang family's ancestor might not be a match. Therefore, the Zhang family could only tell the secret of the Yi family's spirit ascension art to Zhang Ji's master, 10,000 Fists. Myriad Fist Connection was not the name of Zhang Ji's master, but the name that his master had made in recent years. His master's name was Jin Wan, and he was one of the few venerable almighties in the Golden Fist sect. If the Yi clan only has 2 venerables, then perhaps there's nothing to fear. However, the Yi clan seems to have reinforcements. This trip doesn't look optimistic. The 7th elder of the Zhang clan sighed. At this point, Elder Fan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he said, "I must kill them all." In recent years, few people dared to provoke the Golden Fist sect in the southwest. Fan Zheng had not suffered such a loss for many years. He hated Ling Xiao and the others to the bone. Don't worry. This time, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, besides my senior brother Jin Wan, senior brother Ten Guang has also come. They are both mid-level celestial venerables, so taking down the Yi family won't be a problem, said Fan Xing as he endured the pain. The spirit ascension technique was a rare secret technique that could increase one's combat strength. Even though the Golden Fist sect was a 6th-grade sect with a rich heritage, they did not have this kind of secret technique that could increase one's combat strength by 3 times. Therefore, when Fan Xing brought this news to Jin Wan felt that this operation could not fail, so he decided to bring one more person to snatch the spirit ascension technique. The other people from the Golden Fist sect did not know this news. Of course, the fewer people who knew about this secret technique, the better. When the Zhang family heard Fan Xing's words, they were immediately overjoyed. Zhang Anming said, "With 2 venerables coming, the Yi family will definitely not be able to escape. At that time, the spirit ascension technique will be ours. Father, when the time comes, don't hurt Yi Shuiqing. I still want her to be my woman," said Zhang Ji from the side. Don't worry, the Yi family will also belong to our Zhang family in the future. Of course, Yi Shuiqing won't be able to escape, said Zhang Anming very happily. In his eyes, the Yi family was definitely going to be destroyed, and everything in the Yi family would be decided by them. Although the 2 families had 1,000 years of friendship, it had long since changed with the passage of time. Moreover, Zhang Anming had always been very unhappy about the matter of Jing Kuang 20 years ago. His old feelings for the Yi family had long since disappeared. In the Yi family's courtyard in Yi family city, Yi Shuiqing was enthusiastically introducing her big brother, Yi Yunfeng, to Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, and Wei Dai. She kept talking to the girls about how good her big brother was, praising her big brother as a peerless man that could only be found in the heavens and could not be found on earth. At first, the girls only thought that Yi Shuiqing was just showing off. However, the more they listened to Yi Shuiqing's words, the more they felt like she was a matchmaker, and the more they felt uncomfortable. Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, also did not expect these girls to be so beautiful after taking off their veils. Each of them was like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own fragrance, causing his eyes to stare blankly. Yi Yunfeng secretly praised in his heart, "What a good girl." She actually introduced so many peerless beauties to him, and even let him take all of them by himself. It's really a lot of pressure. Everyone loved beauty. After Yi Yunfeng saw these girls, he made up his mind to keep one or two of them as his wives no matter what. He felt that it was too unrealistic to keep all of them. The reason why he dared to think this way was because his sister had told him that Ling Xiao was a heartless man, and the girls in front of him seemed to have a complicated relationship with Ling Xiao. However, his sister had guaranteed that these girls were only Ling Xiao's companions, which made Yi Yunfeng dare to pursue them boldly. Among these beauties, Yi Yunfeng was most fond of Bai Yuxi and Ji Beixin. Both of them had a delicate and refined temperament, which made any man have the urge to protect them. They were Yi Yunfeng's favorite type. Of course, it was not to say that Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue, and Wei Dai were not beautiful. It was just that their temperament was not something that Yi Yunfeng could control. Although Feng Xianyun was about the same age as Bai Yuxi and Ji Huanxin, she had given birth to a child, and her mature and charming charm was not something that the two of them possessed. At the same time, she was a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and she had no interest in men other than Ling Xiao. Therefore, Yi Yunfeng was too embarrassed to ask for a snub. There was no need to mention Kai Xiayue, who was once an Azura woman. Her maturity was even more obvious than Feng Xianyun, but her fierce and murderous aura was daunting. Most importantly, before Yi Yunfeng could open his mouth, she had already declared that Ling Xiao was her husband, and she had already blocked Yi Yunfeng's mouth. There was no need to mention Wei Dai. She looked passionate and charming on the surface, but when she was serious, she was harder to deal with than anyone else. When Yi Yunfeng tried to talk to her, she loudly said, "I am only interested in my younger brother," and Yi Yunfeng had no choice but to leave immediately. Yi Shuiqing also saw some signs. Since her brother liked Ji Beixin and Bai Yuxi, she would do her best to get them together. Yi Shuiqing wanted to make Ling Xiao regret offending her. He had actually seen her body, so she would make him pay for it with his women. "Big sister Xian, big sister Yuxi, let my brother take you around the city. Our Yi family city is also a famous city nearby, so you will definitely have fun." Yi Shuiqing pushed Ji Beixin and Bai Yuxi in front of her brother. Feng Xianyun wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Kai Xiayue. "Little sister Yun, let's not care about this anymore. If they don't even have this little self-control, they are not worthy of being our sisters," Kai Xiayue transmitted to Feng Xianyun. Feng Xianyun nodded, understanding what Kai Xiayue meant. Wei Dai ignored everyone and returned to her room to rest. Yi Yunfeng said to Ji Beixin and Bai Yuxi with a confident smile, "Can you two beauties do me the favor and let me take you out for a walk? I will definitely make you feel that this trip was not in vain." It had to be said that Yi Yunfeng's smile on his handsome face was very charming. Coupled with his slender and strong figure, he was indeed the type of handsome man who could easily captivate women. Yi Shuiqing secretly gave Yi Yunfeng a thumbs up to express his support. Bai Yuxi was the first to speak. She said with an embarrassed expression, "I can't go with you. I still have to serve young master and the two big sisters." Bai Yuxi's personality was easygoing and weak, but she was not a stupid woman. Of course, she could see some clues. No one could understand her feelings for Ling Xiao. Her entire being belonged to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted her to die, she would not even frown and would carry it out. It was absolutely impossible for her to go on a date with another man behind the young master's back. As for Ji Beixin, she had spent the first 17 years in a wheelchair. In those 17 years, she had not come into contact with any other man other than her grandfather, and now that Ling Xiao was her only man, her loyalty to her feelings was also something that others could not understand. Her personality was similar to Bayushi's. She was very kind, very delicate, and also not good at lying. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't go out with you," Ji Beixin said a little embarrassedly. She did not interact much with people, so she was not good at refusing, but in her heart, it was indeed impossible for her to go out with Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng felt very uncomfortable when he heard the two women's words. No matter what, he was still the young master of the Yi family. In Yi family city, who knew how many women wanted to break through the doorstep to propose to him, but they were all rejected by him. Now that he faced a few beautiful women, he was unable to catch a single one of them. How could he be willing to accept this? "Sister Yushi, why don't you come to my Yi family? How much your young master is paying you?" "I will pay you double, no, triple." Yi Yunfeng tried to move Bayushi. Bayushi shook her head and said firmly, "No, I am willing to follow my young master. No matter how much you pay me, I will not leave my young master unless I die." Yi Yunfeng's heart clenched, and he felt even more uncomfortable. He really did not understand what was so good about Ling Xiao, to be able to find such a stubborn maid. He then turned his attention to Ji Beixin and said unwillingly, "Miss Xian, can you give me a reason not to go with me? Am I, Yi Yunfeng, so annoying?" Ji Beixin waved her hand and said, "Young Master Yi, you are thinking too much. Other than laughing, I will not be alone with any man, please forgive me." Yi Yunfeng was on the verge of collapse. What a few beautiful women were all dead set on Ling Xiao, he was not willing. "Ling Xiao, I want to duel with you." Yi Yunfeng roared towards the sky. Chapter 536. Yi Yunfeng had been a proud son of heaven since he was young. His cultivation level was very high in Tenbin, and he was one of the top talents in the nearby cities. There had been at least 800 people who had come to the Yi family to propose marriage. However, he had focused on martial arts and had no thoughts of getting married, so he had been single until now. Now that his sister had introduced him to a few outstanding beauties, he was dazzled. He had thought that with his reputation as the young master of the Yi family and his handsome appearance, he could not say that he could capture the hearts of all the women, but it would not be a problem to keep one or two of them. Unfortunately, although his thoughts were good, reality was cruel. How could he have thought that these beauties would reject him without even thinking about it? He could not help but roar. He wanted to duel with Ling Xiao. He must let them know how powerful he was and let them understand that he was worthy of them. Yi Shuiqing, who was at the side, pulled her brother back and said, "Brother, don't be rash." Yi Shuiqing had seen Ling Xiao fight before. Back then, Ling Xiao had killed Green Snake with a single sword strike. That scene was still fresh in her mind. And she felt that Ling Xiao was a ruthless person. If her brother angered Ling Xiao, it would be troublesome. Although her brother's strength was comparable to Ling Xiao, she did not want her brother to take this risk. "Sister, what are you afraid of? With your brother's strength, do you think he can't win against that hedonistic young master?" Yi Yunfeng shook off his sister's hand and said. At this time, many people from the Yi family ran out. Yi Lingchong also rushed in front of his son and said angrily, "Are you crazy? Young Master Ling is our Yi family's distinguished guest. How can you challenge him? Get back to your room." Although Yi Lingchong did not know why his son wanted to challenge Ling Xiao, this was a crucial period. He did not want to have any unhappiness with Ling Xiao. "No, I must challenge Ling Xiao today," Yi Yunfeng said firmly. "Why do you want to challenge my young master?" Bai Yushi, who had not left yet, glared at Yi Yunfeng angrily. Ji Bihin's expression also became unfriendly. Yi Shuiqing quickly comforted them, "My big brother is a little impulsive, don't be angry, sisters. Sister Shuiqing, we treat you as a friend, but if you dare to be disrespectful to young master, we can't even be friends anymore." Bai Yushi's temperament was weak, but when it came to Ling Xiao, she would firmly stand on Ling Xiao's side. Ji Beixin also nodded and said, "That's right, whoever dares to laugh badly is our enemy." At this time, Ling Xiao and the others walked out from the side room. You want to duel with me? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng with displeasure. He really didn't understand why these two siblings of the Yi clan couldn't get along with him. Could it be that they thought they could eat him up just because they came to the Yi clan's territory? That's right, I want to duel with you, Yi Yunfeng replied. Yi Lingchong pulled his son behind him and then said to Ling Xiao with a smile, Young Master Ling misunderstood, my son is just joking. Father, I'm serious. He doesn't deserve these beautiful ladies. I want to duel with him. I want to prove that I'm stronger than him, that I'm worthy of these beautiful ladies, Yi Yunfeng said firmly. Hearing this, Ling Zhao's face darkened. Yi Shuiqing had already sensed Ling Zhao's displeasure and immediately cursed in his heart, oh no. Brother, forget it. These sisters don't like you, so don't force them. Yi Shuiqing persuaded from the side. You bastard, you can't touch young Master Ling's women. Yi Lingchong was furious and then swung his palm at Yi Yunfeng. Slap. Yi Yunfeng couldn't dodge at all, and his face was covered by his father's palm. You useless thing, get out of here. Yi Lingchong roared at Yi Yunfeng. Seeing her brother being scolded by her father, Yi Shuiqing immediately pulled her father's hand and said, Father, this has nothing to do with me. It's all my fault. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Then tell me, what's going on? Yi Lingchong stared at his daughter. Then, Yi Shuiqing avoided the important parts and dwelled on the trivial. However, she had modified her original intention. She only said that she wanted to introduce these sisters to her brother and hoped that these sisters could be together with her brother. She didn't say that her brother had to keep Ling Zhao's women. Then she said that her brother's courtship was fruitless, so he became angry and wanted to challenge Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao understood Yi Shuiqing's thoughts after hearing this. He hated her to the extreme and regretted saving such a woman in the first place. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to tear down a marriage. These were all Ling Zhao's women, and Yi Shuiqing actually wanted her brother to break them up. How could Ling Xiao not be angry? Although he was very confident in his women, he felt very uncomfortable being tripped up by others behind his back. This is simply nonsense. When will you grow up? How can you do such a foolish thing? You too, quickly go and apologize to young Master Ling. Yi Lingchong's head started to hurt when he heard his daughter's words. His children really didn't know their limits. At this time, they were actually trying to tear down their own helper's backer. It was simply unreasonable. At this time, Kai Shiyue said to Ling Xiao, Husband, why don't we go? I don't want to stay here anymore. Feng Xianyun also nodded and said, Yes, let's go. The other women also followed behind Ling Xiao, as if they were leaving together with Ling Xiao. Yi Lingchong hurriedly came in front of Ling Xiao and said, Young Master Ling, don't be angry. They are children who don't understand anything, don't lower yourself to their level. Ling Xiao did not take a step forward. Instead, he looked at Yi Lingchong calmly and said, Patriarch Yi, I am very grateful for your warm hospitality, but it is really inconvenient for us to stay here. What's the point of hiding behind a woman? If you have the guts, fight me. If I lose, I'll apologize to you. Yi Yunfeng was unconvinced. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Ling Xiao was comparable to him in any way. And why did Ling Xiao have so many peerless beauties by his side? To be honest, he felt that it was unfair. Yi Lingchong was so angry that he wanted to teach his son a lesson again, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng calmly and said, Since you are so confident, then I will duel with you. However, if you lose, not only will you apologize to me, you will also have to call me Big Brother. Yi Yunfeng laughed loudly and said, Yi Yunfeng, will lose? That's impossible. What if I win? What happens to you? Are you going to give them all to me? Ling Xiao glanced at his women and said, They are not goods, they are all my lovers. I will not give them to you. If you can beat me, they are yours. After saying that, a Devil Emperor flower appeared in Ling Zhao's hand. Devil Emperor flower. Yi Yinfeng and Yi Shuiqing both cried out in surprise. Yi Lingchong, who was at the side, was also moved. Even a venerable would be tempted by the Devil Emperor flower, let alone them. All right, this Devil Emperor flower is mine. Yi Yinfeng revealed a strong desire to fight. At this time, Yi Lingchong did not say anything else. After all, he also hoped that his son could win. With this Devil Emperor flower, his son breaking through to the Earth Emperor realm was just around the corner. Thus, Yi Lingchong immediately brought Ling Xiao and the others to the Yi family's training field. In order not to affect the harmony, Yi Lingchong did not allow the other Yi family members to watch the battle. At the same time, he also made it clear to his son and Ling Xiao that this duel could only be stopped at a certain point and could not be a life and death battle. The two of them did not have any objections and went to the center of the training field. At this time, Yi Shuiqing walked to the side of Kai Xiayue, Feng Xianyun and the others and said in a low voice, "Sisters, I'm sorry." She knew that this time, Kai Xiayue and the others must be very angry. However, she did not want to lose a few good friends and sisters just like that. At the same time, she felt that she was not wrong. She was only helping them out of the sea of suffering. "Don't call me sister, I can't bear it," Kai Xiayue said with a straight face. Feng Xianyun also said, "Miss Yi, we treat you as a friend, but you have repeatedly provoked our bottom line. Now, we can only not even be friends." The other girls did not say anything, but from their expressions, it could be seen that they did not like Yi Shuiqing. Yi Shuiqing only felt very wronged in her heart. She held back her tears and returned to her father's side. At this time, the two people on the field were ready to fight. "Do you want me to let you make 3 moves first?" Yi Yinfeng only felt that Ling Xiao was no different from an ordinary person, without any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, from the people around Ling Xiao was not simple. He should have a strange treasure that could conceal spiritual energy. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, Yi Yinfeng felt that he absolutely could not surpass the king level. Then, under the king level, Yi Yinfeng was confident that he could defeat anyone. "You don't have that ability. I only need 1 move to defeat you." Ling Xiao raised a finger and said quite disdainfully. "What a big tone. Watch me defeat you immediately." Yi Yinfeng shouted and stabbed his long spear at Ling Xiao. Yi Yinfeng used his full strength from the start. For the Devil Emperor flower, he would not relax even a little bit. The sky was filled with spear shadows that shrouded Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao just stood there motionlessly, letting the sky full of spear shadows hit him. Clang clang clang. The spear shadows hit Ling Xiao with a metallic sound. After the spear shadows, Ling Xiao stood in the same place, unscathed. A layer of golden dragon scales had covered his whole body. What kind of skill is this? How can it have such a strong defense? Yi Lingchong said in surprise. Yi Yinfeng did not expect that Ling Xiao would be able to take his attack head-on and be completely unscathed. This surprised him very much. However, he did not think that he would lose to Ling Xiao. He flew up into the air and the surrounding spiritual energy kept gathering. Then he shouted, "Single stab kill." A pillar-sized spear shadow stabbed at Ling Xiao from above. The spear shadow was fast and fierce. It was very powerful. It was almost impossible for an ordinary high-level king level to block it. However, could Ling Xiao be an ordinary high-level king level cultivator? There was still a disdainful smile on his face. He stood still and his fist seemed to meet the spear shadow slowly. He is crazy. He actually dares to block this move with his body. Yi Yinfeng thought from high up in the sky. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 537. Ling Zhao's punch seemed slow, but it was actually fast. The golden fist collided with the spearhead. Yi Shuiqing screamed in her heart, "Kill that pervert, kill that pervert." In her heart, she really hoped that her brother would teach Ling Xiao a lesson, and help her vent her anger. In her beautiful eyes, it was as if she could already see Ling Xiao's fist being shattered by her brother. However, the result was the opposite. Boom! Ling Xiao's powerful spear shadow was shattered by Ling Xiao's punch, and Ling Xiao's punch was still heading straight for Yi Yinfeng. Yi Yinfeng did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to take on his strong move with his bare hands, and even take advantage of the situation to attack. Just as he was about to dodge Ling Xiao's counterattack, he found that his body seemed to be restrained by something, and he was actually imprisoned. Of course, this restraint only lasted for a moment, but it was enough for the fist shadow to arrive. Bang! Pfft! Yi Yinfeng's chest was hit hard by the fist shadow, and his body was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Brother! Yi Shuiqing could not help but cry out. Yi Lingchong did not react, but he thought to himself, it seems that the Devil Emperor flower is lost. Yi Yinfeng flew a long way before he stopped. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his expression was very ugly. Do you surrender? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yinfeng and asked. Yi Yinfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, if you want to surrender, it should be me. After that, Yi Yinfeng suddenly rose up with an extremely powerful aura, much more terrifying than what he had displayed before, and the surrounding spiritual energy was shaken. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes flashed with surprise. He can actually increase his combat strength? Did he also take some kind of spirit herb or spirit pill, and gain some kind of special ability to increase his combat strength? Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think, because Yi Yinfeng was coming for him again. Triple assassination. Yi Yinfeng's aura reached its peak. He waved the long spear in his hand again, and 3 spear shadows that were several times stronger than the previous ones came stabbing down. The spear shadow's momentum was like a meteor crashing down, and its might was comparable to the attack of a low-level earthly emperor. There were probably not many king-rank experts who could withstand this attack. Right now, Yi Yinfeng was using the Yi family's spirit ascension technique to increase his combat power. He knew that Ling Xiao would not be easy to deal with, and with his normal battle prowess, he would not be a match for Ling Xiao. For the sake of the demon royal flower and not to lose face in front of the women, he had to use his full strength. Yi Yinfeng was very satisfied with his current state. He felt that Ling Xiao would not be able to take this move no matter what. Even the royal stage elders in the clan can't easily take an attack that's 3 times my power. I don't believe you have any more tricks up your sleeves, Yi Yinfeng thought proudly. Rumble. The huge shadow of the spear smashed down mercilessly, causing the Yi clan's martial arts field to shake. If not for the formation on the martial arts field, the martial arts field would have been smashed into a deep pit. Young master. Bai Yushi could not help but cry out in alarm. Ji Beixin and Wei Dyer, who were at the side, looked worried. Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiue, on the other hand, looked calm. Kai Shiue said indifferently, it's fine to laugh. The two of them had 100% confidence in Ling Xiao's strength. The powerful light dissipated above the martial arts field, but Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Yi Shuiqing murmured, he can't be dead, right? She did not know why, but she suddenly felt a little suffocated and uncomfortable. Huh, beauties, do you know how powerful I am now? Yi Yinfeng laughed proudly. In his eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to have been blasted into pieces. Are you very powerful? A voice quietly sounded behind Yi Yinfeng. Yi Yinfeng was shocked and hurriedly flew far away. Then, he stared at Ling Xiao and said, You are actually fine? Now, he had used 3 times his combat strength, and he could fight against a low-level earthly emperor. Moreover, it was almost impossible for anyone below the king realm to withstand his attack. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao could dodge it. Can your lousy martial arts hurt me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he scratched his ear. Ling Xiao's words were very hurtful, and his actions were also very hurtful. Yi Yinfeng was completely infuriated. Yi Yinfeng seemed to have lost his mind as he waved his spear and attacked Ling Xiao. In the sky above the Yi clan, there was a burst of elemental brilliance and a loud explosion, causing the people of the Yi clan to think that a powerful force had invaded. Yi Lingchong looked at his son with satisfaction. With his son's current combat strength, it was likely that he could compete with him. Hit him, give him a good beating. Yi Shuiqing shouted in his heart. It had to be said that Yi Yunfeng's attack was very powerful. The aura he emitted was no different from that of a low-level Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao was also secretly shocked. If he did not have the wind attribute, he would have long been defeated by Yi Yunfeng. Come on, do you only know how to dodge? If you have the guts, fight me with real swords and spears. Although Yi Yunfeng was strong, he could not attack Ling Xiao. This made him very depressed, so he could only use the method of provocation and hope that Ling Xiao would fight him head-on. After dodging several of Yi Yunfeng's spear shadows, Ling Xiao revealed a domineering expression and said, "Since you want to lose quickly, I will fulfill your wish." After saying this, Ling Xiao's combat strength was fully unleashed. A golden shadow soared into the sky, and a golden dragon shadow roared in the sky. It was as if a real dragon had appeared in the world, and people could not help but worship it. Ling Xiao seemed to be wearing a set of dragon-scale armor. His entire body was like a golden god of war, majestic and dignified. Facing the sudden increase in combat strength of Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng's body froze. He was shocked by the golden dragon shadow. What kind of combat skill is this? Yi Yunfeng muttered. It was not only Yi Yunfeng, but everyone in the Yi clan was also shocked. In the depths of the Yi clan, the two venerables revealed even more shocked expressions. The Yi clan's old ancestor cried out involuntarily, "This! Could this be the long-lost divine-level mystic skill, the ancient emperor's divine skill?" The Yi clan's grandmother, who Ling Xiao had met before, was also shocked. That's not possible. Maybe it's just a coincidence. They are only from a small place like the Northwest. So what if they are from the Northwest? Maybe they obtained some kind of inheritance, the Yi clan's old ancestor said with certainty. No matter what, we must keep them here. Whether the Yi clan can survive this crisis depends on them, the Yi clan's grandmother said. Ling Xiao did not take advantage of Yi Yunfeng's distraction to attack. He wanted Yi Yunfeng to accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Ling Xiao asked calmly. Come on, don't think you can scare me like this. Yi Yunfeng shouted, gathering his courage. Then, the spear in his hand began to spin. The spear spun faster and faster, until it was difficult to catch. Yi Yunfeng began to gather a large amount of spiritual energy around him. It was obvious that he was going all out this time. Absolute spear tyrant. As Yi Yunfeng finished gathering his strength, the spear in his hand turned into a sky full of spear shadows. These shadows were not like the previous two moves that came straight at him. Instead, they turned into a wind will, mixed with countless spear tips, and converged into a powerful move that drowned Ling Xiao. Facing Yi Yunfeng's full attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. A large saber appeared in his hand. This large saber was an upper 5th rank ice-type magical weapon. Waves of cold air seeped out of it. Ling Xiao made an incomprehensible move. He actually threw the large saber in his hand down, and then with the tip of his foot, he drove the large saber to spin rapidly. Then, a shocking scene played out. Ling Xiao seemed to be stepping on the large saber with his feet, using a strange saber skill that used his feet to control the saber. The powerful ice attribute saber skill exuded a cold and powerful aura. The large saber followed the footsteps and changed unpredictably, dispersing Yi Yunfeng's spear wheels one by one. Ling Xiao's figure was ethereal and elegant. His movements were strange and unpredictable, making people feel that it was very pleasing to the eye. Everyone was mesmerized by it. Even Yi Shuiqing, who had always hated Ling Xiao, could not help but praise him in his heart. He's so handsome and cool. Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng were fighting fiercely in midair. Although Yi Yunfeng's combat power had been increased by 3 times, Ling Xiao's ancient emperor divine technique had also increased his combat power by several times. In addition, he cultivated multiple attributes at the same time, so his combat power had far exceeded Yi Yunfeng's. Therefore, Yi Yunfeng's spear wheels did not affect Ling Xiao much. Instead, Ling Xiao used his feet to control the saber to shake off the spear wheels, and then finally slashed at Yi Yunfeng. Although Ling Xiao used his feet to control the saber, his speed was still frighteningly fast. Fortunately, Yi Yunfeng's reaction was fast enough. He blocked Ling Xiao's slash with his spear. Clang! The weapons clashed, creating dazzling sparks. At the same time, the large saber under Ling Xiao's feet broke into two. Yi Yunfeng was ecstatic. Ling Xiao's profound level weapon was broken. This was the best time for him to counterattack. However, just as he was about to counterattack, he felt a chill on his neck. His body trembled and he immediately stopped in place, not daring to move an inch. Yi Lingchong's voice rang out urgently, "Young Master Ling, please have mercy." At this time, in mid-air, the broken saber under Ling Xiao's feet was still attached to the tip of his foot. The broken blade was placed coldly in front of Yi Yunfeng's neck. If Yi Yunfeng made any strange movements, he would definitely be dead. A few strands of hair fell in front of Yi Yunfeng's eyes. His back was completely drenched. This was the first time he felt how close death was to him. Ling Xiao retracted his foot, and the broken blade attached to the tip of his foot fell to the ground. "You lost," Ling Xiao said indifferently, and then flew towards his people. Yi Yunfeng heaved a sigh of relief when Ling Xiao landed. "Let's go," Ling Xiao said to the girls, then took the lead to leave with the others. "Young Master Ling, there's no need to be so anxious." Yi Lingchong hurried to Ling Xiao's side. He did not want Ling Xiao to leave at this moment. Ling Xiao appreciates Master Ye's hospitality. Ling Xiao still has important matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to stay for long. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Yi Lingchong, then ignored Yi Lingchong and continued to lead his people away. At this moment, a few terrifying auras approached the Yi family from afar. Chapter 538. Ling Xiao defeated Yi Yunfeng in one move with the fifth move of the six prideful chilling arts, treading on snow-seeking plum. Ling Xiao had also stopped there and did not harm Yi Yunfeng's life. However, this did not mean that Ling Xiao wanted to continue staying in the Yi family. He hated Yi Shuiqing, this ignorant woman, from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he felt that Yi Yunfeng's brain was really not good. He actually dared to poach a distinguished guest like him. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yi family had revealed the matter regarding the Blackwater sect, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't have let Yi Yunfeng off so easily. His woman was his reverse scale. If he touched it, he would die. It could be said that Yi Yunfeng was really lucky this time. Yi Lingchong was too embarrassed to block Ling Xiao's path again. However, there was an unexpected person blocking in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at her with a gloomy face and said, "Miss Yi, please step aside." That's right, the one blocking in front of Ling Xiao was the Yi family's Yi Shuiqing. "Miss Yi, please step aside. We still have things to do," Kai Shuiyue said, her tone no longer having that intimate feeling. Hearing this, Yi Shuiqing felt very uncomfortable. Was the sister that she had finally made with great difficulty going to end like this? In the next moment, Yi Shuiqing bowed and said to Ling Xiao, "I'm sorry, young Master Ling Shuiqing's willfulness has offended you several times before. Please forgive me, young Master Ling." Yi Shuiqing's words were also sincere. Previously, Ling Xiao had let her big brother go, and she also knew that her family was in a crisis. She desperately needed Ling Xiao and the others to stay, so she had no choice but to put down her attitude and admit her mistake. Of course, for some reason, she had a feeling of getting to know Ling Xiao again. When she thought of Ling Xiao's invincible appearance just now, her heart beat a little faster. She had seen many young talents, but this was the first time she had seen someone as powerful as Ling Xiao. In the past, she worshipped her big brother the most, but her big brother wasn't even a match for him. She didn't know why, but her heart quietly changed. "Miss Yi, you don't have to be like this." You and I have met by chance, and we will not meet again in the future. Let's say goodbye here. Ling Xiao did not know what tricks Yi Shuiqing was going to play, so he said straightforwardly. Yi Shuiqing suddenly felt sad, but she knew that Ling Xiao was telling the truth, so she didn't know what to say. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, another person blocked his way. Big brother, don't go. Please accept my bow. Yi Yinfeng suddenly went to Ling Xiao and knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Everyone from the Yi clan was stunned. Their family's young master actually knelt down to someone else and even called that person big brother. Yi Lingchong also had a bitter smile on his face, but he didn't try to persuade him. After all, his son had lost the fight. As a man, he was willing to admit defeat. Yi Lingchong very much approved of his son's spirit. Ling Xiao did not expect Yi Yunfeng to do this, but he was suspicious. Could it be an act? It's just a joke. Get up, and don't even think about touching my women. They are not for others to touch. Whether Yi Yunfeng was sincere or not, he still knelt in front of everyone, so Ling Xiao had to give him some face. After all, this was the Yi clan's territory, so it was better to leave some leeway. Don't, I'm serious. I've always loved to fight since I was a child, but there's almost no one at the same level who can beat me in one move. Even those who are one level higher than me might not be able to beat me. But you've not only beaten me, you've also defeated me in one move. I'm convinced. From now on, you're my big brother and you're my sisters-in-law. I, Yi Yunfeng, will never be disrespectful to you, Yi Yunfeng said very seriously. He didn't seem to be acting at all. Yi Yunfeng was a famous martial arts fanatic in the Yi clan. He loved to fight, and his tenbin and strength were very high. There were few who could rival him at the same level. Now that he had lost to Ling Xiao in one move, he still felt that it was impossible. But the feeling of death just now told him that it was all true. Ling Xiao was stronger than him, not just by a little, but by a lot. He had used the spirit ascension technique, but still lost so badly. It was enough to show the gap between him and Ling Xiao. He was sincerely convinced. Ling Xiao did not expect things to turn out this way. His bet with Yi Yunfeng was just something he said out of anger. He did not expect Yi Yunfeng to admit defeat, which made Ling Xiao look at him in a different light. Forget it, young Master Yi. This time it was a joke, Ling Xiao said softly. No, I, Yi Yunfeng, mean what I say. Young Master Ling, you are my big brother from now on. Whatever you want me to do, I will not frown, Yi Yunfeng said seriously. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but the prodigal beside him said, if you call me big brother, then I will be your second brother. Quick, call me second brother. Yi Yunfeng looked at the prodigal in confusion, but he only hesitated for a moment, then said to the prodigal, greetings, second brother. Huh, good, not bad. The prodigal laughed, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, boss, why don't you just accept him? That way, I'll have one more brother. Ling Xiao knocked on the prodigal's head and said, what do you know? Then, Ling Xiao pulled Yi Yunfeng up and said, young Master Yi, we won't recognize each other if we don't fight. Let's forget about this. If Ling Xiao accepted Yi Yunfeng as his little brother, what would the Yi family think? He could not do such a thing, so he might as well be ordinary friends with Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng seemed to want to say something, but before he could, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The Yi family quickly ran over and hugged him. What's going on? Ling Xiao was confused. He did not seem to have done anything just now. Why did Yi Yunfeng faint? Ling Xiao could not help but think, does he have to accept me as his big brother? At this time, Yi Lingchong explained to Ling Xiao, young Master Ling, don't worry. Yunfeng has been like this since he was young. Every time he fights, he will recover for a few days. He will be fine after a few days. Of course, Yi Lingchong would not tell Ling Xiao the Yi family's secret. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it and once again bid farewell to Yi Lingchong. However, at this time, a few terrifying auras approached, causing everyone to be on guard. At the same time, the two venerables of the Yi family rushed out from the same direction. Zhang Datong, how dare you come to my Yi family? The Yi family's ancestor shouted. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, rippling in the sky above the Yi family. In an instant, everyone in the Yi family knew that the Zhang family had come, and everyone became nervous. Don't be so distant, old brother Yi. If the younger generation does not get along, do you want us two brothers to quarrel with them? One of the four people stopped in the sky above the Yi family and laughed. This person was the Zhang family's ancestor, Zhang Datong. His cultivation had already reached the terrifying strength of a mid-level Empyrean. There were 3 old men beside him. One of them was his younger brother, Zhang Batong, who had the strength of a low-level Empyrean. The other 2 were the Golden Fist sects Jin Wan and Tan Guang, who had the strength of a mid-level Empyrean. The Yi family's ancestor, Yi Zhu, swept his gaze across Zhang Datong, then landed on the 2 people from the Golden Fist sect, and said, "If you still think of me as your brother, you wouldn't have brought outsiders to my Yi family." A trace of awkwardness flashed across Zhang Datong's face as he said, "These 2 are the elders of the Golden Fist sect, the 10,000 Fists Golden Venerable, and the other is the Heavy Hand Tan Guang. This time, I only hope to borrow Brother Ye's family's Spirit Ascension art to take a look." In fact, the Zhang brothers and Yi Zhu and his wife had been friends for hundreds of years. It was impossible to say that they did not have any feelings for each other. However, his descendants had strained the relationship between the 2 families 20 years ago. As for the older generation, they only cared about secluded cultivation and paid little attention to these mundane matters. Now that the younger generation had formed a relationship with the Golden Fist sect, Zhang Datong could only put aside his friendship. The temptation of the Yi family's Spirit Ascension art was too great, and if they could become allies with the Golden Fist sect, it would definitely be very beneficial to their Zhang family. Yi Zhu and his wife, Huang Lian, had long known that the Zhang family had colluded with the Golden Fist sect, but they never thought that the other party would send out 2 venerable ones at once. "Take out the Spirit Ascension art, or else your Yi family can forget about staying here," Jin Wan said indifferently. He had been in the Northwest Territory for many years, but he didn't even know that the Yi family had hidden such a secret technique to raise one's combat strength. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to know. As long as he obtained this Spirit Ascension art, his combat strength would multiply in the future, not only in the sect, but also in other places. "Venerable Jin, are you planning to snatch it by force?" Yi Zhu said with an ashen expression. "Hee, you already know the answer. Now that the 4 of us have come together, we naturally won't return empty-handed." Jin Wan did not reply, but Tan Guang, who was at the side, laughed. He looked like an old grandpa next door, but his attacks were extremely ruthless. He had a nickname called Heavy Hand, which meant that his fist techniques were famous for being terrifying. Yi Zhu and his wife's expressions turned ugly. They knew that this matter would not end well. The Spirit Ascension art is a secret passed down in our Yi family. I hope that the 2 of you will not make things difficult for us. Why don't our Yi family give you 2 level 7 metal attribute spirit grass and let this matter rest?" Yi Zhu said in a deep voice. Everyone in the Golden Fist sect was a metal attribute martial artist, and 2 level 7 spirit grass were extremely tempting to them. Jin Wan and Tan Guang's eyes flashed, but they were more interested in the Spirit Ascension art. At this time, under the great Empyreans, Yi Lingchong bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Young Master Ling, to be honest, my Yi family is facing a great calamity. I ask young Master Ling to help my Yi family through this calamity." Ling Xiao frowned, but did not agree. He and the Yi family could be said to be only acquaintances, and he had no obligation to stand up for the Yi family. Yi Shuiqing also stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Young Master Ling, as long as you are willing to help my Yi family, I, Yi Shuiqing, will be yours from now on." After saying that, Yi Shuiqing's delicate face flushed red. She looked very charming and moving. However, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of her and did not appreciate her beauty. He was just a little surprised that Yi Shuiqing could say such words. Chapter 539. Brother Yi, for the sake of the Yi family, I think you should hand over the spirit ascension art. Considering our 1,000 years of friendship, we won't do anything to you, said Zhang Datong. His words were still somewhat sentimental. His younger generation wanted to take advantage of the Yi family, but he was still a sentimental person, so he said this in hopes that Yi Zhu would be more tactful. Husband, let's just fight it out. This is something passed down from our ancestors, and they said that it can't be leaked, Huang Lian said to Yi Zhu with some agitation. Zhang Datong, you've disregarded our friendship. Today, our ties are severed. If you want the spirit ascension art, then come at me. At worst, we'll just die together. Yi Zhu gritted his teeth. At the same time, he released his mid-stage celestial venerate aura, and Huang Lian did the same. The couple was ready to fight. Stubborn fool. Jin Wan narrowed his eyes and snorted, if that's the case, then let's send them to hell. I don't believe that the Yi family doesn't know about the spirit ascension art other than the two of them. If that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal. Yi Zhu threw caution to the wind. Now that the other party had come to their doorstep, if they compromised, then the Yi family would lose face in the future. At this time, a huge figure appeared behind Yi Zhu. It was like a small mountain, covering half of the sky above the Yi family. The Azure Ox was a high-tier 6th grade spirit beast, the Yi family's guardian spirit beast. It was said that the Azure Ox was a mount left behind by the two ancestors of the Yi family, and it had lived for thousands of years. Grandpa Ox, whether the Yi family can escape this crisis depends on you, Yi Zhu said respectfully to the Azure Ox. This Azure Ox had been left behind by Yi Zhu's great-grandfather, so Yi Zhu and the Azure Ox were equals. Thus, Yi Zhu was very respectful to it. The Azure Ox shook its bell-like eyes, and its nostrils emitted a series of panting sounds. Then, it let out an angry bleat. Venerable Jin, Venerable Tan, this is the Yi family's Azure Ox, and it's already at high-tier 6th grade. Everyone, summon your spirit beasts to deal with it, Zhang Datong reminded them. At the same time, a mid-tier 6th grade blue-crowned python appeared beside him. Following that, Zhang Butong, Jin Wan, and Tan Guang summoned their spirit beasts. Zhang Butong's was a low-tier 6th order hell-patterned leopard, Jin Wan's was a mid-tier 6th order divine yellow lion, and Tan Guang's was a mid-tier 6th order gold porcupine. On the other side, a rank 6 brown silk cat appeared beside Huang Lian. A great battle was about to break out. The green-haired bull looked around at the enemies surrounding it and took the initiative to release a ball of terrifying green light towards the blue-crowned python. At this time, all the people and spirit beasts began to move. The 6 heavenly venerables and the 6 spirit beasts began to fight in the sky. Boom boom boom. The venerable realm's small world battled with each other. Waves of terrifying energy exploded and collided, causing the sky above the Yi clan to tremble. A lot of energy overflowed, turning many of the Yi clan's buildings into dust. Many of the Yi clan's disciples also began to suffer. Everyone, don't panic. Those at the king rank, protect your families and evacuate quickly. Yi Lingchong shouted anxiously, then he turned to Ling Xiao and said, Young Master Ling, please help me. From now on, the Yi clan will only listen to you. Yi Lingchong was only at the Earth Sovereign Realm, so he was powerless against a heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao was the Yi clan's only hope. At this time, a cold voice sounded, Uncle Yi, instead of begging him, why don't you beg me? At some point, Zhang Ji had appeared in the Yi clan with a few people by his side. Of course, Fan Zheng was among them. Zhang Ji looked at Yi Lingchong with a playful expression. In his eyes, the Yi clan was about to become the Zhang clans, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Besides, he had 2 half-step venerables protecting him, so he didn't need to fear anyone. You still dare to come here? I'll kill you. Yi Shuiqing was enraged at the sight of Zhang Ji and immediately wanted to deal with him. Yi Lingchong stopped her, don't be rash. Then he said to Zhang Ji, you only dare to send juniors? Is your father used to cowering behind his son? Uncle Yi, my father didn't come because of old ties. But as long as you're willing to hand over the spirit ascension art and let Shui Qing and I get married, I guarantee that the Yi clan will still be the same. Zhang Ji smiled with satisfaction, but when his gaze fell on Ling Zhao's face, there was some resentment and fear. What an arrogant tone. Don't think that just because you have half-step venerables protecting you, you can be so arrogant. Several experts of the Yi clan had already rushed to Yi Lingchong's side. One of the half-step venerables shouted. He didn't want to waste any more words with Zhang Ji, so he sent a palm towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji didn't need to do anything. One of the half-step venerables behind him immediately went to meet the attack. At the same time, the Yi clan's people rushed towards Zhang Ji's group. Zhang Ji's group wanted to steal the spirit ascension art from the Yi clan. Anyone would hate them to the bone. If you want to die, then I'll help you. Zhang Ji's expression became somewhat malevolent. He actually didn't fear facing the Yi clan's experts. Soon after, a 6th-level low-tier crowned blue python appeared in front of him. This python was bestowed to him by his ancestor, Zhang Datong, before he came here. It was to give him some protection when dealing with the Yi clan. At the same time, it was to force the Yi clan to hand over the spirit ascension art. A 6th-level spirit beast was comparable to a heavenly venerate. The Yi clan's people didn't expect that the Zhang clan actually had another 6th-level python. Yi Lingchong and the others were very anxious. One after another, they summoned their spirit beasts. Unfortunately, their spirit beasts were only 5th-level spirit beasts. It was difficult for them to deal with this 6th-level python. When the crowned blue python appeared, the Yi clan's people had to deal with it with all their might. However, how could many earthly sovereigns and spirit beasts withstand the python's wild sweep? In an instant, several of the Yi clan's people lost their lives. Many of the buildings also collapsed. Ling Xiao and the others had already retreated far away. This originally wasn't their business. There was no need for Ling Xiao to blindly interfere. The most important thing was that Yi Shuiqing had given Ling Xiao a bad impression. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have minded lending a hand. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave quietly, Yi Shuiqing blocked Ling Xiao's way again. Without another word, she directly knelt in front of Ling Xiao and cried, "Please save my Yi clan. I beg you. I'll do anything you want me to do in the future." She was very regretful now. If she hadn't offended Ling Xiao, perhaps Ling Xiao would have helped the Yi clan. However, it was too late to say anything now. Once Ling Xiao and the others left, the Yi clan would be finished. Ling Xiao was expressionless. He didn't want to say anything. However, Bai Yushi, who was beside him, was somewhat soft-hearted. She gently tugged at the corner of Ling Zhao's clothes. Her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of anticipation. "Huh, Sister Shuiqing, what's the use of begging him? Why don't you beg me?" Zhang Ji had been tracking Yi Shuiqing. Seeing Yi Shuiqing actually kneeling in front of her enemy, he was very unhappy. Why didn't she come to beg him? "Young Master Ling, I beg you." Yi Shuiqing ignored Zhang Ji and pleaded with a face like a woman's robe. "Zhang Ji, hurry up and call the python over to slaughter them." Fan Xing appeared from behind and called out to Zhang Ji. He concealed his anger and glared at Ling Xiao and the others. He would definitely get back at them for the slap he received a few days ago. He guessed that Ling Zhao's side was only a low-level celestial venerable. As long as the crowned blue python was entangled, he had nothing to fear. When Zhang Ji heard Fan Xing's instructions, he immediately called the crowned blue python over. The crowned blue python's body was very long. It was at least 30 to 40 meters long. Its cold snake eyes and deep fangs all revealed its ferocious might. Just now, it had attacked crazily. Many of the Yi clan's Earth Emperor and King stage experts had already been killed or injured. Now that Zhang Ji had called it over, it was because the Zhang clan's army had arrived. This time, the Zhang clan had already steeled their heart to take down the Yi clan. Under Zhang Ji's instructions, the crowned blue python instantly scuttled in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Its huge pillar-like body swept towards Ling Xiao and the others. Anyone who was swept by that terrifying body would most likely die on the spot. Zhang Ji and Fan Xing both had cold smiles on their faces. In their eyes, Ling Xiao and the others would not be able to escape. On Ling Xiao's side, Savage Leopard was just about to make a move, but someone was faster than him. The prodigal took the lead and pounced towards the crowned blue python. The prodigal's figure looked a little petite, while the crowned blue python was incomparably huge. When the two were compared, everyone felt that the prodigal was courting death. However, when the prodigal hugged the crowned blue python's body, everyone was shocked. "You dare to provoke my boss, you're courting death," the prodigal shouted loudly. His small body erupted with a powerful force. He actually hugged the crowned blue python and flung it forcefully. Bang! The crowned blue python was actually smashed onto the ground by him. Not only that, the prodigal waved the crowned blue python and smashed it in Zhang Ji and Fan Xing's direction. Zhang Ji and Fan Xing were both shocked. They quickly retreated far away, but in their hearts, they were secretly thinking, is this guy born with divine strength? The crowned blue python was ruthlessly smashed by the prodigal dozens of times, but it did not die. It exerted all its strength to resist, and its bloody mouth bit towards the prodigal. Courting death. The prodigal snorted disdainfully. His fist turned into a claw and clawed at the snake's abdomen. Hiss. The snake's skin, which was comparable to the defense of a spiritual weapon, was penetrated by the prodigal's claw into the snake's abdomen. The crowned blue python hissed in pain. The prodigal's other claw scratched its wound, and he pulled forcefully with both hands. The snake's abdomen was torn open just like that. The crowned blue python rolled on the ground in pain. The surrounding people looked at such a fierce and cruel prodigal, and they all felt a chill. In the end, the crowned blue python was directly torn to death by the prodigal. Its snake gallbladder was even taken out by the prodigal and presented to Ling Xiao, saying, "Boss, have a taste. This thing is very nutritious." Ling Xiao looked at the ugly snake gallbladder, sniffled, and said, "I'll leave it for you to eat." The prodigal didn't say anything else and directly stuffed the snake gallbladder into his mouth. At this moment, there was a strong tremor in the sky, and two figures fell from the sky. Chapter 540. The two figures that were smashed to the ground were Yi Zhu and his wife. Fighting 2 against 4, they were no match for their opponents. Although they could use the Spirit Ascension chant to increase their combat power, they came prepared. Their opponents had all taken high-grade medicinal pellets that could increase their combat power, and had been fighting with them while moving around. They did not choose to fight them head-on and exhaust their combat power. Moreover, Huang Lian's strength was the weakest. Although her combat power had increased by 3 times, she still could not withstand the attacks of Zhang Datong and Yi Zhu. Yi Zhu had to take care of his wife from time to time, so the two of them were eventually taken advantage of by their opponents and were heavily injured. The green-haired cow and the brown silk cat were entangled by the other 4 spirit beasts, so they could not help the Yi couple. The only advantage they had was that the green-haired cow could still fight against 3 mid-level 6th-grade spirit beasts. As for the brown silk cat, it was being suppressed by the dark pattern leopard. At the same level, the dark pattern leopard was much stronger than the brown silk cat. Once the brown silk cat was killed by the dark pattern leopard, the green-haired cow would have to face the attacks of 4 spirit beasts and 4 heavenly venerables. At that time, no matter how strong it was, it could only die on the spot. The place where Yi Zhu and his wife were smashed was not far from Ling Xiao. Yi Shuiqing immediately ran towards the 2 ancestors of the Yi family. "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, are you all right?" Yi Shuiqing called out anxiously. Yi Zhu and Huang Lian were in a sorry state. Their faces were extremely pale, and there were many injuries on their bodies. "Big brother Yi, I think you should hand over the Spirit Ascension art," Zhang Datong said faintly as he descended. Zhang Batong, Jin Wan, and Tan Guang also landed on the ground. Zhang Ji and Fan Xing took the opportunity to run behind the four, trying to curry favor with them. Don't even think about it. We will not hand it over even if we die. Yi Zhu shouted. Since that is the case, I will wipe out the Yi family, Jin Wan said coldly. Just as Jin Wan was about to make another move, the Zhang family came out with two people in tow. Father, big brother. Yi Shuiqing cried out when he saw them. It turned out that Yi Lingchong and Yi Yunfeng had been captured by two high-level Earth Emperor. The remaining experts of the Yi family could only watch helplessly without being able to do anything. Many of them had been killed by the Blue Crown Python. Later, a large group of experts from the Zhang family appeared. The Yi family fought with all their might, but they were still suppressed. In the end, Yi Lingchong was captured while Yi Yunfeng was captured from another place. Yi Yunfeng had used the Spirit Ascension art and was captured without the slightest resistance. His current appearance was very sullen. Family, Yi Yunfeng, Yi family, Yi, the Yi clan's two venerable realm masters were defeated, and the clan leader was captured. This battle could be said to be a complete defeat for the Yi clan. I'll ask again, Yi Zhu, are you going to hand over the Spirit Ascension chant? Zhang Datong asked again. Yi Spirit, Yi Heaven, God, are Yi are Yang Spirit. Yi Sect, our Spirit. Family Yi family were Yi. Are. On, they are of the God. On by on. Fan Xing said to Jin Wan and Tan Guang, senior brothers, you must help junior brother vent his anger. A few days ago, they were the ones who injured me. They did not put our Golden Fist sect in their eyes at all. Jin Wan and Tan Guang immediately focused their gazes on the savage leopard. Then, they revealed expressions of shock. It's actually a middle-stage Empyrean? Jin Wan frowned and said, since you are not from the Yi family, then leave. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Jin Wan was different from Fan Xing. The other party was not weak. Although he was in the Yi family, he did not help. It could be seen that these people did not have a good relationship with the Yi family. He did not want to provoke an enemy for Fan Xing. If they joined forces with the Yi family, they might not be able to suppress them. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Xiao and the others. Whether they left or not became the key turning point of this battle. Yi Shuiqing clenched her fists tightly, biting her lips until they bled. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, her heart filled with extreme regret. At this time, Yi Yunfeng, who was being held, shouted, Big brother, hurry up and leave. This is little brother's family matter, I definitely can't drag you down. Ling Xiao glanced at Yi Yunfeng. He didn't expect this guy to have a bit of loyalty. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you still want to stay here and watch the show? Zhang Ji glared at Ling Xiao and the others and shouted. He really couldn't understand why his master would let these people go. They had 4 sky sovereigns on their side. Could it be that they were afraid of them? Since you want us to leave so much, then we really won't leave. Hurry up and let my little brother and the others go. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Zhang Ji was taken aback, then pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, Don't be so ungrateful. My master is magnanimous. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Now, he was not afraid of being bullied at all. He had the 2 ancestors of the Zhang family by his side, and his master and uncle master were also here. The 4 of them were all sky sovereigns, so why should he be afraid of a single sky sovereign? Ling Xiao ignored Zhang Ji. In his eyes, Zhang Ji was just a clown. Ling Xiao looked at Jin Wan and the other 3 celestial masters and said, My lords, could you please give me some face and release the Yi family's people? How about that? Jin Wan, Tan Guang, Zhang Datong, and Zhang Budong all looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Then, they all laughed as if this was the funniest thing they had ever heard. Jin Wan raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, Do you really want to get involved in this mess? I don't want to. Ling Xiao shook his head. Then why aren't you leaving? Jin Wan snapped. I want to leave too, but you have to let my little brother and the Yi family go first. Ling Xiao said. Then why don't you get involved? If you let them go, then I won't have to go. Senior brother, this brat is playing with you, Tan Guang said from the side. Kill them. Jin Wan said angrily. He didn't want to complicate matters, but the other side didn't seem to understand the situation, so he could only kill them. It looks like we can't come to an agreement. I'll leave Savage Leopard and Zizi to you. I can't fight your boss. Ling Xiao shrank back, looking very timid. Tan Guang's eyes met Savage Leopard's, and his body flashed with golden light. His eyes locked onto Savage Leopard with an incomparably sharp aura. Savage Leopard finally had the chance to attack. With the help of 2 soul-mending pills, he had already broken through to the middle stage of the Sky Sovereign realm. His strength was gradually recovering, and so was his confidence. However, he didn't dare to act rashly alone, so he immediately summoned the spirit beast he had just subdued. My good friend, come out and play. Savage Leopard let out a sinister smile, and then a black armored leopard covered in thorns appeared in front of everyone. Roar! After a period of recuperation, the injuries on the devil-armored leopard's body were almost healed. It roared angrily, sending everyone into a cold cellar. Zhang Ji was so frightened by the armored leopard that he staggered and fell to the ground. It's a armored leopard. Everyone, hurry up and kill that person. The armored leopard will naturally die. Jin Wan was more insightful. He knew that as long as Savage Leopard was killed, the armored leopard would naturally die. Jin Wan didn't hesitate, and his fists carried a strong golden light as they smashed towards Savage Leopard. Tan Guang didn't stay idle either. A small square world instantly opened up and blasted towards the armored leopard. The 2 brothers, Zhang Datong and Zhang Batong, immediately raised their auras again. For a moment, the people around them hurriedly retreated far away, for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Savage Leopard used its full strength as soon as it appeared, and a blood pool purgatory appeared in front of Jin Wan and Tan Guang. This is the blood demon world. You're a member of the Black Demon sect? Jin Wan exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. The Black Demon sect was one of the 18 top forces. Moreover, it was the most powerful demon sect. Jin Wan had guessed that Savage Leopard was a member of the Black Demon sect based on its small square world. As far as he knew, only the demon sect had such an evil world. Hee, you're quite knowledgeable. Savage Leopard didn't admit or deny it. He snorted coldly, and the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand swept out a terrifying blade light. Jin Wan clenched his teeth, and pounded out countless golden fists. The onlookers saw a world of 10,000 fists. Bang! Tan Guang and Zhang Datong fought the armored leopard together. Both of them were middle-level celestial masters, but they weren't strong enough to deal with the armored leopard. They were almost bitten to death by the armored leopard several times. Damn it! Second brother, hurry up and get rid of that kid. Come and help us. Zhang Datong cried out in alarm. Zhang Batong was about to cry when he heard this. He wanted to shout, "Do you think I don't want to be fast? But this kid is too powerful." Zhang Batong didn't understand why the other side would send such a young man to fight. It was obvious that they were looking down on them. He thought that he would be able to kill the kid with a wave of his hand. However, he was frightened when he felt the terrifying strength of the young man. It was as if he wasn't facing a young man, but a ferocious beast. The young man's aura was no weaker than his own, but it was clearly different from the aura of a celestial master. An expert would know if they were real or not. Zhang Batong and the young prodigal collided for the first time. Zhang Batong was sent flying far away, and his hand was numb. Second ancestor, that kid is born with divine strength. Don't fight him head-on. Zhang Ji hurriedly warned. Damn! So that's how it is. Zhang Batong suddenly realized. He didn't dare to fight head-on with the young prodigal, so he took out a long sword and attacked the young man. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Ji and said, "Let him go, or you'll die." "No, no way." Zhang Ji retreated a few steps. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao and the others to be so powerful. They were able to withstand the attacks of 4 celestial masters, and even had the upper hand. If they were defeated, they would be in big trouble. The Zhang family still had 2 venerables and a dozen or so earthly kings. 2 earthly kings were holding Yi Lingchong and Yi Yunfeng. "Are you really not going to let him go?" Ling Xiao asked again. "We can't let him go. Everyone, kill him." Fan Zeng shouted when he saw that there were no venerables around Ling Xiao. He took the lead and attacked Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that they couldn't kill the young man in front of them. Chapter 541. Looks like someone is in a hurry to reincarnate. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Fan Xing went straight for Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not move. There were already people in front of him. Poison Scorpion had been waiting for an opportunity to show off. He could not be compared to others, so he had to work even harder to show off his strength in front of the young master. When Fan Zeng and Poison Scorpion faced each other, Zhang Ji suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly shouted to his own family, "Quick! Quickly kill them!" The Zhang family immediately pounced towards Ling Xiao and the others. The remaining people from the Yi family naturally could not let Ling Xiao and the others have any accidents, so they immediately rushed to meet the people from the Zhang family. At the same time, the 2 ancestors of the Yi family gradually recovered a lot of energy, and the injuries on their bodies were also under control. Yi Zhu raised his old eyes and a strong killing intent appeared. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he was already behind the 2 Earth Emperors who were holding Yi Lingchong and Yi Yunfeng. "Pu Pu." Yi Zhu raised his hand and the 2 Earth Emperor were instantly killed. Yi Lingchong and Yi Yunfeng were immediately rescued. "Ah!" Zhang Ji, who was the closest, realized that the Yi family's ancestor had suddenly appeared behind him and let out a frightened cry on the spot. "You dare to offend my Yi clan? Go to hell!" Yi Zhu snorted coldly and raised his hand. Zhang Ji's head instantly exploded. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, easily pulled the women and the people beside him to stand far away to avoid being affected. As the 2 ancestors of the Yi family recovered, the situation began to become one-sided. None of the Zhang family's Earth Emperor experts survived. They were all killed by Yi Zhu and his wife. The 2 of them immediately rushed to their respective spirit beasts. When they arrived in front of the spirit beasts, the brown silk cat had already been killed by the dark pattern leopard. However, the dark pattern leopard had also suffered quite a bit of damage, and its battle strength had decreased. The 4 spirit beasts surrounded and attacked the green-haired cow. The green-haired cow's body was already stained with blood, and the spirit beasts had also suffered quite a bit of damage. Yi Zhu and Huang Lian worked together to quickly kill the dark-patterned leopard, then fought the other 3 spirit beasts with the green-haired cow. The pressure on the green-haired cow was greatly reduced, and it finally had a chance to counterattack. On the other side of the battlefield, Jin Yuan started to have stage fright. Facing the savage leopard's blood prison world, as well as that terrifying sword skill, he was suppressed by the savage leopard from the very beginning. There were already a few wounds on his body, and what was even more strange was that the essence blood that flowed out of his body actually attached to his opponent's saber and disappeared. Shermu was even more certain that the opposite party was a member of the Black Demon sect. Who else could have such a strange and terrifying fighting strength, except for the people of the Black Demon sect? Right now, he was already thinking of how to escape as soon as possible. As for the spirit ascension art, he could only toss it to the back of his mind. What was more important than his own life? Tan Guang and Zhang Datong faced off against the devil-armored leopard without any suspense. Zhang Datong's arm was bitten by the devil-armored leopard, and Tan Guang was also seriously injured by the devil-armored leopard. On the other side, Zhang Budong was beaten to a pulp by the devil-armored leopard. A dignified Great Master level expert couldn't withstand the brute force of the devil-armored leopard. Moreover, the devil-armored leopard was playing with fire. Jin Wan knew that the situation was hopeless. He shouted, "Brother, retreat!" Tan Guang had wanted to retreat for a long time. But he couldn't care less about the Zhang brothers when he heard his brother's order. He turned around and ran away. However, how could the savage leopard and the devil-armored leopard let them leave so easily? Tan Guang, Zhang Datong, and Zhang Butong were left behind under the pursuit of a man and a beast. Jin Wan had already taken a pill to increase his speed. So, he was able to escape with his injuries. It could be considered as a blessing and a misfortune. The Yi family had gotten through the daunting experience thanks to the intervention of Ling Xiao and the others. However, the Yi family's territory had been destroyed. It would take some time to rebuild it. The Yi family's people in the city thought that the Yi family had been exterminated. The Zhang family went for wool and came home shorn. All of their experts had been buried here. As a result, the Zhang family was completely annihilated by the Yi family in the near future, and the Zhang family city was also taken in by the Yi family. Of course, these things weren't something that Ling Xiao cared about. He helped the Yi family because of Yi Yunfeng's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business. The Yi family cleaned up the mess. Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to leave at this moment. He was afraid that Jin Wan of the Golden Fist sect would return. Since he had helped them, he would help them to the end. Therefore, Ling Xiao stayed in Yi family city for 5 more days. 5 days later, the 2 ancestors of the Yi family, Yi Lingchong, and his 2 children came to visit. When the 2 ancestors of the Yi family saw Ling Xiao, they immediately bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, young Master Ling. My Yi family will never forget it." Ling Xiao returned the greeting, "You don't have to be like this. If it wasn't for Brother Yi, I wouldn't have made a move. We were just passing by." The few people from the Yi family laughed dryly. They knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. If it was them, they wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business unless it was necessary. Not to mention that Ling Xiao didn't have a deep relationship with them. No matter what, it's all thanks to young Master Ling this time. Here's a small gift, I hope young Master Ling won't refuse. It can be considered a small gift from my Yi family. Yi Zhu handed a spatial ring to Ling Xiao and said. This time, the Yi family was truly in a dangerous situation. The couple had almost died. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had made a move at the last moment, allowing the Yi family to withstand this calamity. Giving Ling Xiao a little reward now was not an exaggeration at all. Ling Xiao laughed, "How can I accept this?" Most people would say these words out of politeness and not accept other people's things. Perhaps they would only reluctantly accept the things after some discussion. However, as Ling Xiao said this, he quickly kept the spatial ring. It was as if he was afraid that Yi Zhu would change his mind and not give it to him. The people behind Ling Xiao were also not surprised, but Yi Shuiqing almost laughed out loud. This was the first time she had seen such a rude person. "Alright, we'll go back first. In the future, Ling Xiao is always welcome to be a guest in Yi family city. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask," Yi Zhu said and left with his wife. Yi Lingchong, Yi Yunfeng, and Yi Shuiqing did not leave. "Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao asked as he touched his nose. Yi Lingchong stepped forward and exchanged some pleasantries with him, then left alone. When Yi Lingchong left, Yi Yunfeng bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Big brother, can you accept me?" Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with black lines. "No. I'm not interested in men." "No, big brother, you misunderstand. I want you to accept me as your little brother," Yi Yunfeng said very sincerely. Not only did he see Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, but he also saw the strength of the people behind Ling Xiao. He admired Ling Xiao more and more. Moreover, before he came, he had already talked to his father, and his father also thought that perhaps following Ling Xiao was a very good choice. Ling Xiao walked in front of Yi Yunfeng and lightly patted his shoulder. "Brother Yi, we don't get to know each other without fighting, but I really can't accept you as my little brother because I still have important matters to attend to, and I can be in danger at any time. It's not good for the young master of the Yi family to follow me. Yi Yunfeng replied, Big brother, I don't have any good points, but I like to fight. I think that if I follow Big brother, my life will be even more exciting. I will advance even faster, and I still want to defeat Big brother one day. You've finally revealed your true purpose, haven't you? Are you following me so that you can get back at me in the future? Ling Xiao laughed. Yi Yunfeng laughed dryly. In this life, defeating Big brother is Yi Yunfeng's goal. Good. It seems that if I don't give you a chance to defeat me, you won't be satisfied for the rest of your life. Then from now on, you can follow me. When you defeat me, you can return to the Yi family. But I'll say this first, if anything happens on the road, don't regret following me, Ling Xiao promised. That's great. Big brother, please accept this little brother's bow. Yi Yunfeng shouted happily and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Yi Yunfeng to be so serious, so he could only reluctantly accept him. In the future, don't call me Big brother. You're older than me, so you can call me Big brother like the others. Ling Xiao said. Yes, Big brother. From now on, I'll follow you no matter what, Yi Yunfeng patted his chest and said. Congratulations, Big brother, you got a little brother. Hua Xiaogui laughed. Quick, call me second brother. The prodigal said, pretending to be mature. Zizai is second brother, then I'm third brother. Hua Xiaogui said. Then I'll reluctantly be fourth brother. Tang Luigua said a little embarrassedly. Fifth brother greets big brothers. Yi Yunfeng was very tactful to address them. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that Yi Yunfeng's joining would arouse Tang Luigua's hot-blooded heart. Yi Yunfeng, a high-level king stage expert, was willing to be Ling Xiao's little brother. Tang Luigua had nothing to be proud of. Perhaps only by following Ling Xiao would he be able to embark on a different path to the top. Young Master Ling, can I talk to you alone? Yi Shuiqing asked shyly. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to give Yi Yunfeng face. After all, he had just gotten a little brother, and his sister could be considered half a sister to him. The others tactfully left, leaving only Ling Xiao and Yi Shuiqing in the room. Ling Xiao sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He didn't take the initiative to speak, because he also didn't know what to say. In his eyes, Yi Shuiqing was just a capricious Miss Yi. Yi Shuiqing's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao without blinking, and her delicate face gradually turned red. Have you seen enough? Ling Xiao said lightly. Yi Shuiqing shook her head and said, not enough. Ling Xiao frowned and said, what do you want to say? If you have nothing to say, then please leave. Yi Shuiqing's beautiful eyes flashed a few traces of disappointment, and then she lightly bit her jade lips. Her body slightly trembled, and the light gauze disappeared in an instant, revealing a delicate and beautiful figure with golden proportions in front of him. That tender and beautiful face, that smooth as jade skin, that slender and soft waist, those towering and full peaks, that smooth and delicate lower abdomen, that mysterious and seductive bush, all of this looked so perfect that it made people's blood boil. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, are you crazy? He didn't understand what this woman wanted to do. Yi Shuiqing suddenly threw herself on Ling Xiao and said, I said, you saved my Yi family, so I am yours. Chapter 542. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yi Shuiqing to make such a move. The seductive scent began to penetrate his nostrils and spread to the blood vessels of his whole body. Ling Xiao's lower body instantly straightened up. How could Yi Shuiqing, who was in his arms, not feel the change in Ling Xiao? She was tickled under her buttocks, and she almost couldn't help but moan. Ling Xiao pushed Yi Shuiqing away. Put on your clothes. Yi Shuiqing pestered him again and said, I'm already like this. What else do you want? Her body kept twisting like a snake. She hooked her hands around Ling Xiao's neck, and her feet were directly in the middle of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hard object was almost aimed at her mysterious flowers. Her heart was beating fast. She didn't know why she was doing such a crazy thing. Was it really to repay a debt of gratitude? Perhaps she had already quietly developed feelings for Ling Xiao. Even she herself felt conflicted about this point. Feeling the breath of the woman in his arms, the sexy body, Ling Xiao wanted to turn over and ravage this woman. However, Ling Xiao really couldn't do that kind of evil thing. He felt that although he was not as good as Lu Xiaohui, he was only a little better than Lu Xiaohui. If you want to thank me, you don't have to do this. I already have a family. Ling Xiao pushed Yi Shuiqing away again, and then walked out of the house without looking back. He felt that if he stayed here for a while, he was afraid that he couldn't help but lose control. Ling Xiao didn't like Yi Shuiqing. Although he felt that her body was full of temptation, he didn't want to have any relationship with a woman he didn't like. If she was an enemy or a stranger, maybe Ling Xiao would pounce on her and eat her. But she was neither an enemy nor his woman. At best, she was a willful woman. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to endure. Looking at the elegant figure walking away, Yi Shuiqing's body trembled slightly, and his expression became somewhat pale. He muttered, "Don't I have any charm at all?" Yi Shuiqing took out another set of clothes from his space ring, and after putting them on, a helpless smile appeared on his face. With so many beautiful sisters, no wonder he doesn't like me. Ling Xiao stayed in the Yi family city for another 2 days and found that there was no movement from the Golden Fist sect, so he left with his people. It was just that Yi Yunfeng was among the group. Ling Xiao had a clear goal in his journey, which was to find the Black Water sect in the North Water boundary as soon as possible. The central region was vast, and the North Water border was very far from the southwest. It was unrealistic for Ling Xiao to rush there at once. There were many cities along the way. Because of this, their horizons were broadened. They knew that the central region was really the holy land of martial arts. There were countless experts and abundant cultivation resources. As long as they had Xian crystals, they could easily buy them. After rushing for 2 months, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at a very famous city in the central region, Wind City. This was a city directly under the Feng clan, one of the 18 major forces. It could be said that Wind City represented one of the most prosperous cities in the central region. The Feng clan has occupied this area for more than 50,000 years. In this area, the Feng clan was the well-deserved overlord. There were more than 10 7th-rank sects, 7 6th-rank sects, 4 5th-rank sects, and 2 4th-rank sections. There were also many clans with different strengths, but these powers all followed the lead of the Feng clan. This was because the Feng clan's power was comparable to a 3rd-rank sect. In other words, they were a first-rate clan in the middle region. Otherwise, how could they be considered one of the 18 great powers? In this area around Wind City, the Feng clan always had the final say. No one had ever dared to provoke the Feng clan. Those who had provoked the Feng clan had already been sent to see the King of Hell. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Wind City, they had already listened to Yi Yunfeng's explanation of the situation here. Yi Yunfeng had been to Wind City before, so he was still very excited to be here again. Not only was he excited, but Ling Xiao and the others were also very excited. They had seen many big cities, but this was the first time they had seen a city as big as Wind City. Ancient jade palaces, incomparably wide official roads, and dazzling stores. Everything that other cities had was here, and things that other cities didn't had was here. Powerful martial artists riding powerful spirit beasts were running non-stop. Looking at their confident and heroic posture, Ling Xiao and the others also wanted to indulge themselves. However, Ling Xiao had always adhered to the principle of being low-key, so the group was walking. After arriving at Wind City, Ling Xiao and the others were not in a hurry to leave. According to Yi Yunfeng, not going to the auction in Wind City was a big loss because Wind City often auctioned some of the best rare and precious herbs. Ling Xiao also planned to rest here for a while, and then improve his strength before anything else. For some reason, the more he went to the central area of the central region, the more he felt that his strength was too insignificant. Along the way, he saw king rank and earth sovereigns everywhere, and he could also occasionally encounter Empyrean rank. If he encountered any trouble here, it would not be so easy to resolve. Ling Xiao and the others found an inn to stay. Then, he had Savage Leopard bring the others to stroll around Wind City, while he stayed behind alone. After continuously rushing for a long period of time, Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to raise his combat strength. Although he did not have much time to meditate along the way, Ling Xiao possessed 3 great aberrations in addition to the miraculous 3-part origin convergence qi. Even if he did not meditate, he was still accumulating spirit force all the time. Ling Xiao laid down restrictions in his own house, isolating everything from the outside world. At this time, the Devil's Sovereign Flower appeared in his hand. This time, he did not hesitate at all and immediately consumed it. Once the Devil's Sovereign Flower entered his stomach, Ling Xiao felt extremely comfortable, as if his senses had become very sharp at this moment. This did not refer to his perception of the outside world, but to his flesh, bones, meridians. Everything in his body and mind seemed to be breathing. Yes, everything in his body was breathing. Ling Xiao felt that this feeling had become very wonderful. He found that his perception of the flow of spirit force had become extremely clear at this moment. King rank cultivators could sense the existence of spirit force and eventually learn to control it, controlling it to make powerful attacks. This was only the initial understanding and use of spirit force, but to reach the Earth Sovereign stage, one must be able to control spirit force at all times. In other words, one did not need to deliberately control spirit force to be able to control it. This state was called body moves with spirit. Reaching the body moves with spirit realm meant that one had reached a very high level of understanding and use of spirit force. After reaching this state, one could reach the Earth Sovereign stage as they went deeper into this realm. This was the real effect of the Devil's Sovereign Flower. After taking it, one would have a strong affinity with spirit force, so that the body of a martial artist could reach a high degree of sensitivity to spirit force. Only in this way, any martial artist would not need to experience bottlenecks, and only need to accumulate spirit force all the way to the peak of the Earth Sovereign stage. This was the real value of the Devil's Sovereign Flower. Ling Xiao was intoxicated by this wonderful feeling. In his mind, he seemed to be able to see the 9 different colors of spirit force dancing around him. At the same time, the spirit force constantly seeped into his flesh, drilled into his golden meridians, and finally fell into the colorful whirlpool Dantian. The Dantian gradually rotated faster and faster, and more spirit force from the outside world also converged towards the Dantian. Ling Xiao's golden meridians constantly emitted a radiance, and his bone marrow also seemed to respond to its call. The pale yellow bone marrow underwent a change, and unexpectedly, like the Dantian, it gradually turned into a colorful crystal color. The Emperor Bone was a situation that would only appear when a martial artist reached the Earth Sovereign stage. Once the Emperor Bone was formed, the martial artist's bone marrow would become incomparably tough, and they would be able to withstand ordinary attacks. Moreover, their physical strength would also receive a qualitative improvement. Ling Xiao was immersed in the pleasure of breaking through, and he did not know that the inn he was in had already been surrounded by the gathered spirit force. The martial artists around the inn all sensed that someone was breaking through here. Someone is breaking through. What a powerful energy. Could it be that someone is advancing to the Emperor stage? He must be advancing to the high-level Earth Sovereign stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't need such a powerful energy. I really don't know if this person is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. He actually chose to break through in the inn. Once he's disturbed by others, there's no turning back. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he needs this kind of environment to make a breakthrough. As more and more spirit force gathered, the inn was covered in thick and sticky spirit force. The mist created by the spirit force became extremely damp, and many martial artists began to complain. There were also many martial artists who took the opportunity to meditate and rush to absorb the gathered spirit force. Unfortunately, the spirit force did not seem to listen to their orders, and most of it drilled into Ling Xiao's room. What the hell? Why can't I absorb this spirit force? That's right, there must be something strange about that guy. No, I must wake that guy up. If this goes on, how are we going to cultivate? A few voices of complaint rang out, and at the same time, a few Earth sovereigns rushed towards Ling Zhao's room. Just as they were about to interfere with Ling Zhao's breakthrough, a cold voice rang out, "Whoever dares to cause trouble here will die." The earthly sovereigns shuddered and returned to their original positions. In the room next to Ling Zhao's, a skinny old man closed his eyes and muttered, "He can actually absorb 5 different types of spirit force at the same time. This little guy is quite interesting." Ling Zhao was at the most critical moment and did not know anything about the outside world. He only knew that the amount of spirit force he had absorbed was far from enough. His whirlpool dantian was like a bottomless pit, and the large amount of spirit force he had absorbed was not enough. Ling Zhao muttered, "Still not enough." After saying that, a large pile of low-grade mysterious crystals appeared in front of him. There were at least millions of them. In the blink of an eye, these mysterious crystals turned into nothingness. Not enough, it's far from enough. Ling Zhao realized that it was not enough for him to advance. Several top-grade fire mysterious crystals and a small pile of medium-grade mysterious crystals appeared in front of him. Chapter 543. Several top-grade fire mysterious crystals and tens of thousands of mid-grade mysterious crystals were enough to allow any Earth Emperor to advance by 1 level. However, Ling Zhao was now using them to advance to the Earth Emperor realm. If others were to know about this, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Since when did a king stage cultivator need so much energy to advance to the Earth Emperor realm? The mysterious crystals were shattered by Ling Zhao, and the pure and vast energy mixed with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ling Zhao took a deep breath, and the energy covered his body, seeping into his facial features and skin. Ling Zhao seemed to be full all of a sudden, and the vortex in his dantian instantly surged and rotated fiercely. After an unknown period of time, the color of Ling Zhao's bone marrow began to dye the other joints at an incomparably fast speed. Xiao! His emperor bones were actually dyed into a sparkling and translucent multicolored bone marrow. It looked so noble and beautiful. Suddenly, Ling Zhao felt the powerful energy from the vortex in his dantian, making him feel uncomfortable if he didn't spit it out. Ah! Ling Zhao roared, and his whole body bounced up from the soft couch. A vast energy instantly bloomed. Rumble. The restrictions in Ling Zhao's room couldn't withstand the powerful energy that he emitted and exploded. His house, and several houses near it, were shaken to the ground, and several figures fled hastily from the house. What the hell, he's still tearing down houses in broad daylight. This guy really doesn't care about his life. This is the property of the Feng clan, there will be a good show to watch. Isn't there something wrong with his head? Does he think that breaking through to the high-level Earth Emperor realm makes him very arrogant? How dare you destroy my Feng clan in? 3 figures surrounded Ling Zhao from different corners. 3 high-level king stage cultivators wearing the same clothes landed in front of Ling Zhao's house. There were already more than 10 people standing in front of Ling Zhao's ruined house. They were Cruel Leopard and the others who had already returned. The 3 king steps glanced at Cruel Leopard and the others and said, "Are you the ones causing trouble here?" Even though they knew that the savage leopard was very strong, they did not look down on it at all. In the Wind Capital, who dared to oppose their Feng clan? Before anyone could say anything, Ling Zhao walked out from behind and cupped his hands towards the 3 high-level king stage experts. "I'm sorry, I accidentally caused this place to become like this. I will be responsible for everything here." Ling Zhao thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, would have broken through outside the city. He did not expect that consuming the Devil Emperor flower would allow him to break through to the earthly sovereign realm. Moreover, it required so much energy. In the end, he could not help but release a powerful energy that destroyed the house. Is compensation enough? Don't tell me you don't know that this is the property of our Feng clan? You made such a big commotion that people will think that someone dares to touch our Feng clan. A high-level king-level expert angrily glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. This is really a misunderstanding. I accidentally broke through and caused inconvenience. I am deeply sorry. Ling Xiao sincerely apologized again. Don't think this is over. The high-level king-level expert coldly snorted. Then what do the three of you think? Ling Xiao patiently asked. Seeing that you didn't run away, cut off one of your arms to apologize. The high-level king-level expert coldly said. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt as if he was a criminal. Presumptuous. My young master has already apologized to you and is willing to compensate. You have gone too far. Don't think that the Feng clan is so great. Cruel Leopard gloomily shouted. Who was Cruel Leopard? He was once a high and mighty demon emperor. The black demon sect he founded was unparalleled. Even the old monsters of the Feng clan did not dare to offend him. Thinking back to the time when he was schemed against by Xian Jizi, he was chased by many major forces. There were people from the Feng clan who participated in the operation, so he did not have a good impression of the Feng clan. But now, these little king-level experts dared to shit on his head. If he didn't listen to his young master's orders, he would have immediately pinched these three king-level experts to death. Good guts. You actually don't put my Feng clan in your eyes. I will cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Wind Capital alive. The high-level king-level expert angrily shouted. Although their strength was only ordinary, no one in the Wind Capital dared to offend the Feng clan. Thus, they had developed a condescending personality. They were used to being domineering towards outsiders. Now, someone suddenly appeared and dared to challenge them. How could they not be angry? Cruel Leopard almost couldn't help but want to teach these people a lesson. However, Ling Xiao held his hand and smiled at the three people from the Feng clan. You three, this matter is indeed our fault. How about this, I will let you cut off my arm. It doesn't matter if my arm is broken or not. How about this? Boss, young master, you can't do that. The people behind Ling Xiao exclaimed at the same time. Ling Xiao waved his hand to stop his people from talking. Then, he looked at the three high-level king-level experts and said, if you three feel that one sword is not enough, then cut me 3 times. This matter will be settled like this. Otherwise, people will say that your Feng clan doesn't have the demeanor of a great clan. Okay, since you are so tactful, then we'll do as you say. The high-level king-level expert revealed a proud smile. He viciously thought in his heart, don't mention 3 swords, 1 sword is enough to cripple your arm. If there are 2 more swords, then I will cut off your other arm and leg. Come. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Then, he pulled up his sleeves and revealed a well-proportioned and powerful arm. The high-level king-level expert had a high-level Xian weapon in his hand. A strong light flashed. You asked for it. Watch my sword. The high-level king-level expert revealed a sinister smile. Then, he raised the sword in his hand high up. A powerful light burst out and the sword in his hand fell down. Everyone stared intently at the sword. Some of the warriors in the inn were watching from afar. Looking at their eyes, it seemed that they had already determined that Ling Xiao would become a one-armed man. Ding! The sword cut on Ling Xiao's arm and actually produced a metallic symphony. Then, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Their mouths were opened to the size of a fist, as if they had seen something that was rarely seen in 100 years. Impossible, could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? What did you see? I think my eyes are playing tricks on me too. I saw the sword break. Then your eyes aren't playing tricks on you, because I also saw the sword break. It's too abnormal. His body is actually comparable to a Xian weapon. No, it should be comparable to a spirit weapon. Could it be someone from the Gu clan? No wonder he was so confident. It seems that he had planned this long ago. 1 sword, there are 2 more. Come on, Ling Xiao said indifferently with his arms still flat. The high-level king-level soldier stared at the broken sword in his hand, and then looked at Ling Xiao's smooth and clean arm. His heart was filled with shock and fear. Although he hadn't used his full strength in that attack, he had used 70% of his strength. Coupled with that high-level Xian weapon that could cut through iron like mud, even an Earth Sovereign-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand that attack. He had thought that his opponent's arm would be broken, but unfortunately, it was his Xian weapon that was broken. Let me handle this one. Another high-level king-level expert stood up and shouted. The high-level king-level expert didn't have any objections. He just gave his companion a look as he retreated. It's the same no matter who comes, Ling Xiao replied. The high-level king-level expert sneered and a high-level Xian weapon appeared in his hand. His attack was very fast, and the power he used had obviously reached the 10th level. Seeing that the sword was about to cut down on Ling Xiao's exposed arm, the high-level king-level expert revealed a sinister smile. The sword suddenly changed direction and slashed towards Ling Xiao's other unguarded arm. Despicable. Shameless. The people behind Ling Xiao all exclaimed at the same time. Most of them were ready to take action. The sword still cut down on Ling Xiao's other arm. The smile on the high-level king-level expert's face froze at this moment. The sword in his hand was broken, just like the one in front of him. Ling Xiao's sleeve was torn, but his arm was still intact. Ling Xiao slightly frowned and said, "You guys are very good, worthy of being from the Feng clan. There's still one more sword, come quickly." He didn't expect the other party to be so sinister. Originally, he thought that they were arrogant, but now they were playing dirty. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with killing intent. The faces of the three high-level king-level experts from the Feng clan turned red, but the killing intent in their eyes became even thicker. They were used to being arrogant, so now that they lost face, they naturally didn't feel good. "I don't believe that I can't kill you." The high-level king-level expert who hadn't made a move until now suddenly made his move. However, he didn't use a sword, but a spear. The spear directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's chest. The power of the spear could be said to be terrifying. It seemed like he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one move. The heart was always the most vulnerable part of a person. Even if Ling Xiao's body was abnormal, he didn't dare to be careless. When the spear was about to pierce him, he decisively retracted his arm and blocked in front of his chest. This time, the spear didn't break and went straight towards Ling Xiao's arm. The high-level king-level expert revealed a ferocious expression. He grabbed the spear with one hand and used his other hand to hit the end of the spear. The spear exerted twice the force as if it wanted to cripple Ling Xiao's arm. However, Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place without moving. He just waved his arm and the spear immediately turned into a bow. Then, with a pop sound, the spear broke. The high-level king-level expert was shaken by the aftershock and was forced to take several steps back before he could stabilize his body. 3 swords, no, 2 swords and 1 spear. The 3 of you should be able to vent your anger now. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3. The 3 of them were too embarrassed to stay. There were many people watching from the side. They didn't want to lose their last bit of face, so they coldly snorted at Ling Xiao, "You're really something. If you dare to cause trouble in our Feng clan's territory again, you will be beheaded without mercy." The 3 of them immediately turned around and left. The girls behind Ling Xiao immediately came forward to check if there was anything wrong with Ling Xiao's body. Feng Xianyun revealed her killing intent for the first time. "I really want to feed them to the goo worms." Chapter 544. After the people from the Feng clan left, Ling Xiao's group was no longer in the mood to stay in the inn. Thus, Ling Xiao's group moved to another place. However, this place still belonged to the Feng clan. It seemed that all the shops in Wind Capital belonged to the Feng clan. After Ling Xiao had settled his people down, he gave a few words of warning to the others and left alone. He had just broken through to the Earth King level, but he had more important things to do. He needed a quiet place and couldn't break through in the inn like before. After Ling Xiao left Wind City, he immediately spread his shadow and swept towards the mountain ridges outside the city. There were 3 figures following behind him. Ling Xiao had already noticed them, so his speed wasn't too fast. It was enough for the 3 to catch up. After Ling Xiao entered the mountains, he stopped. The 3 immediately separated and surrounded Ling Xiao from 3 directions. These 3 were the 3 high-level king-level experts from the Feng clan. Hee, little brat, there is a door to heaven but you don't want to go. Now, let's see how you die. A high-level king-level expert sneered at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 and said, "Are the 3 of you not willing to let me go? Are the people from the Feng clan so untrustworthy? Little brat, this has nothing to do with our Feng clan. We just don't like you, so we want you to know that physical strength doesn't make you invincible," a high-level king-level expert said. Soon after, the 3 summoned their spirit beasts at the same time. 3 dark wind wolves majestically appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't think that these 3 were only high-level king-level experts, yet they had spirit beasts of a higher level than them. This must be the special treatment of the Feng clan. Are you sure you want to eat me? Ling Xiao sneered. At this time, he was only suppressing his cultivation to the high-level king level. This was the reason why the 3 dared to chase after him. You've guessed correctly. Eat him. A high-ranked king-class expert said with a malicious smile. The 3 lunar wind wolves immediately pounced on Ling Xiao after receiving the order. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't attack, instead summoning the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King was already at the peak of the 5th rank. It was only a step away from the 6th rank. The expressions of the 3 kings turned ugly when they saw the Golden Wolf King. However, they did not run away because they knew that the Golden Wolf King had not reached stage 6 and could not fly. As long as they flew into the air, they would be fine. Unfortunately, they had overestimated their own strength. The Golden Wolf King dealt with the 3 wind wolves effortlessly. On the other hand, those 3 high-stage king rank experts that didn't seize the opportunity to escape became the first batch of souls that had perished under Ling Xiao's hands since he'd advanced to the earthly emperor realm. Do you really think this young master is a soft sieve? Ling Xiao said with disdain. Then he rode the Golden Wolf King towards the depths of the mountain. Not long after Ling Xiao left, a figure slowly descended from the sky and murmured, "What a good kid. He can actually hide his tracks." After saying that, the man disappeared once again on the spot. If Ling Xiao had seen that kind of speed, he would have thought that he had seen a ghost. It was so fast that it had reached the pinnacle of being able to disappear without a trace. Ling Xiao chose a dangerous place, opened a cave, and dove in. I finally reached the Emperor realm. Now I can raise my bone refining realm a bit. Ling Xiao excitedly licked his dry tongue. Ever since his ancient emperor divine art had advanced to the 4th transformation, bone refining, the speed at which he advanced had slowed down. 2 years had passed, but he had only managed to raise his bone refining realm to the middle stage. This speed was even slower than a snail's crawl. How could Ling Xiao endure it? Now that he had suddenly reached the emperor realm, it was time for him to raise his ancient emperor divine art once again. According to Ling Xiao's modified and incomplete ancient emperor's magic formula, every advancement must be met with extremely harsh conditions. For example, the combination of high-level spirit herbs or elixirs, or some extremely abnormal cultivation environment. In order to achieve great success in the bone refining realm, one must have a level 6 elixir, Emperor Bone Elixir. The Emperor Bone Pill was not a pill that could help a cultivator form their emperor bones, but a pill that could help a cultivator reach the bone forging stage of the ancient sovereign divine art. It required the bones of an earth sovereign as the main ingredient, so it was called the Emperor Bone Pill. In the secret realm of the heaven-suppressing sect, Ling Xiao had collected quite a few emperor bones. In the past few years, he had also collected a few more emperor bones, and now was the time to put them to use. However, although Ling Xiao had advanced to the Earth Emperor realm, he had never refined a 6th grade pill before. Therefore, he had to close himself off for a period of time to properly refine the pill and raise its grade. This time, Ling Xiao spent more than 2 months in seclusion. During this time, he didn't know how many earth-shattering explosions had occurred in his cave. If it weren't for the restrictions, it was likely that this mountain would have been blown to smithereens. On this day, the sound of an explosion rang out once more. This time, the sound of the explosion was several times more terrifying than the previous one. The mountain was shaken to the point where it began to shake. Following that, boulders began to tumble down, and the mountain finally collapsed at this moment. Just as all the boulders were about to fall, a sorry figure scuttled out from the rubble. This young master is truly a genius. A 6th grade pill was so easily dealt with. Of course, the person who flew out was Ling Xiao, who had been in seclusion. His entire person looked battered and exhausted, but the hearty voice he let out was filled with unprecedented excitement and happiness. After 2 months of seclusion, he had easily reached a height that other alchemists could not hope to reach. In addition to Ling Xiao's own super-strong Tenbin, this had a lot to do with the soul-controlling art, the heaven-level god cauldron, and the heavenly fire. If he didn't have these 3 strange things, he was afraid that it would have taken dozens or even hundreds of years for him to reach this step. The soul-controlling art allowed Ling Xiao's soul power to be several grades higher than that of other alchemists. As long as Ling Xiao's strength broke through, it wouldn't take too much time for him to advance to the next grade. The heaven-level god cauldron and the heavenly fire assisted him, allowing him to increase the probability of condensing pills and reduce the probability of failure. At the same time, the pills that he refined were even more outstanding. With these 3 factors, and Ling Xiao's extraordinary comprehension, he was able to reach the level of a 6th realm alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that his achievements were as rare as the feathers of a phoenix and the horns of a qilin. Even if it was an alchemist who was older than Ling Xiao by dozens or even hundreds of years, they would still sigh with regret. After Ling Xiao came out, he didn't plan on returning to Wind City. He still had to take the Emperor Bone Pill. Once again looking for a secluded place, Ling Xiao planned to take the Emperor Bone Pill, hoping to reach the large success stage of the bone refining realm. The Emperor Bone Pill was a 6th grade pill that used dozens of emperor bones as a medicinal catalyst. It could allow any martial artist's bone marrow to reach a terrifying degree of toughness. This kind of pill was created specifically for the ancient emperor mystic technique. Ordinary alchemists didn't know of this pill and its recipe. Ling Xiao took the Emperor Bone Pill and quickly operated the ancient emperor mystic technique. All the meridians in his body that seemed to be cast from gold began to divide and absorb the medicinal properties of the pill. The multicolored bone marrow instantly blossomed with a strange luster. Ling Xiao had an indescribable calm expression. He only felt that there seemed to be some kind of change occurring in his bone marrow. Gradually, he felt some swelling pain, as if his bone marrow was forcibly growing. This state lasted for an unknown amount of time. Among the several colors of bone marrow in Ling Xiao's body, gold occupied the dominant position. It seemed that half of a bone was gold, while the other half was occupied by the other 4 colors. If Ling Xiao was a pure metal attribute martial artist, then his emperor bones would definitely be pure gold. However, Ling Xiao cultivated several attributes at the same time, so there were several multicolored emperor bones. Now that he had taken the Emperor Bone Pill, his bone marrow had reached an abnormal degree of toughness. This was the power of the ancient emperor mystic technique. The ancient emperor mystic technique was a metal attribute cultivation technique, so the emperor bones were dominated by gold. Ling Xiao stood up and stretched his body. Then, he didn't circulate his spiritual power and punched the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave. Bang! With a loud explosion, the huge boulder was actually smashed into powder by Ling Xiao's simple punch. Ling Xiao shook his arm lightly and said, "It seems the power is not bad." The 4th transformation of the ancient emperor mystic technique, the bone refining stage, had finally reached the grand accomplishment stage. Ling Xiao's current physical defense had reached a terrifying state. It was likely that even a spirit artifact would not be able to hurt him easily. When Ling Xiao was about to walk out of the cave mansion, he found that his tattered clothes seemed to have become a lot shorter, not only his sleeves, but also his trousers. What's going on? Did I grow taller? Ling Xiao spread out his palms and muttered to himself. Then, Ling Xiao shattered his clothes and took out a new set of clothes from his space ring to change into. As a result, his sleeves and trousers were still significantly shorter. I really grew taller. Oh no, I've become even taller and more powerful, more handsome, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If anyone else had heard this, they would have vomited on the spot. However, the current Ling Xiao was indeed more dignified than before, and that emperor's aura was more and more obvious. Every step he took was like a dragon or a tiger, firm and domineering, and people could tell at a glance that he was an extraordinary person. It was just that after he restrained his strength, he became as ordinary as a commoner again, just a little more handsome. It's been 2.5 months, it's time to go back, lest they worry, Ling Xiao murmured as he walked out of the cave mansion. Then, he summoned the Golden Wolf King and prepared to return to Wind Capital. It was also at this time that a figure appeared in the sky above him. Ling Xiao stopped the Wolf King and looked at the newcomer with a vigilant expression. Since his debut, Ling Xiao had always relied on his keen senses to find hidden enemies. But this time, he didn't have the slightest warning, and that person appeared in the sky above him. This could only mean that the other party was definitely a super expert, or had a magical treasure that could conceal his aura. May I know who you are? Ling Xiao looked up at the old man and asked. Chapter 545. The old man was tall and thin, but he had a dignified appearance. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and his white hair scattered elegantly. From his current appearance, it could be imagined that he was definitely a first-rate handsome man when he was young. The old man's essence was restrained, and his hands were floating behind his back. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he had a somewhat sage-like demeanor. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said faintly, "Boy, take me as your master." His tone was irresistible, and it seemed that Ling Xiao had to take him as his master no matter what. Ling Xiao was stunned, and then he looked at the old man in midair and said, "Sir, you want me to take you as my master?" The old man nodded lightly and replied, "Yes, it's your honor that I can take you as my disciple." Sir, I already have a master." "I'm really sorry," Ling Xiao replied after a moment of hesitation. Although Ling Xiao didn't know whether the old man was sincere in taking him as his disciple, he still had to be careful when dealing with this old man. Although he was now at the Earth Sovereign stage, he couldn't sense the old man's strength at all. It was as if the old man was a bottomless pit that people couldn't see through. Without guessing, Ling Xiao could be sure that this old man was definitely a super powerhouse, and he might even be at the emperor stage. When the old man heard Ling Xiao's words, he said disapprovingly, "Who's your master?" "Purple Sky Sect's Mu Huai." Ling Xiao replied. "Purple Sky Sect's Mu Huai?" The old man was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I've heard of the Purple Thunder Sect, but I've never heard of the Purple Sky Sect, and I've never heard of Mu Huai. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Master is my most respected person, why would I lie to you?" Ling Xiao replied. "Then tell me, is the Purple Sky Sect a 4th grade or 5th grade sect? What's your master's strength?" the old man asked. Ling Xiao answered without hesitation, "An 8th grade sect. My master should be at the Earth's sovereign realm." When Ling Xiao left the Purple Heaven sect, Mu Huai had already stepped into the half-step earthly sovereign realm. With the help of the high-rank wood attribute spirit grass that Ling Xiao had left for him, he should have broken through to the earthly sovereign realm. What, an 8th grade sect with the strength of an earth sovereign? The old man's mouth suddenly fell open, and his eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. "Yes, that's right. That's why I can't take you as my master." "Please forgive me," replied Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the old man looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha! An Earth Emperor from a mere 8th grade sect is able to bring up such an outstanding disciple. Not bad, not bad. He paused for a moment and then said, "Boy, do you know who I am? Forgive me for my poor eyesight." Ling Xiao cupped his hands. He had just arrived in the central region, so he didn't know anyone. "I'm the demonic emperor," the old man said indifferently, and his eyes flashed with incomparable pride. "So it's Senior Demonic Emperor. I've heard a lot about you." Ling Xiao responded with a look of sudden realization. He muttered in his heart, "Demonic Emperor? That's quite a domineering name. Unfortunately, I've never heard of it." "Well, since you know my name, then take me as your master. As for your previous master and sect, forget about them. They don't have the qualifications to teach you anymore," the old man said very conceitedly. That's not very good, is it?" Ling Xiao scratched his head. "What? Do you think I'm not qualified to be your master?" The old man glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hands repeatedly and said, "No. No, Senior Demonic Emperor, you are wise and mighty, dignified and peerless. Of course you are qualified. It's just that this junior's talent is lacking, and I really don't have the qualifications to be Senior's disciple. Whether you have the qualifications or not is up to this old man. However, your current strength is indeed a bit lacking, but you're still young. With this old man's guidance, you will definitely be able to reach the exalted level in less than 10 years, and the emperor level in 100 years. As for the saint level, that will depend on your comprehension and luck," the old man called the demonic emperor said. Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard this. According to the speed that the demonic emperor had mentioned, there were probably experts everywhere on the continent. It had to be known that many geniuses needed hundreds of years or more to reach the Earth Emperor or Sky Sovereign level, but the demonic emperor had set a time limit of 100 years for him to reach the emperor level. This made Ling Xiao feel that it was a bit of a fool's dream. He felt that even if he used pills along the way, he wouldn't be able to reach the emperor level so quickly. After all, there was only one chance to use a pill to advance at every stage. Once one consumed the pill, their strength would increase extremely quickly, but the next time they needed to advance, the time it would take for them to solidify their foundation would be much longer. Therefore, this was also a place that Ling Xiao felt was unrealistic. Moreover, the higher the level, the more power one needed to accumulate. Furthermore, the comprehension of the world was also especially important. It was definitely not as easy to break through as it was in the early stages. The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao, who was in a daze, and said, "How about it, take me as your master? You have to know how many people are crying to become this old man's disciple. This old man is not willing." In his eyes, Ling Xiao must have been shocked by his words just now. He was sure that this brat would definitely be his only successor. I think it's better to forget about it. If I were to join Senior's sect, then wouldn't I become a traitor? Then what's the difference between me and those heartless and unjust scoundrels? I believe that Senior definitely does not wish for his disciple to be such a person, right? Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. The evil emperor pondered for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense." Ling Xiao thought that he could get rid of this old man, but in the next moment, the evil emperor said, "Then tell me, where is the Purple Heaven sect? I'll go and destroy your original sect, and even your master. That way, you won't have any pressure taking me as your master." When Ling Xiao heard this, he was so angry that he almost fell to the ground and died. He really didn't know what this old fellow was trying to do. Could it be that he was like the old witch from the Cold Water sect, forcing her to take him in as a disciple, then using him as a furnace and eating him to advance to a higher level? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that it was more and more possible, and thought of a way to escape. "Senior, if you do this, I will only be completely disappointed in you. At that time, you will be my enemy. How can I take an enemy as my home?" Ling Xiao said in a low voice. "In the end, you still don't want to be my disciple?" The evil emperor said gloomily. Ling Xiao felt his body stiffen, as if he was tied up by something, unable to move at all. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't just wait for death. He tried his best to break through the aura, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. I'll ask you again, are you my disciple or not? The evil emperor squinted his eyes and asked, as if as long as Ling Xiao said the word no, he would kill Ling Xiao. Xiaolong, come out. Ling Xiao couldn't move his limbs, but his mouth could still speak. Roar. A blue flood dragon appeared in the air, and a Tenbin divine ability roared out. The powerful sound wave caused everything in the surroundings to tremble. Ling Xiao thought that the appearance of the blue flood dragon would definitely injure or force the evil emperor back. However, he discovered that the evil emperor's clothes only fluttered a few times, and his entire body was still floating in the air, as if the blue flood dragon's roar did not cause any damage to him at all. Ling Xiao's pupils dilated and contracted. He was completely sure that this evil emperor was a genuine emperor stage super powerhouse. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful sound wave attack from the blue flood dragon. One had to know that the blue flood dragon was a peak rank 6 spirit beast. The evil emperor didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a powerful protective spirit beast, and he revealed a faint smile. Not bad, not bad, other than a mutated three-eyed wolf king, you actually have such a flood dragon. It seems like you really have good fortune. Xiaolong, kill him. Ling Xiao ordered again. Right now, he wanted to quickly escape from this old fellow's blockade. Only then would he have a chance to escape. The blue flood dragon swung its tail, and its powerful body swept towards the evil emperor. Humph, little guy, you have some strength, but it's not enough. The evil emperor snorted coldly, and with a light wave of his hand, a colorful ball of light collided with the blue flood dragon. Roar! The blue flood dragon let out a roar, and its powerful body was actually sent flying hundreds of meters away. When Ling Xiao saw this, he knew that it would be difficult to rely on the blue flood dragon to help him escape. This old fellow was simply too powerful. The blue flood dragon once again returned, but it didn't dare to choose to fight in close combat. Instead, it spat out a powerful elemental attack towards the evil emperor. Facing the blue flood dragon's attack, the evil emperor was still as calm as before. His hands seemed to be able to cover the sky and cover the sun. With just a light wave, the blue flood dragon's attack was instantly turned into nothingness, while the blue flood dragon was smashed to the ground by the aftershock, creating a bottomless pit. Xiaolong. Ling Xiao roared. If anything happened to the blue flood dragon, even if Ling Xiao had to die, he would drag this old fellow to the grave with him. Without thinking, Ling Xiao frantically drew out the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness. Invisible spiritual power surged towards the evil emperor like tens of thousands of sharp blades. With such a powerful spiritual power, even a heavenly venerable would have to die on the spot. After all, Ling Xiao had broken through to the earthly sovereign realm, and not only had his sea of consciousness expanded, his spiritual power had also reached an unprecedented level. The evil emperor suddenly felt his sea of consciousness shake, and his body swayed slightly. Because of this, Ling Xiao was also freed, but when he saw that the evil emperor didn't change much, his expression changed several times. Spiritual power had always been Ling Xiao's most mysterious and powerful support, and it had always been successful. But now that he had attacked the other party's sea of consciousness with all his might, he realized that his attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to harm the other party at all. This made Ling Xiao feel that this old fellow was abnormally strong. A subtle feeling arose in Ling Xiao's heart, perhaps taking this old fellow as my master isn't a bad choice. You actually know how to use spiritual attacks? No wonder you're a 6th rank alchemist at such a young age. You have a secret art to cultivate your psychic power. Kid, are you from the Soul Tribe? The evil emperor narrowed his eyes and asked. He didn't seem to be angry at Ling Xiao's counterattack. Ling Xiao retreated 100 meters before replying, what soul race? He was puzzled, could it be the Southern Wasteland soul race? Do they also know how to use spiritual attacks? The evil emperor stared at Ling Xiao in astonishment, and finally asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to take me as your master?" Chapter 546. The powerful strength displayed by the evil emperor had undoubtedly shocked Ling Xiao. The other party's strength was already so terrifying, so it was likely that he had different intentions from the old witch of the Blackwater sect. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart, this old fellow's eyes are not bad. He knows that this young master is a genius among geniuses. If I can rope him in, I will have a strong guarantee in the central region. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say that he wanted to acknowledge him as his master, the evil emperor burst forth with a powerful energy, and a fist the size of a mountain smashed towards Ling Xiao. Oh no! Ling Xiao's pupils dilated as he cried out in his heart. He thought that the evil emperor was going to kill him. He wanted to dodge, but the attack was extremely fast, and before he could even react, it was already in front of him. Just as he was about to give up resisting, the sound of wind breaking rang out behind him. Boom! Ling Xiao felt as if he had been thrown far away by a powerful ball of air. However, just as he was about to be smashed to the ground, a gentle force supported him, allowing him to stand still without suffering any injuries. Big brother evil emperor, it's really you. Why did you use force on me? A delicate voice mixed with excitement sounded out. Just from her voice, one could guess that this woman was definitely very young. Furthermore, she was calling the evil emperor so intimately, so she was definitely the evil emperor's woman. Ling Xiao felt that the woman was definitely pretending to be pure. The evil emperor was at least an old monster that was thousands of years old, so how could his woman be young? However, when Ling Xiao saw the woman clearly, he was extremely shocked. From afar, this woman looked like an orchid. The hazy light covered her appearance, but looking at her gorgeous clothes, her beautiful figure, and that elegant and refined temperament, it was certain that this woman was definitely not an old woman. Ling Xiao could not help but gather his green eyes and see through the woman's light to see her face. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's eyes became dull as he muttered, so beautiful. He really didn't expect this woman to be so young. She looked to be in her 30s, but her mature charm and elegant temperament were simply too beautiful. Ling Xiao compared this woman with his own women. He found that among his women, only Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, and Kai Xia could compete with her. The others were slightly inferior. If Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, and Kai Xia had not taken the 10,000-year pearl, they would probably be a lot worse than this woman. It seems that this woman has also taken some kind of beauty-retaining spirit treasure, Ling Xiao thought with certainty in his heart. You crazy woman, why are you here? The evil emperor glared at the person and shouted in annoyance. You're so annoying. Big brother demonic emperor, don't tell me you're not here to look for me? I've missed you for decades. Could it be that you still have the heart to abandon me? The woman said in a coquettish voice. Her voice could make any man's bones go soft. When Ling Xiao heard this, his blood started to boil. That voice seemed to provoke the most primitive kind of beauty in any man, and his heart couldn't help but be captivated by this woman. Even the bewitching techniques of the former Yu Lai Yan or the charm sex Wu Mei Nyang were not as powerful as this woman's words. I'm not here to look for you. Go back, I don't have time to bullshit with you, the evil emperor said coldly. The woman's figure flashed, and in the next moment, she was already beside the evil emperor. She hugged his arm and said coquettishly, I don't care, I won't let you leave me again. Why are you doing this? You can go back first. I'll come find you later. The evil emperor frowned slightly. He looked very impatient, but his eyes were filled with guilt. The woman grabbed the evil emperor's hand tightly and said firmly, I won't. Unless you kill me now, from now on, I won't leave you even half a step. The evil emperor shook the woman a few times, but was unable to shake her off. Ling Xiao, who was below, was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. How could such a beautiful woman be entangled with a rotten old man? It was truly like a fresh flower inserted into a large plate of cow dung. This caused Ling Zhao's heart to ache in pain. However, when he thought of the evil emperor's terrifying strength, Ling Zhao also felt that everything was possible. This continent was a world where martial arts were respected. Ling Zhao shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. He took the opportunity to summon the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Wyrm back, then hid his presence. He put on the gale boots and increased his speed to the limit, leaving this place. Although he had been tempted by the evil emperor's words just now, Ling Zhao still decided not to take the risk. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He really did not know whether the old man really wanted to accept him as a disciple or not. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhao was already 1,000 meters away. Of course, the evil emperor saw that Ling Zhao had already run away, but his body did not move. He only narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Ling Zhao. Big brother evil emperor, who is that brat? The woman leaned her head on the evil emperor's shoulder and asked softly. The evil emperor said faintly, "My disciple." The woman revealed a look of surprise and said, "Big brother evil emperor, you finally accepted a disciple? Then wouldn't I be mistress?" Although he is my disciple, he does not recognize me as his master, the evil emperor continued. What? That kid betrayed his sect? I'll go kill him for you. The woman's face instantly changed as a strong killing intent emerged. The evil emperor sighed, "To think that I, the evil emperor, have roamed the world, countless people have tried to become my disciple, but none of them have caught my eye. Now that I've finally found a good seedling, he's not willing to acknowledge me as his master, how laughable, haha." His laughter was not filled with disappointment or helplessness. Instead, it was filled with joy and fanaticism. If Ling Zhao saw the evil emperor's smile, he would definitely curse him in his heart, crazy. Big brother evil emperor, how about I capture him and let him take you as his master? The woman asked. Humph, mind your own business. You'd better go back to your family and be a stabilizing force. I'll be leaving first. The evil emperor snorted coldly and instantly broke free of the woman's hand. His entire body disappeared before their eyes, moving at a speed that was practically traceless. The woman stomped her feet lightly and said, "Big brother evil emperor, don't run. Even if you have to go to the ends of the earth, I will catch up to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from where she stood. Ling Zhao did not immediately return to Wind City. Instead, he circled around the mountain ridges and made sure that the evil emperor did not catch up to him before returning to Wind City. After being separated from his people for 2.5 months, his strength and realm had both increased, so Ling Zhao was prepared to continue on his journey. However, when he returned to the inn, he found that the front of the inn was filled with a somber killing intent. He saw dozens of King Stage warriors with dozens of Wind wolves surrounding the inn tightly. With a glance, he could guess that these people were the wolf guards of the Feng clan. Ling Zhao was filled with doubt. He didn't know what had happened in the inn. Could it be that the fact that I killed those 3 fellows has been found out? Ling Zhao thought. He didn't act rashly. He had to clearly see the situation before making a decision. Inside the inn, most of the customers had already been asked to leave. Only Ling Zhao's people were still inside. Cruel Leopard, Prodigal Son, Poison Scorpion, Kai Xiaoyu. All of them were gathered in the courtyard of the inn. Their expressions were filled with an awkward atmosphere. In their group, there was a woman who was protected in the center, and that woman was obviously Ji Beixin. Facing them were 8 people from the Feng clan. These 8 people were obviously much stronger than the wolf guards outside. They were actually 3 sky sovereigns and 5 earth emperors. The leader of the Empyrean said to Ji Beixin, who was protected in the middle, "Miss, come back with me. We just want to verify if you are the one we are looking for. We definitely won't hurt you." I don't know you, I don't want to go back with you," Ji Beixin said with a bit of stage fright. "Did you hear that? My sister-in-law won't go with you. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite," the prodigal son shouted. He really wanted to go up and beat up all of these people, but he felt that the three people in front of him were much stronger than him, so he didn't act rashly. "Miss, do you really want to force us to make a move?" the leading Sky Sovereign said. "Let's do it, I'm not afraid of you," the prodigal son shouted angrily. Cruel Leopard, who was at the side, was already on guard. However, he didn't have much confidence in this battle. Although he was already a middle-stage Sky Sovereign and had a demon-armored leopard as a protective spirit beast, the opponent was a high-stage Sky Sovereign and two middle-stage Sky Sovereigns. These three were not weaker than him, and the opponent would definitely have a high-level spirit beast to protect them. They didn't even need to fight to guess that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. "Why do you have to take her away?" Kai Shiyue asked. "We don't know either. We are just following orders. I advise you not to play any tricks. This is Wind City, no one can escape from our palms," the high-stage Sky Sovereign said indifferently. "What if I don't go back with you?" Ji Beixin asked. "You have to go back even if you don't want to, unless all of us die. Maybe you don't have to go back with us, but that's impossible," the high-stage Sky Sovereign replied very seriously. "Sisters-in-law, step aside first, let me send them away." The prodigal couldn't help but want to make a move. His mission was to protect his boss's woman. Now that the other party wanted to take one of his sisters-in-law away in front of him, of course he was not happy. "Don't be impulsive, young master is back." Cruel Leopard stopped the prodigal's son and said. "What, boss is back? Where is he?" The prodigal's son was stunned for a moment and asked. After the prodigal's son's shout, the others became excited. They were suppressed by the Feng family, but when they heard that Ling Xiao had returned, it was as if they had eaten a tranquilizer, making them feel a lot more at ease. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Ling Xiao as the most dependent master in their hearts. "Bring the young lady back for me." The high-stage Sky Sovereign was obviously impatient, and waved his hand to the people behind him. Cruel Leopard and the others became nervous. It seemed that as long as the Feng family made a move, they would immediately resist with all their strength. "You want to take my woman away? Have you asked for my permission?" A cold voice rang out. Then, a silhouette appeared in front of them in an instant. Chapter 547. Who dares to meddle in my Feng family's business? The high-level Sky Venerable shouted. He cursed in his heart, "Are all the people outside useless? You actually let someone in." The one who appeared in time was, of course, Ling Xiao. He had contacted Cruel Leopard through his sea of consciousness and already knew what was happening inside. Through Cruel Leopard's narration, Ling Xiao was very angry. He originally thought that the Feng family was here to cause trouble for him, but he didn't expect that they would target Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin's personality had always been aloof from worldly affairs. She was quiet and dignified, and she wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But, why did the Feng family look for her? Actually, this matter also made Cruel Leopard and the others feel puzzled. They didn't go out many times in the past 2 months. Most of the time, they cultivated in the inn and didn't have any conflicts with others, let alone provoke the Feng family. But today, the Feng family suddenly came and asked Ji Beixin to go with them, as if they felt that Ji Beixin had some relationship with the Feng family. Fortunately, the other party didn't use force, so nothing happened to the group. "I'm not interested in your Feng family's business, but if you want to take my woman away, that's my business," Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at the high-level Sky Venerable. "Humph, what a big tone. Don't you think I don't dare to kill you?" The high-level Sky Venerable was already angry. The task given by the higher-ups had to be completed as soon as possible, but the higher-ups also told him to avoid conflict. Otherwise, he would have brought her back long ago. "Of course you dare to kill me, but that depends on whether you have the ability to kill me," Ling Xiao shouted, unwilling to be outdone. "That's right, if you dare to touch my boss, I'll destroy your Feng family." The prodigal stood beside Ling Xiao and replied. Others were afraid of the Feng family, but Ling Xiao and the prodigal were both fearless. Moreover, Ling Xiao still had his trump card that he hadn't used yet. He was already secretly vigilant. Once there was a conflict, he would definitely let the Earth Flame Tiger out. He believed that the Feng family wouldn't dare to act rashly. Just as the two groups were about to fight, another commotion came from outside the inn's entrance. A member of the Feng clan hurriedly ran in and whispered something into the ear of the high-level Empyrean. That high-level Heavenly Venerate's expression changed slightly. Then, he turned around and walked out of the inn. The others followed suit. Ling Xiao and the others were a little confused. The prodigal thought that the other party was afraid of them. "Young master, let's go." "Someone else is coming," said Savage Leopard. "I can't," Ling Xiao replied. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the people from the Feng clan returned. Moreover, the number of people had increased. The three venerables who were originally leading the group had now become followers. Now, the leader was a low-level Earth Emperor. Moreover, it was a woman, a middle-aged woman. Beside her were a man and a woman in their 20s. The middle-aged woman was dressed very luxuriously. She wore gold and silver with heavy makeup. She looked like the wife of a nouveau riche. Her wrinkled face was long and looked like a horse's face. Between her brows, there was a strong sense of arrogance. Her chin was raised high, and when she looked at people, she seemed to be looking through her two nostrils. It was as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know she had a pair of big nostrils. On her left and right were a man and a woman who bore some resemblance to her. Presumably, they were her son and daughter. Their attitudes were equally overbearing, making people feel extremely loathsome. This middle-aged woman was actually a low-level Earth Emperor, and the man and woman were at the mid-level King realm. Their strength was not high compared to the people behind them, but they were able to stand at the front. This showed that their status in the Feng clan was definitely not low. "Which one is that little bastard?" the horse-faced middle-aged woman asked with a sharp voice. No one behind them dared to stand up and answer. "Consecrator Huang, are you mute?" the horse-faced woman shouted again. "Madame Hui, this. The high-ranked heavenly sovereign's expression was a bit unnatural. He really didn't know how to answer. If he told Madame Hui, then he would offend someone else. But if he didn't answer now, then he would offend Madame Hui. After all, Madame Hui was famous for being mean and shrewd. She was also very difficult to deal with. He didn't know how to deal with her. "Are you stupid? Tell me, which one is that little bastard?" the horse-faced woman asked again. Her voice was even more powerful than a lion's roar. The high-ranked heavenly sovereign broke out in a cold sweat. The high-ranked heavenly sovereign was defeated. He pointed at Ji Beixin and stammered, She is that young lady, but we haven't confirmed her identity yet." The horse-faced woman immediately turned her attention to Ji Beixin. Her disdainful eyes kept sizing her up. Ling Xiao lightly moved in front of Ji Beixin and then said to his own people, "Let's go." It didn't matter what the Feng people were doing. Ling Xiao had completely lost his patience. If this was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely kill these people first. However, this was the territory of the Feng clan. There were many experts here. It wasn't worth it for him to fight them head-on. Thus, Ling Xiao could only endure. "Stop. Who said you can leave?" the horse-faced woman yelled with her hands on the bucket. Ling Xiao frowned. "Granny, what do you want?" Are you blind? You dare call me Granny? Someone, slap his face and knock all his teeth out." The horse-faced woman suddenly became angry and yelled at the people beside her. No matter how old she was, she only looked like she was in her 40s. She had always felt that she was very young and beautiful, but she was suddenly looked down upon by a boy and called an old granny. This was simply provoking her prestige of many years. As soon as the horse-faced woman's words fell, a high-ranked Earth Emperor immediately walked towards Ling Xiao and grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand. The high-ranked Earth Emperor didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes because he felt that no one here would dare to challenge the prestige of the Feng clan. You dare to touch my boss? Have you asked for my permission? The prodigal shot out like lightning and grabbed the hand of the high-ranked Earth Emperor. Crack. Ah. The prodigal immediately broke the high-level Earth Emperor's hand with one move. The high-ranked Earth Emperor let out a scream and was kicked in the stomach by the prodigal and flew out. How dare you! Quick! Kill them all! The horse-faced middle-aged woman cried out in shock. She never thought that there would be people who dared to resist in the territory of the Feng clan. Just as the people behind her were about to move, Ling Xiao instantly raised his speed to the extreme. In the next moment, he was in front of the horse-faced woman who was only a few steps away. Madam Hui, be careful. The heavenly venerables behind her cried out in alarm and wanted to help. However, Cruel Leopard and the prodigal stopped them at the same time. The horse-faced middle-aged woman didn't expect that the other party was much more courageous than she had imagined. He actually dared to attack her. However, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was also a low-ranked Earth Emperor. Just as she was about to resist, she felt her sea of consciousness shake slightly, causing her to instantly feel pain. At this moment, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to grab her and clasp her throat with one hand. The horse-faced woman suddenly woke up. She felt a suffocation in her neck and an unprecedented feeling of grievance hit her heart. Ever since she married into the Feng clan, she had been living a life where she could summon the wind and summon the rain. There were always lackeys behind her who bowed to her. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she was threatened like this. She swore in her heart that she would tear this brat into pieces. Quickly release my mother, or else you won't be able to walk out of this door alive. The young woman who came with the horse-faced middle-aged woman shouted at Ling Xiao. The young man at the side also shouted, quickly release her, or all of you will die. This is all because you guys have gone too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because this is your territory. At most, we'll just break up. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. You. What do you want in order to let my mother go? The young woman stared at Ling Xiao and asked. It's very simple. After we leave the Wind Capital, we will naturally let your mother go, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The young woman didn't even think before replying, all right, I'll let you guys leave, but you must first let my mother go. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I let her go, do you think we'll still be alive? Ling Xiao coldly snorted. The young woman fiercely stomped her feet, then turned to the high-level Empyrean and scolded, you trash, good-for-nothings, you actually watched as my mother was captured and couldn't even stop it. What's the use of keeping you guys? When I get back, I'll definitely tell my father to get all of you out of the Feng clan. No one from the Feng clan dared to make a sound. They didn't doubt the words of the young lady in front of them at all because this young lady was the same as her mother, a sharp and unkind woman. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Immediately get out of the way, or else she will die. Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the horse-faced woman's hand. The horse-faced woman's face became even redder, as if she was about to faint. Her eyes were filled with incomparable anger. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. The young woman was really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill her mother, so she waved her hand and called for her family members to leave. The people from the Feng clan obediently moved to the side, allowing Ling Xiao and the others to walk through the passage. However, just as Ling Xiao walked past, the young woman slightly raised her sleeve. This action seemed very casual, but it gave Ling Xiao an incomparable sense of danger. Without even thinking, Ling Xiao blocked the horse-faced woman that he was holding on to his side. Although the horse-faced woman's throat was gripped by Ling Xiao, she didn't know what had attacked her, but she let out a miserable scream from the pain. Mother! The young woman's expression suddenly became incomparably anxious. The people from the Feng clan were all rubbing their fists and feet, ready to make a move. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at the horse-faced woman, only to see that there was an additional golden needle on her arm, and drops of blood flowed out from the golden needle. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If he hadn't used the horse-faced woman as a shield, his throat would have been pierced by the golden needle. After all, the speed of the golden needle was so fast that it was difficult to defend against it. Chapter 548. Damn, if you dare play any more tricks, do you believe I won't immediately crush her to death? Ling Xiao angrily glared at the young woman and cursed. He really didn't expect the other party to be so vicious and even hide needles in her sleeves. If he hadn't been a bit more quick-witted, he might have already gone to see Yama. Don't mess around. I'll let you go, but quickly release my mother. The young woman waved her hands repeatedly. She looked like she was about to go crazy. Humph, get out of the way. Hurry and bring us to the transmission formation. Ling Xiao roared at the Feng family members in front of them. Release my mother first. That golden needle is poisoned, the young woman begged. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about this. Once the hostage was released, then they would be surrounded and killed. Moreover, that golden needle was shot by the young woman herself. Even if she died, it had nothing to do with him. There's no room for negotiation. All of you, scram. Ling Xiao roared with a gloomy expression. The Feng family members moved far away this time, allowing Ling Xiao's group to leave. But the young woman and man kept closely chasing after Ling Xiao, constantly begging Ling Xiao to release their mother. However, just as Ling Xiao's group left the inn and prepared to fly away, several sounds of rushing wind rang out from the distance. Young master, hurry up and leave. Someone else is coming. Savage Leopard warned from the side. Damn, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Ling Xiao also wanted to leave, but looking at the other party's speed, there was no way they could run. Their only chance was to see if the horse-faced woman in his hands was strong enough to allow them to leave smoothly. 4 figures landed in front of the inn. 2 were old men and 2 were middle-aged men. These 4 people were all at least at the Empyrean realm. Their terrifying aura caused the surroundings to tremble. The people outside the inn had long since distanced themselves. How could they dare to watch the Feng family do their business? Wasn't that purely courting death? Brat, hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, I will kill you. A low-level heavenly venerate stared at Ling Xiao and shouted. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. This person was called Feng Hongzhan, an elder of the Feng clan. He was the 9th child and the husband of the horse-faced woman. Although he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, he was actually several hundred years old. Compared to the experts of the central region, those who were a few hundred years old were considered middle-aged, and those who were under 100 years old were still considered young, provided that they could maintain their appearance and not age and become ugly. I'm not the only one who said that. I'm still alive and well. Stop talking nonsense. Take us to the nearest transmission array immediately. Otherwise, we'll have to collect her corpse. Ling Xiao said coldly. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape. Ling Xiao had to leave this place as soon as possible. You are very good. Feng Hongzhan glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Mother has been poisoned. If we don't save her, I'm afraid. At that moment, Feng Hongzhan's daughter, Feng Fanny, said anxiously. What? Feng Hongzhan responded and then looked at his wife, Ma Rong, who was in Ling Xiao's embrace. He discovered that her aura was extremely weak and her face was pale. It seemed that the poison had already begun to spread. Brat, quickly let her go. Feng Hongzhan shouted with a commanding tone. Ling Xiao was determined to ignore Feng Hongzhan. However, he took the opportunity to look at Ma Rong and discovered that she was indeed poisoned. At this moment, he calmed down. If Ma Rong died, then he would have to face the endless pursuit of the Feng clan. There would no longer be a place for him on this continent. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao shivered and then shouted at Feng Fanny, "Throw the antidote pill over, I'll have her eat it." The hostage couldn't be released, so the only way was to have Ma Rong consume the antidote first so that she could preserve her life. Feng Fanny glanced at her father. After her father nodded, he tossed a pill to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately stuffed the antidote pill into Ma Rong's mouth and then gently patted the back of her neck to have her swallow the pill. "She'll be fine, you must let us go now," Ling Xiao loudly shouted. "Don't rush, can someone tell me what's going on?" An old man with long eyebrows quietly asked. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on this old man. He found that this old man's essence energy was restrained. He looked no different from the old man next door. He must have reached the supreme realm of returning to one's true self. This old man with long eyebrows was the previous elder of the Feng clan, Feng Xiang. He had a very high status in the Feng clan. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ji Beixin was able to attract so many experts from the Feng clan. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? At this time, a middle-aged man next to Feng Xiang asked, "Elder Xiang, do you see what's hanging on that little girl's neck?" Feng Xiang followed the middle-aged man's finger and his gaze landed on Ji Beixin's body. Finally, it stopped in front of her white neck. Clan pendant. Feng Xiang's pupils dilated, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At this time, another old man next to Feng Xiang also revealed an expression of disbelief. Ji Beixin was embarrassed to be stared at by everyone, so she hid behind Feng Xianyun and Kai Xieyue. "Are you guys done? Hurry up and take us to the transmission formation." Ling Xiao frowned and shouted. Feng Xiang's burning gaze retracted and then landed on Ling Xiao. "Let them go, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." "Does your guarantee work?" Ling Xiao stared at the old man and asked. "How dare you? If Elder Xiang says that you're fine, then you won't die." Feng Hongzhan roared at Ling Xiao. He was extremely angry at Ling Xiao and the others. He had already decided to kill them, but since Elder Xiang had spoken, he couldn't do it. "My words still have some prestige here," Feng Xiang said indifferently. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Xiang. He hesitated for a moment before letting go of Ma Rong in his arms. Who knew that just as he let go of Ma Rong, she would turn around and kick at Ling Xiao's pants, "Go to hell." This kick was fast and fierce, and it would be hard for an ordinary person to dodge it. Ling Xiao's body didn't move, but he quickly counterattacked with his feet. Bang! The 2 feet collided, and Ma Rong naturally wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. She staggered and fell backwards. Feng Hongzhan lightly waved a formless aura to support Ma Rong. After Ma Rong stabilized herself, a long sword appeared in her hand, and she prepared to attack Ling Xiao again. "Stop right there. Did you ignore Elder Xiang's words?" Feng Hongzhan shouted at Ma Rong. Ma Rong unwillingly withdrew her long sword, and then she cried to Feng Xiang, "Elder Xiang, you have to help me. These lowly people didn't even put the Feng clan in their eyes. Not only did they injure our people, they even dared to capture me. Where is our Feng clan's face? Enough, move to the side." Feng Xiang shouted in displeasure. Everyone in the Feng clan knew Ma Rong's personality. This matter was definitely because Ma Rong didn't put them in her eyes and offended them thoroughly, which was why they were forced to do this. However, he didn't have time to be entangled with her. He still had important matters to settle. "I've let her go. Can you let us leave now?" Ling Xiao asked. He was already prepared. As long as the Feng clan wasn't willing, he would immediately summon the Blue Flood Dragon and Earth Flame Tiger and prepare to wreak havoc in the Feng capital. "No rush, I have some things to discuss with that young lady." Feng Xiang waved his hand and said. "Can you tell me the reason?" "I'm her man," Ling Xiao said faintly. He really didn't understand why the people from the Feng clan were so interested in Ji Beixin. Feng Xiang looked at Ling Xiao again, then said, "She has my clan's keepsake on her. I think she might be a member of our Feng clan." Ling Xiao suddenly understood that it was the problem with the jade pendant on Ji Beixin's body. "You can rest assured that regardless of whether she is a member of our Feng clan or not, we will definitely not harm her." Feng Xiang, can guarantee this. Feng Xiang said again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand at Ji Beixin and said, Xin heir, come here for a moment. Ji Beixin walked in front of Ling Xiao with a bit of stage fright. Feng Xiang and the old man beside him stared at the jade pendant on Ji Beixin's neck, their eyes flashing with excitement. Really? It really is the clan pendant. The two exclaimed in unison. Seniors, this. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. The two elders ignored Ling Xiao, but Feng Xiang kindly looked at Ji Beixin and asked, Little girl, where did you get the jade pendant on your neck? Ji Beixin glanced at Ling Xiao, and after receiving Ling Xiao's encouragement, she weakly said, I don't know either. It's been hanging around my neck since I was young. My grandfather said that it was a keepsake that my parents left for me. Feng Xiang continued to ask, Then who are your parents? My father's name is Ji Xiaozhen. I don't know who my mother is. Ji Beixin replied with a sad expression. Ji Beixin had never seen her parents since she was young, and had only heard her grandfather mention her father's name. Feng Xiang and the old man beside him looked at each other with complicated expressions, but there was also a hint of joy in their eyes. Child, you. Do you want to know who your mother is? Feng Xiang asked temptingly. Ji Beixin hurriedly nodded her head and said, Of course I want to. Since she was young, she had always wanted to know where her parents were and whether they were dead or not. Of course she wanted to know her mother's name. Then come with us. As long as we can confirm your identity, we will tell you who your mother is. Feng Xiang continued. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao with a troubled expression. Ling Xiao said, Senior, are you lying to her? She has never known who her parents are since she was young. How do you know who her mother is? Feng Xiang said, She has our clan's keepsake on her. From this point, we have already guessed it, but we have to verify her identity. I will still say the same thing, regardless of whether she is a member of our Feng clan or not, I will definitely not harm her. Hearing Feng Xiang's words, Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ji Beixin and said, Xian, this might be your only chance to know your mother. You decide. Ling Xiao felt that this old man shouldn't be lying to him. This was because their expressions did not change at all. Moreover, with the other party's strength, it would not be a problem for him to force them to stay. However, this wasn't his problem, but Ji Beixin's. It was better to let her make her own decision, so as to avoid any regrets in the future. Chapter 549. Everyone present held their breaths, waiting for Ji Beixin to make her decision. No matter what decision Ji Beixin made, Ling Xiao would respect her. She must have been so pitiful since she was young, and if she had the chance to know who her biological mother was, she might be able to fulfill one of her wishes. On the Feng clan's side, Feng Hongzhan, Ma Rong, and their children were extremely unwilling to let Ji Beixin go to their Feng clan. Of course, there was a secret that could not be revealed, otherwise, Ma Rong would not have rushed over to make things difficult for Ji Beixin as soon as she received the news. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was present, so she did not succeed. The two elders of the Feng clan and the other middle-aged man called Feng Hongwen looked at Ji Beixin expectantly, as if they could not wait for Ji Beixin to agree immediately. Ji Beixin hesitated for a while, then bit her red lips and said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, I want to go with them. The two elders of the Feng clan and Feng Hongwen immediately smiled. However, the expressions of Feng Hongzhan's family became gloomy. Feng Xiang quickly said, All right, then quickly come with us. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. However, Ji Beixin stood there and ignored Feng Xiang. Instead, she stared intently at Ling Xiao. In her heart, other than her grandfather, no one could compare to Ling Xiao. She had to wait for Ling Xiao to agree to her request before leaving. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then held her face and kissed her forehead. Go, I will wait for you here. If I don't see you come out to find me within 5 days, I don't care if their place is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will still charge in. You think you're worthy? Anyone from our Feng clan can pinch you to death. Ma Rong shouted angrily as she listened from the side. Old Granny, you seem to have forgotten the lesson just now. Ling Xiao looked at Ma Rong and said with extreme disdain. You. Ma Rong felt as if her tail had been stepped on. Her face flushed red and she was speechless. Feng Hongzhan glared at her, preventing her from going crazy again. Ji Beixin's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt very satisfied and happy that Ling Xiao could make such a promise to her in front of so many people. Smile and wait for my return. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao and said. She then walked in front of Feng Xiang and said, Grandpa, I'll go with you. Feng Xiang nodded repeatedly, all right. All right, follow us. With that, he took the lead and flew up. The people of the Feng clan also immediately flew up and opened a path in the sky. Ji Beixin followed closely behind them. Ling Xiao and the others watched them leave, but at the same time, he also noticed the vicious gazes of Ma Rong and her children. It was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, ready to bite at any time. Ling Xiao lightly frowned, then turned into a faint smile and muttered, I hope you guys don't provoke me, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. The Feng family left with Ji Beixin. Ling Xiao and the others continued to stay in the inn. The guests in the inn had already been cleared out by the Feng clan. Only Ling Xiao and the others stayed here. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Ling Xiao kept most of the people in the cauldron, leaving only Cruel Leopard and the prodigal son. This was the territory of the Feng clan. If Ma Rong and the others sent people to assassinate them, it would be much easier for them to fight or escape. Ling Xiao was also thinking about their safety. In the dead of the night, Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard were talking in the room. Have you ever understood the strength of the Feng clan before? Ling Xiao asked Cruel Leopard. Cruel Leopard replied, the Feng clan is one of the few ancient clans. They were a giant crocodile existence tens of thousands of years ago. Their main cultivation is the wind attribute, and their speed can be said to be the fastest in the Central Territory. There are at least 5 emperors in the Feng clan, and one of the old men who participated in the encirclement to kill me was already a mid-stage emperor. After a few thousand years, I believe that he has gone up another level. For a big clan like this, there are at least 80 venerable realm experts, and there are countless Earth Emperor realm experts. These are just the strength of their main clan, not counting the number of their surrounding subordinate forces. These forces are the accumulation of strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be ranked among the 18 major powers. Hearing Cruel Leopard's words, Ling Xiao was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, and his expression was one of shock. 5 Emperor stage experts. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and said. Cruel Leopard nodded and said, this is the most conservative estimate. For example, the Black Demon sect that I founded has more than 5 Emperor stage experts. If we include those subsidiary forces, I'm afraid there will be more than 15 Emperor stage experts. This time, Ling Xiao's heart was set off a storm, and his back was quietly covered in cold sweat. Thinking back to the situation where he faced off against the Feng clan, he felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly understood why the people of the Feng clan were so arrogant. They were born into such a powerful family, so it was impossible for them not to be arrogant. In this territory, who would dare to provoke the Feng clan? Wasn't that courting death? If Xin heir enters the Feng clan and can't come out, then I really don't want to break into the Feng clan. At that time, with just the few of us, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg. Ling Xiao was worried. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more anxious he became. Although he had the Earth Flame Tiger as his trump card, was there no existence in the Feng clan that could suppress him? Ling Xiao lightly sighed and said, have you heard of the evil emperor? What evil emperor? Cruel Leopard was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, when I came back, I met an old man called Evil Emperor. He insisted on taking me as his disciple, but I refused. I saw that his methods were very powerful, and even Xiaolong was not his match. I thought he was very famous in the central region. Evil Emperor. Evil Emperor. Cruel Leopard continuously muttered, his mind constantly thinking. Finally, his pupils contracted, and then infinitely enlarged, as if he thought of something. Could it be him? Who? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Cruel Leopard took a deep breath and said with eyes full of worship, in my time, there were 4 legends: Blade Tyrant, Demonic Emperor, Sword Fanatic, and Mad Monk. These 4 people were already the pinnacle existences of the central region thousands of years ago. They left behind endless legends and swept across the world without being defeated. More than 6,000 years ago, the 4 of them, who were the closest to gods, met at the heaven-ceasing peak to compete for the title of the central region's #1 overlord. That battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. It was really earth-shattering. At that time, all the great clans and forces participated in the battle, but no one knew the result. It was also after that battle that the 4 of them disappeared from the central region. I haven't heard any news of them for more than 1,000 years, so I don't know what happened after that. Here, he paused and said, it said that I admired Blade Tyrant and Demonic Emperor the most back then, so I named myself Demon Emperor, hoping that one day I could be on par with them, but unfortunately, bloodthirsty Blade Tyrant, romantic Demonic Emperor, single-minded Sword Fanatic, and invincible Mad Monk. Ling Xiao murmured, and then he blinked his eyes. Could it be that the Demonic Emperor is the person you knew back then? I don't know about this. It is said that the Demonic Emperor was a playboy all his life and had countless love debts, but I have never heard of him taking in any disciples. Plus, he has been missing for many years, so he must be someone who used the Demonic Emperor's name to pretend. However, to be able to defeat a flood dragon in one move, he must at least be at the Emperor level. Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao regretfully said, yes, at least at the Emperor level. If I knew this earlier, would have taken him as my master first. At that time, the Feng clan would have one more helper. Cruel Leopard admired Ling Xiao to the extreme. He even wanted to take him as his master. Right, if I return all of your soul to you, can your strength return to its peak? Ling Xiao asked. Right now, he was seriously lacking super experts by his side. If he had a servant at the peak of the Emperor level, then the Feng clan would have to tiptoe before daring to oppose him. Cruel Leopard lightly shook his head. Even if my soul is complete, I will not be able to reach my peak state. Why? Ling Xiao asked in puzzlement. Back then, I was almost exterminated. Only a few strands of my remnant soul were left to live on the saber. Although I obtained a body with the help of young master and the help of the soul replenishing pill to recover some of my strength, I lost a portion of my soul power in the process of recovering my strength, so I was not able to use it to its fullest potential. Moreover, even if my soul power were to combine, would not be able to return to my peak state. Of course, my strength would not be able to recover. Cruel Leopard replied. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that it was a bit difficult to count on Cruel Leopard to save the situation. Forget it, I will recover as much as I can. Ling Xiao sighed. Cruel Leopard's eyes lit up. Young master. Are you serious? Do you think I would lie to you? Seeing that you have followed me loyally for so long, I will return your shackles. However, after I return all of my soul power to you, just don't kill me after your strength greatly increases. Ling Xiao said. He had already thought it through. There were too many experts in the central region, and there were not many people he could use by his side. He could only raise Cruel Leopard's strength. Moreover, after these days of observation, he could feel Cruel Leopard's unwavering loyalty. If he returned his soul to Cruel Leopard, he should not betray him. Ling Xiao's decision was still very risky. Cruel Leopard was an infamous demon emperor, and his methods were cruel and bloodthirsty. Once he lost his shackles, he did not know if he would still listen to Ling Xiao's orders. Ling Xiao did not want to worry too much. In any case, he had the Earth Flame Tiger. If Cruel Leopard betrayed him, then he could only blame himself for wanting to die. Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard, and the prodigal rushed to the mountain ridges outside of Wind Capital. The transfer of soul power was not that simple. It needed an extremely quiet place that absolutely could not be disturbed by anyone. Zizai, protect us. Ling Xiao instructed the prodigal. Don't worry, boss. With me here, no one can get close. The prodigal patted his chest and said. Ling Xiao nodded and entered the cave with Cruel Leopard. Cruel Leopard was extremely excited. Whether he could recover his soul power again depended on this. Once his soul power merged into one, even if his strength could not recover to its peak, he could cultivate again. With his original memories and experience, his speed would definitely not be slow. Within 100 years, returning to the peak was just around the corner. Chapter 550. Inside the mountain cave, Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard sat opposite each other. Both of them calmed their minds and adjusted their state to their peak. Young master, as long as you relax your sea of consciousness and don't let the heavenly fire get close to me, Savage Leopard said to Ling Xiao after a while. Don't worry. Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao communicated with the 3 foreign creatures in his sea of consciousness and told them to stay there quietly, allowing Savage Leopard to extract the other half of his soul power. Savage Leopard's soul slowly flowed out of his sea of consciousness and returned to his sea of consciousness bit by bit. After Savage Leopard's soul power was completely extracted, Ling Xiao let out a light breath. Looking at Savage Leopard who was sitting cross-legged, Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. The rest of the time was for Savage Leopard to fuse with his soul and recover. Then, he would see what realm he could reach. The night was bright and the stars were sparse. Occasionally, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard. Ling Xiao and Prodigal sat together. Boss, you're out so soon? Prodigal asked. I don't have much to do anyway, Ling Xiao replied. Then, he said, Zizai, do you regret coming out with boss? Prodigal shook his head and said, why would I? I think it's fun to be with boss. Ling Xiao knew that Prodigal never lied because spirit beasts were not as cunning as humans. Then do you know your mission? Ling Xiao asked. Prodigal nodded and said, of course I do. Then you're still willing to run around with boss? No, my second grandpa said that only by following boss can I complete my mission. Your second grandpa really said that? Yes, my second grandpa is the wise man of my clan. What he says is never wrong. So that's how it is. Your second grandpa has quite the foresight. When boss is done with my matters, I'll accompany you to complete your mission. I knew boss is good to me. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he chatted with Prodigal for, but the sky gradually brightened. At this time, a strong energy wave spread out from the cave. Rumble. The powerful aura shook the cave and caused it to explode. Ling Xiao and the Prodigal flew far away at the same time, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying energy. What a terrifying energy! Ling Xiao sighed as he looked at the crumbling mountain peak. Following that, a mass of crimson-black energy blossomed from the rubble. The rubble was shaken into powder, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters was enveloped by the crimson-black energy. The sky seemed to be dyed red, and a figure slowly walked out from the sea of blood. The one who walked out was obviously the Savage Leopard. At this moment, his appearance seemed to have changed. At this moment, he became incomparably powerful. 2 sinister lines appeared on his forehead, making him look extremely cold and bloodthirsty. Savage Leopard walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. That powerful aura made Ling Xiao feel a little breathless. He was constantly on guard. Once something went wrong, he would immediately summon the earth-flaming tiger. After all, he had used the former demon emperor as a servant for so long, the other party must be angry. Now that the Savage Leopard had recovered a lot of strength and was no longer restrained, it was not impossible to kill him to vent his anger. The Savage Leopard came in front of Ling Xiao, and their gazes collided. Ling Xiao wore a faint smile and said, "Fused?" The savage leopard did not answer, and only quietly stared at Ling Xiao. The prodigal stared at the savage leopard and said, "What, you want to rebel?" The prodigal's words were exactly what Ling Xiao wanted to ask, but it was not appropriate for him to ask. In the next moment, the savage leopard used his actions to give Ling Xiao the answer. He knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao and said respectfully, "Thank you, young master, for fulfilling my wish." "Haha, good, I did not misjudge you. Quickly get up." Ling Xiao laughed loudly. He looked very happy, but in fact, his back was already covered in cold sweat. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The prodigal snorted coldly, then took out a beast core and threw it into his mouth. "Oh right, what realm are you in now?" Ling Xiao asked. The savage leopard revealed a rare faint smile and said, "Low stage Mystic Emperor." "You actually jumped 2 realms in a row," Ling Xiao said excitedly. He finally had a real emperor-level super expert by his side. In the future, he would have more assurance when he traveled in the central region. "The main reason is that this body is very compatible with my soul, which allowed me to return to the emperor level. However, to recover to the peak, I'm afraid it will take at least 100 years, the savage leopard replied happily. 100 years, isn't that a little too long?" Ling Xiao said. The savage leopard was depressed when he heard this. To reach the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm from the low-stage Mystic Emperor realm in 100 years was already an extremely fast advancement speed. One had to know that after reaching the Emperor level, one needed to accumulate even more power, and it was definitely not easy to advance. Back then, he spent more than 200 years to advance from the low-stage Mystic Emperor realm to the mid-stage Mystic Emperor realm. This speed had caused great shock at that time. Right at this moment, the prodigal's expression changed, and he said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, I seem to be advancing." "What, you're also advancing?" Ling Xiao said in surprise. The prodigal's aura began to surge, and then he said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, you guys stay away, I need to transform into my original form to advance." After speaking, the prodigal's clothes were shaken to pieces, and his limbs gradually grew Qilin armor, and his body also began to transform. The savage leopard, who had already flown into the air, revealed a shocked expression when he saw this scene. He's a spirit beast?" The savage leopard cried out in shock. "Wrong, he's not a spirit beast," Ling Xiao replied very seriously. "But..." The savage leopard didn't believe it. Ling Xiao continued, "He's a divine beast." The savage leopard's expression changed again, and his gaze once again landed on the prodigal. He indeed saw a fire-colored Qilin divine beast appear in front of his eyes. "Qilin divine beast!" the savage leopard exclaimed. At this moment, a storm was set off in the savage leopard's heart. He had always been curious about the prodigal's identity. Because the prodigal looked like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, but he had strength comparable to an Empyrean. He really couldn't think of any force that could nurture such an outstanding genius. However, such a powerful genius was willing to recognize his young master as his boss, which made him feel even more incredulous. Now that he finally knew the prodigal's identity, he was even more shocked. How could he have thought that the prodigal was a Qilin divine beast that had transformed? The savage leopard had lived for so many years, but he had never heard of anyone being able to subdue a divine beast. Even the strongest person in the central region didn't have this possibility. Divine beasts were the emperors among all spirit beasts. They were the overlords of ancient times, and although they had long retired from the stage of history, their prestige was still illustrious. Every divine beast was extremely arrogant, and making them submit to humans was even more uncomfortable than killing them. Moreover, divine beasts had long lived in seclusion. They all lived in groups, and even an emperor or sage didn't dare to rashly barge into the territory of divine beasts. Otherwise, only death awaited them. No one would be so bored as to run and catch a divine beast as a mount. Doing that was undoubtedly courting death. However, the savage leopard now saw a divine beast with his own eyes, and this divine beast had stayed with him for quite a long time. At this moment, the way he looked at his young master changed a few times. A divine beast that had transformed, wouldn't that mean that its strength was even above his? He really couldn't understand how his young master could be brothers with this Chilan divine beast, and that Chilan divine beast was obediently listening to his young master's commands. He felt that he couldn't wrap his head around it. Ling Xiao understood the savage leopard's surprise and immediately said, "It only took a human form after consuming the transformation grass. Right now, it has only advanced to the middle stage of the 6th rank." The savage leopard suddenly realized. Suddenly, the savage leopard shouted, "Not good, many powerful people are rushing over, and there are even a few at the emperor stage. Once they see the Chilan divine beast, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He also felt many powerful auras approaching. "I can only summon it into the medicinal cauldron to break through." Ling Xiao didn't even think, and immediately leaned towards the prodigal. Then, the prodigal was put into the medicinal cauldron, and everything returned to normal. "Young master, let's go." The savage leopard arrived beside Ling Xiao, grabbed Ling Xiao's arm with one hand, and pulled him away quickly. The savage leopard's speed was very fast, so fast that Ling Xiao's eyes were squinted by the wind. In just a few breaths, the two of them were already thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The strength of the Emperor stage was indeed terrifying. "Not good, those 3 Emperor stage experts are chasing us." The savage leopard secretly shouted, and increased his speed to the extreme. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Put me down, go into the medicinal cauldron." The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, then understood Ling Xiao's meaning, and immediately let go of Ling Xiao, and in the next moment, he entered the medicinal cauldron. Ling Xiao immediately restrained his aura, and suppressed his strength to that of a low-level king stage expert. Whoosh whoosh. A few sounds of wind breaking rang in Ling Xiao's ears. In the next moment, he saw 3 old men in front of him. Ling Xiao revealed a panicked expression, and said, "3. Seniors, what can I do for you?" The 3 of them should be in their 70s, but they seemed to be in very good spirits. However, their auras had been completely restrained, so Ling Xiao didn't feel much pressure. Reaching the Emperor stage was the realm of returning to one's natural state, and they absolutely wouldn't easily reveal energy fluctuations. Once they did, it would have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. The 3 old men didn't seem to take Ling Xiao seriously, and they were instead searching the surroundings for something. The azure-robed old man said, "Their auras have all disappeared. What's going on?" The blue-robed old man revealed a doubtful expression, and said, "Could it be that they have a spirit treasure that can conceal their tracks?" The black-robed old man was puzzled, and he said, "But the auras of the 2 breakthroughs were different. One of them broke through to the Emperor stage, and the other's aura is very strange. He should be in the critical period of his breakthrough, so how could he run away so easily?" When Ling Xiao saw that the 3 Emperor stage experts were ignoring him, he quietly descended to the ground, hoping that they wouldn't pay attention to him. However, he had just moved when the azure-robed old man called out to him, "Kid, where do you want to go?" Chapter 551. Ling Xiao revealed a silly smile, scratched his head and said, I want to go to the toilet." "Go to the toilet? Kid, are you playing with us?" The blue-robed old man glared at Ling Xiao. How would I dare? Everyone has their own impatience." Ling Xiao replied. "Let me ask you, did you see anyone pass by here just now?" The black-robed old man asked without being angry. Ling Xiao pretended to think for a moment and said, "I don't think I saw anyone, but what?" The 3 of them looked at Ling Xiao and asked in unison. "But there seemed to be a gust of wind just now, and I almost fell down." "I don't know what's going on such a sunny day," Ling Xiao said doubtfully. "Tell me, which direction did that gust of wind go?" The green-robed old man asked first. I think it went that way. I was knocked unconscious at that time, so I don't really remember, Ling Xiao said as he pointed in a random direction. As soon as he finished speaking, the three old men instantly flew in that direction, and the air was blown away by the powerful aura. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh, and his back was completely drenched. However, just as he was about to relax, many more experts flew towards him. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao was only at the low-level king stage, they didn't pay too much attention and directly flew past him. Ling Xiao landed on the mountain ridge and summoned the Golden Wolf King. Then, he rode it and quickly returned to the inn. He had to wait for Ji Beixin to come out of the Feng family before making any plans. In the next few days, Ling Xiao spent all his time in the inn and didn't take a step out. At the same time, the savage leopard was also hidden in the cauldron by Ling Xiao to consolidate its strength, and the prodigal had successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level. His strength had increased by another level, and his appearance had also changed a bit, from 16 or 17 years old to 18 or 19 years old. In order to let the people around him better hide their strength and achieve extraordinary results, Ling Xiao imparted his concealing breath technique. He hoped that his group could keep a low profile and do things in a high-profile manner. Ling Xiao quietly spent 5 days without any news from the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was very anxious. Did he really have to kill his way into the Feng clan and not find Ji Beixin? Just when Ling Xiao's mood was like ants crawling up and down, people from the Feng clan finally came. This time, it was the high-level Empyrean and a small team of wolf guards that Ling Xiao had met previously. You must be young Master Ling Xiao, right? The high-level celestial venerable asked respectfully. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then, he saw that Ji Beixin was not behind the high-level sky sovereign. He immediately said angrily, "Why isn't Xaner here?" The high-level sky sovereign replied, "Young Master Ling, don't be anxious. We are here to bring you back to the family to see Miss Xian." Ling Xiao was puzzled. "You want me to go to your Feng clan?" "That's right. When you arrive at our Feng clan, you will naturally be able to see Miss Xian." The high-level sky sovereign replied. Ling Xiao looked at the high-level sky sovereign suspiciously. His heart was filled with confusion. Could it be that the Feng clan wants to play some tricks? Ling Xiao thought. However, when he thought about the Feng clan's power, he shouldn't be playing such a dirty trick, right? "All right, I'll go with you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying. Regardless of whether the Feng clan was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Ling Xiao decided to give it a try. Now that his backing had greatly increased, could it be that the entire Feng clan was going to deal with him? When the high-level sky sovereign saw that Ling Xiao was the only one following him, he immediately asked curiously, "Young Master Ling, where are your friends?" In the past few days, when Ling Xiao was in the inn, the people of the Feng clan had been paying attention to him. Other than Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the prodigal boy, they hadn't seen anyone else. It was as if those people had disappeared into thin air, which made the people of the Feng clan feel strange. They're all sleeping. Let's go, there's no need to care about them. Ling Xiao randomly found a reason to send Dante over, and then took the lead to fly up. The high-level sky sovereign knew that the other party didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any more questions. After all, in their eyes, the others were nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, he admired Ling Xiao's courage. If an ordinary person was invited to the Feng clan for no reason, other than a good thing, it would basically be a dead end. The area occupied by the Feng clan was very spacious. From afar, it looked like a small town, but this town was more beautiful and grand than any other place in the city. There was a pair of majestic stone sculptures of mythological beasts at the entrance, looking at the approaching people, causing people to feel intimidated at first sight. The towering 1,000-year-old stone walls surrounding the entrance seemed to have fallen off a bit, presumably due to the wear and tear of time. Many spirit trees grew tall, and their branches climbed outside the walls. After arriving here, there was a strange movement in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. This movement came from the Khanate Yin wind bead. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the demon blue fire bead, he rarely used it. This was because he rarely used his leg techniques, and the power of the Khanate Yin Wind Evil Chi was too frightening. Its strong corrosiveness would make many people tremble in fear. In comparison, Ling Xiao preferred to use fire to burn his opponents. This was the first time the Khanate Yin Wind bead had a strange movement. Just like when the demon blue fire bead was in the Tang clan's lightning fire pond, there seemed to be some kind of energy attracting it. Could it be that there is something here that has the same origin as the Khanate Yin Wind bead? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Ling Xiao quickly suppressed the urge to use the Khanate Yin Wind bead. If it caused trouble in the Feng clan, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, the Khanate Yin Wind bead was a treasure that all wind attribute martial artists dreamed of. If the Feng clan found out about it, he would be in big trouble. Following the high-level Sky Sovereign into the Feng clan's territory, Ling Xiao found that the people living here were not very strong. Most of them did not surpass the king level. Most of them were spirit masters and king-level martial artists. The high-level Sky Sovereign did not explain. Instead, he brought Ling Xiao to a hall guarded by a few Earth Kings and a Sky Sovereign. The hall was grand and spacious. Colorful pillars of light flashed. "Young Master Ling, please," the high-level Sky Sovereign said with a gesture of invitation. Ling Xiao followed him into the pillar of light. He knew that this pillar of light was a short-distance transmission array, just like the one he had in the Qilan sacred land. Truly powerful forces would have their own cultivation space, and this cultivation space was an independent world that could only be opened by a saint. It could be assumed that a supreme saint had appeared in the Feng clan before or now. Ling Xiao sighed, as expected of one of the most powerful forces in the Central Territory. This kind of foundation is indeed terrifying. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared on a fertile and beautiful land. This piece of land was quiet and peaceful. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Gusts of cold wind would occasionally blow over the calm grassland, causing people to feel refreshed. Not far away, there were stone peaks that were like sharp blades piercing into the sky. They looked so steep and precipitous, and the jade buildings that were built against the mountains emitted an ancient aura of vicissitudes. On the highest peak, there was the most majestic palace. It emitted a multicolored light that filled the sky. It looked like a celestial palace. People couldn't help but have the urge to worship it. The high-level Sky Sovereign next to Ling Xiao couldn't help but bow towards the palace. Ling Xiao used the ancient Emperor Divine Art to suppress the shock in his heart. The palace seemed to have a consciousness. It sensed Ling Xiao's disrespect towards it. It didn't kneel. An invisible pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a strong pressure above his head. It was unbearable. His legs were almost bent. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and released his aura to resist the invisible pressure. Ling Xiao stood up straight again. A golden aura flowed around his body, making him look noble and dignified. "How dare you? You entered my Wind clan and didn't kneel in my clan's holy palace. You deserve death." A voice rang out. A figure flew over from the distance. "I, Ling Xiao, have never knelt before anyone other than the heavens, the earth, and my parents." Ling Xiao replied loudly. "Humph, what a big tone. Today, I'll make you kneel in front of my clan's holy palace for 3 days and 3 nights. The person snorted. A series of afterimages shot towards Ling Xiao. The halberd in his hand slashed out wind blades that surrounded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't move in the face of these wind blades, allowing them to strike his body. Rumble. The densely packed wind blades kept exploding. The person stopped and had a disdainful smile on his face. "You really overestimate yourself." This young man didn't look more than 25 years old, but he was already at the intermediate king level. If he was in the northwest or the southern region, he would be considered an elder of a great power. But in the Feng clan, he was only an outstanding junior. This young man was called Feng Li. He was an elite among the younger generation of the Feng clan. He was also the first junior to come out and make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Is that all you have? You're not even worthy of scratching an itch for me. After the light of the wind blades dissipated, Ling Xiao twisted his neck and spoke with a disdainful expression. Intermediate king level strength wasn't weak, but could this little bit of energy hurt the current Ling Xiao? This was clearly impossible. His ancient king's divine art had reached the peak of the fourth transformation. His defense was already terrifying, so how could a mere king level wound him? Fengli was stunned for a moment, then he angrily shouted, "Don't think that just because you're wearing armor that you're unparalleled. Watch me destroy you." Fengli shouted and waved the halberd in his hand again. Waves of chaotic wind blades came from different directions towards Ling Xiao. This time, Fengli used 120% of his strength in order to defeat Ling Xiao in one blow. You don't have the qualifications. Ling Xiao sneered and his figure disappeared. The wind blades all missed. Fengli looked in Ling Xiao's direction in astonishment. Where is he? If you want me, Ling Xiao, to kneel, then why don't you kneel first? Ling Xiao's voice came from behind Fengli, then a palm landed on Fengli's shoulder. Bang! Fengli's body felt like it was hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. He couldn't help but kneel on the grass. Fengli realized that the opponent's strength was far above his, but as a proud member of the Feng clan, he still roared, "I will kill you." You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.